Chapter 1: The Rich Cashback System. In a hotel in Zhengcheng, Ning opened his eyes with difficulty and felt a burst of pain in his body. The scattered clothes around and the rose scent lingering in his nose all showed how crazy last night was. He tilted his head slightly. Under the wine-red curly hair, a delicate face came into view. The slightly frowned brows made this woman look cold and charming. Ning never dreamed that he would have a relationship with such a stunning beauty, and the key is that he still doesn't know her name. Ning is 25 years old this year. He only has an ordinary bachelor's degree. After graduation, he joined an advertising company in Zhengcheng as a salesperson. After working hard for 3 years, he finally took the position of sales team leader, which was not bad. But just yesterday, he accidentally ran into his boss having a private meeting with someone else in the office. The boss was afraid that the matter would be exposed, so he fired Ning directly. His girlfriend, who had been dating for 2 years, also resolutely proposed to break up after knowing that Ning was fired by the company. Heartbroken, Ning went to the bar to get drunk last night and met this mysterious and beautiful woman. With the help of alcohol, the two chatted and went to the hotel to indulge in the storm. After a crazy night, he was half drunk and half awake and didn't see the woman's appearance clearly. Now he knows that someone can be born so beautiful. It's like mellow red wine with ice, hot and tempting. Little brother, is my sister pretty? Ning, who was immersed in his memories, was startled by this charming voice. He noticed that the woman was looking at him with a pair of playful eyes. She stretched out her white jade arms to hug Ning's neck, leaning on Ning, with long hair draped over her shoulders, and a pair of ice-red lips like a ripe peach, making people want to kiss her. This woman is so beautiful. Good, pretty. Ning was slightly stunned. That's good. It can be seen that the woman is very satisfied with Ning's answer, at least now she is smiling happily. Feel the woman's soft body and smell the rose scent on her body. A wave of heat burst out from Ning's body. He put his arm around her slender waist and fell into obsession again amidst the exclamations. An hour later, the woman walked out of the bathroom in a red dress, staring at Ning, who was sitting at the head of the bed with a slight smile on her lips. Little brother, sister is gone? Wait. Ning was about to speak. The woman interrupted Ning. Little brother, didn't we agree last night not to ask each other's names? After today, we will pretend that nothing happened. After the woman finished speaking, she kissed Ning on the face, picked up her purse and turned away. Ning gently stroked the wet lip print on his cheek, lost in thought. Could it be that his fate with this woman has ended here? Ding! Detecting the host's strong will, the godly Rich system begins to bind. It turned out to be the system. Ning's eyes were filled with tears. After reading novels for so many years, it was finally his turn. System, tell me what functions you have. This system is a cashback system. As long as the host consumes, he can get a 2 to 10 times cashback reward. If the host consumes for a woman, there is a chance to get a critical hit reward. The rewards are all from legitimate sources, the host does not need to worry. There are many rewards, the host should consume as soon as possible. So that's it looks quite simple. Ning immediately prepared to get up and go out for a test. When getting dressed, the bright red on the bedsheet was particularly dazzling. Ning's expression was slightly sluggish, and he murmured in his mouth, it turned out that it was her first time, but why? He shook his head and stopped thinking about it. He knew that it was useless to think more now. With the system, all difficulties will be solved when he becomes rich. After leaving the hotel, Ning first came to a small shop and shouted, "Boss, give me a bottle of mineral water." Ding! The host consumes 2 yuan, triggers a 5x cashback, and rewards 10 yuan. In a moment, Ning received the cashback information. Ah, I'm rich. Ning couldn't help laughing. The supermarket owner stared at Ning for a long time with a strange look on his face. Buying a bottle of water for 2 yuan will make you rich? Isn't this a disease? The boss slowly shook his head until Ning's figure went away. Alas! It's so pitiful, he went crazy at such a young age. Yi Ning trotted all the way to the largest commercial center in Jiangcheng. Since the distance was not far, he arrived at the periphery of the commercial district in less than 5 minutes. Turning the corner, he heard ouch. A sweet breath came to his face. So soft. This was Yi Ning's first feeling. Sorry. At this time, Yi Ning saw the appearance of the girl who bumped into him. The girl was not short, almost 1.7 meters tall. The fair skin made her little face look more delicate. At least her appearance was no different from that goblin last night. Of course, the most eye-catching thing was that this girl's capital was really not small. At this moment, she was holding a mobile phone in her hand, and she looked like a broadcaster. I should be the one to say sorry. I apologize to you. Yi Ning was not an unreasonable person. If he hadn't been anxious and trotting all the way, he would not have bumped into others. Besides, this girl took the initiative to apologize and seemed to have a good personality. Are you okay? Hearing Yi Ning's words, Su Wire finally raised her head. When she saw Yi Ning's appearance, she was shocked. Wow! So tall. So handsome. Chapter 2 Deposits exceed 2 million. I have to say that as a student who graduated from a flight attendant university, it is common to see handsome men and beautiful women. But it is still a little exciting to meet someone as handsome as Yi Ning. Did I hurt you? Seeing that the girl didn't speak, Yi Ning asked again. No. Su Wire blushed and shook her head quickly. It was really embarrassing to be so absorbed in looking at a handsome guy. That's fine. Yi Ning nodded, then I'll leave first. Well, okay. At this moment, Su Wire didn't notice that her live broadcast room was already noisy. Wow! The little brother is so handsome, I'm excited. Don't fight upstairs, I'm also excited. Damn! Wire is moved, it's over, my wife is going to leave with someone else. Wire, good looks are all the same, but interesting souls are rare. Look at me, don't stare at the handsome guy. Yi Ning came to the first floor of the commercial street and went directly into the Versace store. Sir, what kind of clothes do you like? I can recommend them to you. Seeing Yi Ning coming in, a young female salesperson came over with a smile. Although Yi Ning was dressed in ordinary clothes, as salespeople of world-famous brands, they were naturally professionally trained. Even if they had many ideas in their hearts, they would not show them. Help me find a casual set, about 30,000 yuan will be enough. In fact, Yi Ning also wanted to buy more, because the more he spent, the more cash back he would get. But now there was only 30,000 yuan in his bag, and his strength did not allow it. Hearing Yi Ning's words, the female salesperson's eyes lit up obviously. She didn't expect that this handsome guy with ordinary clothes was quite rich. She immediately replied, Okay, sir, please follow me. Follow the female salesperson to the second floor, where the clothes here are obviously more styles than those on the first floor. After a while, the female salesperson came over with a set of clothes. Sir, how do you see this set? Yi Ning nodded, and he felt it was not bad. He took the clothes and walked into the fitting room. When Yi Ning walked out, the female salesperson's eyes were full of stars. This is so handsome. Looking at himself in the mirror, Yi Ning was also very satisfied. It is said that clothes make the man, and saddles make the horse. Wearing this suit, the appearance instantly rises to a higher level. How much is this set? The original price of this set is 31,800, and now it is 95% off, which is 30,210. Fortunately, a few hundred more would be overspending. Okay, cut the tag, I'll wear this one. Okay, sir, please check out here. The female salesperson was delighted. With a sales volume of more than 30,000, she could still get a lot of commission. Ding! Congratulations to the host for spending 30,210, triggering 8 times cash back, and rewarding 241,680. It's actually 8 times cash back, 240,000 in hand. Cool. This speed of making money is really unparalleled. Then, Yi Ning came to Vacheron Constantin. He had long been eyeing a watch, but he couldn't afford it before due to financial pressure. After all, it was a luxury item worth nearly 200,000 yuan, which was not something Ning could have imagined before. But now he has no worries, just buy it if he likes it. This one, pack it up for me. Ning pointed to a men's watch, which was priced at 199,800 yuan. Sir, don't you want to try it first? The salesperson was a little confused. It was the first time she saw someone who wanted to pay directly after just one look. This is 199,800 yuan, not 19.8 yuan. No, where do I pay? Ning pointed to another women's watch and said, pack this one too, and pay it together. Although that women's watch is much cheaper, it still costs more than 30,000 yuan. More than 200,000 yuan, so easy to spend? Okay, I'll print the receipt for you now. The salesperson tried to suppress his excitement, and his hands were shaking slightly while packing. Ding! Congratulations to the host for spending 238,600 yuan, triggering 10 times cash back, and rewarding cash of 2,386,000 yuan. When Ning was paying, the salesperson accidentally saw Ning's mobile phone text message. The pupils shrank. How much is this? So many zeros. Young, rich, and handsome. This is so attractive. Sir, can you add a contact number? You can contact me first when you come to shop in the future, and I will prepare it for you. The salesperson threw a wink and said with courage. If it was the old him, he might have added it. But Ning, who had seen 2 top beauties in 2 days and even had one, still had no problem with his concentration. Although this female salesperson was not bad, she was far worse than the other two. Forget it, I have something else to do, let's talk about it later. Ning left to chic back, leaving the female salesperson alone with resentment. With more than 2 million in his pocket, Ning certainly wouldn't enjoy it himself. Just when he was worried about what to buy for his parents and sister, a woman's voice interrupted his thoughts. Ning, it's you, what's wrong? Did you come here following our showman? Seeing who was coming, Ning's expression froze slightly, and then turned indifferent. Jana, it's you, and, Man, hello. Chapter 3 Ex-Girlfriend. Man, Ning's ex-girlfriend, he has been with this woman for 2 years. In the past 2 years, he has been very attentive to Man. As long as Man wants something, Ning will try his best to satisfy her. It can be said that after working for 3 years, 70% of his salary has been spent on this woman. Even so, when Man learned that he had lost his job, what she got in return was not care, but a heartless breakup. She didn't even give him a chance to save the relationship. As for Jana, she is Man's best friend. Although she looks ordinary, she has a cheerful personality and good character. She was the first to know that Man broke up with Ning. When she suddenly met Ning, she thought he was looking for Man to reconcile. Man thought so when she saw Ning. She ignored Ning's greetings, just looked at Ning with disgust, and turned her eyes to other directions. Jana saw that the atmosphere was a bit awkward and wanted to change the topic to talk about something else. Suddenly, she saw Ning holding a Vacheron Constantin packaging bag in his hand. Wow! Ning, Vacheron Constantin. You spent a lot of money this time. Jana's eyes were shining. Show me quickly, what did you buy? Man turned her head in confusion when she heard Jana's exclamation. Ning, Vacheron Constantin? These 2 words should never come together, okay? Although Man didn't have it, she knew it clearly. The prices of the things in Vacheron Constantin are outrageous. Any random item is in 5 figures. Especially those mechanical watches, ranging from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands, or even millions. How could Ning, who lost his job, afford such luxury goods? Thinking of this, Man looked at Ning with disdain, and then said, Ning, why didn't I see it before? When did you become so hypocritical? Hypocritical? Me? Ning pointed at himself, puzzled. Seeing that Ning did not refute, Man raised her proud neck and said arrogantly, do you think you can really afford it just because you have a handbag that others don't want? Do you know what this is? This is Vacheron Constantin. A luxury product worth tens of thousands of dollars. Can you afford it? You want to win me back with an empty bag? I tell you, it's impossible. Seeing He-Man-Man's attitude of a winner, Ning felt that he was really blind before. Otherwise, how could he find such a girlfriend? And the key is that he tolerated her for 2 years. Ning's eyes turned cold and said, He-Man-Man, don't be so self-indulgent. I never meant to get back together with you. Besides, whether I can afford Vacheron Constantin or not has nothing to do with you. After saying that, Ning walked forward, not wanting to argue too much with He-Man-Man. Ha, you're exposed, right? Ning, don't you know what your living standard is? You have no ambition at all, and you're so fake. I was really blind to like you. When He-Man-Man was about to say something, the female clerk of Vacheron Constantin came running over. Panting, she said, First, sir, wait a minute, you forgot to take the receipt. If the watch needs to be returned or exchanged, you need an invoice. The sudden change made He-Man-Man's expression change, and even Zhao Na opened her mouth wide, looking incredible. Especially the amount of more than 200,000 yuan clearly printed on the bill is so conspicuous. It's like a sharp knife, stabbing He-Man-Man's eyes, it hurts so much. Beauty, did you recognize the wrong person? How could he afford your Vacheron Constantin watches? He-Man-Man smiled reluctantly and couldn't help asking. How could I recognize the wrong person? This gentleman just bought 2 watches for a man and a woman 5 minutes ago, and I was the one who received them. The female salesperson explained with a smile. Then he said, not counting our Vacheron Constantin watch, the clothes on sir, you can't get them without tens of thousands of dollars. As a clerk at Vacheron Constantin, she is very familiar with luxury goods. How could she not recognize the Versace logo? What? He-Man-Man was shocked. Just now, she thought Ning's clothes were quite good-looking, and they were completely different from what Ning wore before. Now take a closer look, isn't this Versace? The question is, where did he get so much money? But none of this matters, she just needs to be with Ning again, and these things will all belong to her, He-Man-Man. She doesn't believe that Ning has no feelings for her after just 2 days. Besides, didn't the clerk say it? Ning bought 2 watches, one for men and one for women. The women's watch must have been bought to get her back. Yes. It must be like this. Thinking of this, He-Man-Man pretended to be coquettish and said, Ning, why didn't you tell me that you bought me such an expensive thing? It's really annoying. As she said that, He-Man-Man stretched out her right hand, help me put it on quickly, I forgive you. Ning didn't expect He-Man-Man to be so weird. This woman is too self-righteous. But the next moment, Ning seemed to think of something and took out the box containing the women's watch from the bag. Seeing this, He-Man-Man was delighted and her face was filled with a joyful smile. Sure enough. I just made a little move and Ning would lick me like a dog. Ning didn't care what He-Man-Man thought, and directly handed the watch to Zhao Na and said, Here, this is a gift for you, thank you for helping me so much in the past. He-Man-Man was shocked. He actually wanted to give the watch to Zhao Na instead of himself. Zhao Na was also a little confused. She glanced at He-Man-Man's expression and hesitated, For me? Of course, take it. Ning said generously. No, it's too expensive. I can't take it. It's okay. I've wanted to thank you for a long time, but I didn't know what to buy. Let's take this. Ning stuffed the watch into Zhao Na's hand. The next moment, ding! Host spent 38,800 yuan for female, triggering 100 times crit cashback of 3,492,000 yuan. It was 100 times crit. But why not 3,880,000? Well, it turns out that the 380,000 yuan of 10 times cashback just now was subtracted. The system really has no bugs at all. But now I suddenly have nearly 6 million in deposits, which is still pretty cool. This watch is really worth it. At this moment, a girl holding a mobile phone appeared in the aisle. She walked and looked, and kept muttering something. Chapter 4: Sending a Watch. This was the second time that Ning had run into Su Wire today, but she was still stunned by her looks. She didn't need to dress up, as long as she stood there, she would be the most beautiful scenery. Many people around also stopped because of Su Weier's looks. It wasn't necessary to have something happen with this beauty, just looking at her from a distance was already very pleasing to the eyes. Go get me another lady's watch, about 200,000 yuan would be fine. Ning suddenly said to the saleswoman who hadn't left yet. Okay, wait a moment, sir. The saleswoman was very surprised. She didn't expect to get an unexpected reward after chasing out to give a small receipt. Man naturally heard what Ning said, and she was so excited that she almost jumped up. No wonder she gave that watch to her bestie because she thought it was cheap. I'm crying. When the time comes, ask him less for the betrothal gift, 3 million plus a 200 square meter house will be enough. In less than a minute, the saleswoman just came over with another older woman. The saleswoman was also holding a large box in her hand, which contained about a dozen ladies' mechanical watches. Sir, I'm Tu Min, the manager of the Vacheron Constantin store. Do you like any of these styles? Well, which one is the most expensive? Ning thought they all looked similar, so she asked directly for the most expensive one. The price has gone up, so it can't be any worse. Then let's go with this one. Tu Min pointed to a watch with a pastel movement. This is a new product of our brand, and it's also a limited edition. At this time, Su Weier came nearby with her mobile phone, less than 5 meters away from Ning. She naturally recognized Ning as the handsome little brother she bumped into outside not long ago. She wanted to go up and say hello, but she gave up when she saw so many people. Little anchor, come here. Just as Su Weier pretended to pass by as if nothing had happened, Ning waved to her. Are you calling me? I didn't call your mother, I called you. Poochie Su Weier was amused and came to Ning's side. I didn't expect you to be so humorous. Tell me, what do you want me to do? Come on, put it on her. Ning said to the female manager. Oh, okay. Even if she is the store manager and is used to seeing rich people, she has never seen such a scene. From the conversation between Ning and the anchor, it can be heard that the two may know each other, but they are definitely not familiar with each other. Is it really okay to just give a watch worth more than 200,000 yuan? If you don't want it, you can give it to me. Su Weier felt dizzy and came back to her senses when she felt the coldness on her hands. Well, it suits you very well. Ning said with satisfaction. This is not a joke, but this watch looks really good on Su Weier's hand. Mister has a good eye. This watch really matches this lady, and this lady is so beautiful. Wearing this watch is simply a perfect match. The female store manager is very considerate and keeps praising Su Weier. Haha, indeed, swipe the card. Ning handed over the bank card directly. Hey, wait, what's going on? Su Weier is still in a circle. Why are you so stupid that you can't understand this? Ning said with a smile, I'm giving it to you. Ah? For me? Seeing Su Weier's dazed look, Ning felt amused. At the same time, Man's face turned livid. Ning, what do you mean? She couldn't help but ask. What do you mean? Ning sneered. Why, you don't think I would give you such an expensive thing? Do you know what brand this is? This is called Vacheron Constantin. It's just a few 100,000, do you think you deserve it? Ning's words were like sharp ice needles piercing Man's heart. Ning, you bastard! Man roared. Get out! Don't bother me! Ning was impatient. He didn't want to have anything to do with this kind of woman anymore. Finally, Jana looked at Ning apologetically and dragged Man, who was about to cry, away. After the two walked away, Tu Min came over and handed the receipt to Ning. Sir, the total is 268,000. Here is your receipt. Please keep it. Ning took the receipt and handed it to Su Weier. No, it's too expensive. Su Weier shook her head and was about to take off the watch. Although she also liked this watch, it was worth more than 200,000 yuan. She came from an ordinary family and had never seen so much money. More than 200,000 yuan, a little more could pay the down payment for a house in Jiangcheng. She didn't dare to take such a thing, not to mention that it was someone she just met today and didn't even know her name. She graduated from the flight attendant school. The reason why she didn't go the way of a flight attendant and became a small anchor was because she was threatened by the leaders of the airline company and wanted to get something from her. She was clean and self-disciplined and refused, so she was kicked out of the quota. Now someone gave her such an expensive thing, it was hard to believe that Ning had no intention. In fact, she was right. Facing such a beautiful woman with a figure and face value close to perfect, Ning was of course very tempted. But Ning would never force anyone, at least he would only do it if the girl was willing. It's okay. Ning stopped Su Weier's action, wear it, and you just have to agree to one condition later. Chapter 5 Critical Hit Reward, Jiangnan Commercial Street. Ah. No, absolutely not, you are really a bad guy. Woo woo woo. Ning knew from her look that Su Weier was overthinking, and then explained, don't think too much, I asked you to help me think about what gifts I should buy for my family. That's it? Su Weier looked suspicious. That's it. Really? Su Weier still didn't believe it. Ning raised the corner of his mouth, why? You seem disappointed? Or do you hope it's more than that? Knowing that Ning was teasing her, Su Weier blushed and stammered to deny it. No, you bad guy. Ding! The host consumes for women, triggering a critical hit. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the ownership of Jiangnan Commercial Street. Jiangnan Commercial Street. Isn't that where I am shopping now? And the Jiangnan building and Jiangnan Hotel at the end of the commercial street also belong to the scope of Jiangnan Commercial Street. The total is close to 3 billion. Ning stared at Su Weier with burning eyes. This woman is his lucky star. What are you going to do? Su Weier said timidly. Ning smiled and stepped forward, what can I do? We agreed that we can't. Su Weier buried her head very low, her ears were crystal clear. Damn! It was a heartthrob. Ning didn't dare to tease her anymore, this woman was too lethal. What are you thinking about? Aren't you going to help me with some ideas? Let's go. Oh, okay. Su Weier raised her head again, my name is Su Weier, what's your name? The two of them went shopping for nearly 2 hours, and Ning spent almost 1 million to buy everything. He bought jewelry and cosmetics for Ye's mother. As for old Yi, he bought a few bottles of good wine. Because my sister Yi Shaogua was going to take the college entrance examination, I bought her another watch, which was also more practical. However, this time it didn't trigger a critical hit, and only returned about 5 million in cash. Now Ning's deposit has reached 10 million. This is 10 million in cash. There are definitely not many people in Jiangcheng who can come up with so much cash flow. Not to mention that Ning has the entire Jiangnan Commercial Street. After a wave of shopping today, he directly entered the ultra-high net worth class. After buying the gift, Ning also treated Su Weier to lunch. After exchanging contact information, the two left separately. Ning came to the end of the commercial street alone. Looking up at the luxurious Jiangnan Hotel in front of him, he felt a sense of pride. From today on, this is his property. Open a presidential suite for me. Ning took out his ID card and said to the girl at the front desk. Okay, sir, please wait. The girl at the front desk took the ID card and was shocked. She glanced at Ning with lightning speed. The pupils enlarged several times in an instant. Hello, Mr. Yi. The girl at the front desk bowed respectfully and saluted. Seeing this, the other girls also greeted Ning. Did you recognize me? Ning asked a stupid question. Of course, Manager Wu has sent us your photo this morning. Okay, then you ask the manager to come over. Okay, Mr. Yi. In less than 2 minutes. A middle-aged man with a Mediterranean look hurriedly came from the elevator entrance. Hello, Mr. Yi. I am Wu Yuan, the general manager of Jiangnan Hotel. Welcome to guide our work. Hello. Ning shook hands with Wu Yuan. I don't have much to guide. I just come here to rest today. Although there is a rental house, it is too far from the city center. But there is no way. The rent in the suburbs is much cheaper. Now he is too lazy to go back. There is a hotel, so why live in a rental house? Okay, Mr. Yi, the hotel has a presidential suite exclusively for you. I will take you there. As soon as Yi Ning and Wu Yuan walked into the elevator, the first floor of the lobby exploded instantly. Our new boss is so handsome. I thought the photo this morning was photoshopped. I wonder what kind of girl a young and handsome man likes like Mr. Yi. Let's not think about it. Mr. Yi must come from a big family. At least he has to be of equal status, right? Ahem. The lobby manager came over and reminded, "Don't talk about Mr. Yi behind his back." But as she spoke, she also cast her eyes in the direction of the elevator. Mr. Yi, he is really handsome. Following Wu Yuan to the top floor, there is only one office and one suite, both of which are exclusive to the boss Yi Ning. This is your room, with panoramic floor-to-ceiling windows, a total of more than 200 square meters. Yi Ning looked around, and the whole suite gave him 4 words, high-end atmosphere. Not bad. Yi Ning praised him partially. Wu Yuan secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and a smile appeared on his face. Boss Yi, then you take a rest first. If you have anything, you can use the phone on the bedside table. Okay, you go and get busy first. After Wu Yuan left the room, Yi Ning lay heavily on the wide bed. Cool. This is life. The days of working overtime day and night and not having 2 taels of silver in his pocket are finally over. Now he just needs to enjoy life. However, there is one thing Yi Ning has never forgotten. That is the boss who fired him, Wei Jie. Originally, he had left the company and had no intersection with Wei Jie, but who said Su Wire was the emperor of Europe? Jiangnan Commercial Street is not just a commercial street, there are also Jiangnan Hotel and Jiangnan Building. The place where Yi Ning used to work happened to be in Jiangnan Building. Chapter 6 Watching Su Weier's live broadcast. After dinner and a shower, Yi Ning turned on his phone and transferred 1 million yuan directly to his mother's card. In less than half a minute, he received a call from Ye's mother. Son, why did you transfer so much money to me? Where did you get so much money? Ye's mother said anxiously. Although she knew that her son would not do anything wrong, the sudden huge amount of money still scared Ye's mother. Yi Ning's parents were both farmers. They worked hard all their lives before they bought a 3-bedroom apartment in the county town. Even so, they lived a good life. Because there are still many old neighbors in towns and villages who can't afford commercial housing. They can only live in self-built houses in the countryside for their entire lives. 1 million yuan, that's a huge sum of money. Ye's mother and father have never seen so much money. Mom, don't worry, don't you know your son yet? After I graduated, I worked and started a business with my classmates. Now the business has picked up and everyone has a lot of money. Yi Ning made up a lie. Otherwise, how could he say it? It's impossible to tell the system about it, and others won't believe it. Besides, he is now the boss of Jiangnan Commercial Street, so it is not entirely wrong to say that he is doing business. Okay, my son can make money now. Ye's mother said with pride, Mom will help you save the money and save it for you to marry a wife. It's okay, Mom, you and Dad can spend it, and I will transfer it to you after you use it. That won't work? Mom and Dad are old and don't need much money. Your sister will spend a lot of money for college. Ye's mother said firmly. Yi Ning also knew that his parents had been frugal all their lives and were not the kind of people who spent money lavishly. There was nothing he could do but nod in agreement. The mother and son chatted for more than half an hour before hanging up the phone. Yi Ning looked at the night view of the river from a distance, and he missed his family very much. I haven't been back for nearly a year. I will go home to visit in a few days. Yi Ning was scrolling through videos, and a push notification in Moments caught his attention. It turned out to be the little anchor he added today. Su Wire posted her live broadcast information in Moments. Curious, Yi Ning decisively downloaded Feiyu Live and created an account. On the Feiyu platform, the live broadcast room of Xiao Weier is very deserted. The anchor world is too competitive. Although Sue Weier sings well, there are too many people who can sing in today's society. In addition, Sue Weier is unwilling to wear those revealing clothes, so it is really difficult to attract traffic. Bosses who click into the live broadcast room can click the upper right corner to follow. Bosses who think the anchor sings well can send some gifts to support the little anchor? Staring at the live broadcast data on the screen, Sue Weier is also helpless. It has been almost 2 months since the broadcast started. Not only did she not make any money, but she spent a lot of money on buying equipment, arranging background walls, etc. Thinking about the rent that was about to be paid, Sue Weier felt that she could not hold on any longer. In the past few years in college, with her top figure and appearance, there were many rich boys pursuing her. There were even bosses who explicitly stated that they would spend money to support Sue Weier, but she did not agree because she was clean and self-disciplined. She did not have a good background, but she did not want to lose her most precious things because of money. Hey, the little anchor is so pitiful, but I really don't have money, so I'll give you some free flowers. My conditions are not bad, but I am a determined freeloader, and no one can change that. The one upstairs, it's not just you, we are all freeloaders. When Ning clicked into the live broadcast room and saw that there were only a dozen people in the live broadcast room, he suddenly felt that Sue Weier was too miserable. Welcome to tonight Ningu, welcome boss, can you click on the upper right corner to follow? Ning clicked to follow decisively. Thank you for your attention, boss Ningu. Sue Weier saw that the barrage in the live broadcast room suddenly became more. Is the anchor being fished? Haha, the anchor is too stupid, and he can be fooled by this. Stupid anchor, I like it and follow it. Don't say, this anchor is pretty, I hope she's not like Grandma Xiao. The anchor is not only good looking, but also sings well, but dancing, let's not talk about it. Dancing? Ning's eyes lit up, can Sue Weier dance? Ningu tonight, host, dance, I'll give you gifts. Freeloaders, have you seen that? He's asking you to dance. Dashing lay, run. The host wants to dance. Joppy Chowkai, don't even think about it. A new account doesn't have so many gifts, not even free flowers. Sue Weier also felt that the barrage was a lie, so she said, Boss Ningu, I'd better sing. Xiao Weier sings well. Seeing this, Ning smiled slightly and recharged 100,000 yuan. Ding! Host spends 100,000 yuan and gets 4 times the cashback, 400,000 yuan in cashback. 400,000 yuan arrived, this money came too quickly. Then he quickly swiped a rocket worth 500 and said again, host, dance. A rocket special effect floated by, and all the fans in the live broadcast room came out at once. Wow! Boss! I'm so stupid. Boss, you're so confused. Host, dance quickly, your big brother is here. Sue Weier's heart pounded when she saw the rocket special effect. After 2 months of live streaming, this was the first time she received such a big gift. In the past, the most valuable thing was a 100 yuan plane, but after the boss bought 2 planes, he started asking for Sue Weier's contact information. The private messages were full of different words, and the dirty thoughts were obvious at a glance. Although Sue Weier was sometimes dazed, she was not stupid. She knew that the person who gave her a rocket the first time he watched her live must be in good condition. Although she didn't know what he was thinking, at least she had to protect this boss named Tonight Ningu. Okay, since Boss Ningu wants to watch it, Xiao Weier will perform a dance. Chapter 7, 100,000 Rewards. In order to dance, Sue Weier even changed into a Hanfu costume. Ning stared at Sue Weier's pretty face on the screen and enjoyed it very much. But he didn't think so the next second. The reason was that Sue Weier's dancing was too explosive. Not to mention that it was too different from dancing, it can only be said that it was completely unrelated. However, it attracted a large number of barrages. Ha, Ningu boss, do you regret it? I was going to the toilet, host, you show me this? Challenge to quit abstinence for 365 days, day 1. I don't believe you if you say it's a dance, but I believe it if you say it's a lion dance. Oh my god, the host is doing a lion dance online, super moderator, do you care? The long 2.5 minutes finally passed, and Ning was stunned. The dancing was indeed very stiff, but at least the show effect was maximized, and the live broadcast room became more popular than before. Occasionally, there were small fish balls given by others floating by. Ning clicked on the gift interface. Tonight Ningu sent out Super Fire *1. Tonight Ningu sent out Super Fire *2. Tonight Ningu sent out Super Fire *3. Tonight Ningu sent out Super Fire *10. 10 Super Fires. The total value is 20,000 yuan. Boss Ningu is generous, 20,000 yuan without blinking. Boss Ningu is confused. How can the dance of a small anchor be worth 20,000 yuan? Boss, are you still short of pendants? I only need 20,000 yuan for a 200 gene pendant, and I will break your thigh for you. Su Wire was also shocked by the endless Super Fire special effects. Then a happy smile appeared on her face. For a gift of 20,000 yuan, she can still get a salary of 10,000 yuan after the platform takes half of it, and there will be no problem with the rent for next month. Is today her lucky day? In the morning, Ning gave her a watch worth more than 200,000 yuan, and in the evening, the boss named Tonight Ningu gave her a gift of 20,000 yuan. Wait a minute. Su Wire seemed to have noticed something. The two characters in the middle of Tonight Ningu are Ning. Su Wire quickly took out her phone and asked on WeChat, Ning, is that you? Ning, who was already lying on the bed, saw Su Wire's text message with a smile in his eyes. It seems that the little anchor is not very stupid. Well, I came to visit when I saw your circle of friends. Hee hee, thank you for coming to see me, but forget about giving gifts, it's a waste of money. Su Wire is not one of those little girls who are not well versed in the world. She knows very well that in this society, 20,000 yuan is not something that many people can earn in a few months. But she doesn't know that Ning is making money by spending. It's okay, it's just a little money, just treat it as watching the lion dance. Su Wire saw this message and gritted her teeth in anger. Humph. It's not you, the big bad guy, who asked for it, and now you're laughing at me, damn it, damn it, damn it. Okay, don't be angry. I'll treat you to dinner next time. Although she said this, Su Wire was still a little moved. She just posted a circle of friends as usual, and Ning really came to the live broadcast room to see her, and even gave her so many gifts. Do you really want to pledge your love to me? This thought came to my mind, and it frightened Su Wire. The blush instantly climbed up her slender neck to her cheeks. The anchor's face turned red after looking at her phone. What happened? I'm also curious. Could it be a private message from Ningu? It must be. Woohoo, the anchor is moved, and I'm heartbroken. The person above, don't take the internet seriously. It's all illusion. Am I in love with the anchor? I love Ningu. Oh, it turns out to be a girl. As long as Ningu likes it, I can be a girl, shy, Ningu tonight, god damn it. There are so many stupid netizens, and the forum is full of friends. Later, Su Wire sang a few more songs, and Ning felt that they were very good, so he directly swiped all the remaining tens of thousands of yuan in his account. A series of operations attracted major fans to worship him. He even received many private messages from other anchors, asking Ning to go to their live broadcast rooms to take a look. Of course Ning ignored it. He didn't know the other anchors. What if there was really a dinosaur behind the camera? Wouldn't that be a huge loss? Tonight Ningu, it's too tiring to give gifts. That's all for today. Let's have dinner together another day. Ning threw out the last comment on the public screen. After a brief silence in the live broadcast room, it exploded. Is this what a rich person is like? It's too tiring to give gifts. I want to be tired, but my strength doesn't allow it. Are you focusing on the wrong thing? The big guy is going to have dinner with the anchor. So what? The big guy gave 100,000. Isn't it normal to have dinner together? This time it's a meal, next time it might be a visit. Woo woo woo, my little Wei Ji is really going to become Xiao Weier. Damn, the upstairs is too outrageous. Ning just put down his phone when he received a strange call. Ning, hello, who is this? Hello, Mr. Yi, I am Sun Tao, the person in charge of Jiangnan building. I would like to ask if you have time to come over recently. There are some documents that need your signature. Okay, I'll come over tomorrow morning. Ning originally planned to go to Jiangnan building tomorrow. When he was working in Honda Advertising Company, Wei Jie made things difficult for Ning because of various things. In the end, he was fired because Ning saw him having a secret meeting with his mistress. I really don't know what kind of expression Wei Jie will have when I see him again tomorrow. Ning swung the red wine glass, with a cold arc at the corner of his mouth. Chapter 8: Wei Jie's Fear. The next morning, Ning arrived at Jiangnan building early. Ning can be said to be very familiar with this place. After all, he has worked here for 3 years. Jiangnan building has a total of 33 floors, except for the 30th to 33rd floors which are managed by Jiangnan building. The 2nd to 29th floors are all rented out to major companies in Jiangcheng as office space. Before being fired, Ning worked in sales at Honda Advertising, and was later promoted to sales team leader because of his excellent performance. But because of the grudge with sales director Wei Jie, and Wei Jie was the boss's nephew, he fired Ning without hesitation. Now that his identity has completely changed, Ning is no longer the miserable worker, and even a word can decide the fate of Honda Advertising Company. It can only be said that things change. Although it is not yet normal working hours, the receptionist has already come to the company. Seeing Ning walk into the door, the receptionist immediately stood up. "Hello, Mr. Yi." "Well, hello." Ning nodded. It seems that Sun Tao, like Wu Yuan, had already told his information to the employees below. "Where's Sun Tao?" Ning came to the rest area in the corner and asked after sitting down. The receptionist helped Ning bring a cup of freshly brewed tea and replied, "Manager Sun hasn't arrived yet. You may need to wait a while." "Okay, I'll wait for him here." Ning picked up a magazine. "You go and do your work. Don't worry about me." "Okay, Mr. Yi, enjoy your meal." After waiting for almost 10 minutes, Sun Tao still didn't come, but Wei Jie appeared on the first floor of the building. And he saw Ning, who was flipping through a magazine, at the first time, and walked over casually. "What a narrow road for enemies." "Oh, I thought I saw it wrong. It turns out it's you, Team Leader Yi." Wei Jie looked proud. Then he changed the subject. "Oh no, I remembered wrongly. You are no longer the sales team leader, you were fired." Ning glanced at Wei Jie. "You look very proud?" "Of course I am proud, because my uncle said that I will be promoted to department director soon, and can you still find a job with a monthly salary of 3,000 yuan now?" Wei Jie did not study well in his early years, and did not even pass the college entrance examination. He only attended an adult night school after he started working. He looked down on college students from the bottom of his heart. Do those college students who have graduated for a few years earn as much as Wei Jie? Just like Ning now, he is a complete loser. Wei Jie did not consider at all that if he did not have the help of his relatives, he would not know what he would be doing now. "Do you know? My uncle and I have already made an appointment with the new owner of this building. After the cooperation is negotiated, my position can be promoted." "Oh, why am I talking so much to a loser like you? We are not people of the same level." Wei Jie shook his head and put on a regretful expression. He did not notice that Ning's eyes became strange. "New boss? Cooperation? When did this happen? How come I don't know?" "Wei Jie, I advise you to go back. The cooperation you've been thinking about can't be negotiated." Ning said slowly, "I suggest you find a new office space as soon as possible, otherwise it will be funny to become a stray dog." "Ha ha ha." Wei Jie heard Ning's words and sneered, "Who are you? Can you still interfere with the decision of manager Sun Tao? Can you interfere? Why don't you ask him directly?" Ning pointed to the entrance of the gate. Sun Tao walked into the gate in a dark suit with a big belly. At the signal of the front desk girl, Ning, who was sitting in the rest area, walked over here without stopping. When Wei Jie saw Sun Tao, the person in charge of the building, he immediately changed to a flattering look. He took the initiative to extend his right hand. "Hello, Manager Sun, I am Wei Jie, the director of Honda Advertising, you can just call me Xiao Wei." But Sun Tao ignored him and went straight to Yi Ning, bowed his head slightly and said, "Hello, Mr. Yi, I'm sorry, I'm late." The word Mr. Yi was like a huge stone, hitting Wei Jia dizzy. A huge Poland was set off in his heart. Why would the general manager of Jiangnan Building respectfully call Yi Ning Mr. Yi? Wei Jia cast his eyes tremblingly at the smiling Yi Ning, and even felt a little difficult to breathe. "You, who are you?" Although he had already guessed, he still didn't give up, holding a glimmer of hope in his heart. It must not be the situation he guessed. If it is true, then it's over. Yi Ning said calmly, "I am Yi Ning, the new boss of Jiangnan Building you mentioned." I wonder if Manager Wei is satisfied with this answer. No, it's impossible. I don't believe it. Wei Jia yelled in despair, "Manager Sun, tell me, this is fake, this is fake." Yes, Manager Sun, we met yesterday, we agreed to cooperate, we agreed. Wei Jia was like a headless fly, eager to grasp any hope. But Sun Tao is not a fool, he has long seen that Yi Ning and Wei Jia will definitely not get along. No matter what, he will not help Wei Jia to plead. Sun Tao. Yi Ning's tone was cold. Sun Tao's forehead was sweating. "Boss Yi, your order. Is what he said true? Have you really agreed to cooperate?" "Of course not." Sun Tao wiped his cheek gently. "It's just that the boss of Honda came with him yesterday and wanted to cooperate with us, but I didn't agree." "Then it didn't work out?" Yes. "Then why are you letting him quack here all the time? Don't you know that I'm very unhappy now?" Chapter 9: Buying a car with the anchor. Sun Tao was already uncomfortable because he had angered his new boss on their first meeting. Looking at Wei Jia, the culprit, he wanted to kick him to death. "Wei Jia, get out of here. Tell your uncle a message. The contract will expire at the end of this month. Let Wei Dong move out of our Jiangnan Building." Hearing Sun Tao's words, Wei Jia felt like the sky had fallen. No. Manager Sun, President Yi. Give me another chance, don't drive us away. Wei Jia's pleading voices kept coming. Seeing Yi Ning's dark face, Sun Tao made a decision immediately. "Where are the security guards? What are you still looking at? Drag this person out quickly, it's an eyesore." Seeing Yi Ning's expression gradually return to normal, Sun Tao secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that his position as general manager has been saved. "Boss Honda will come to me later, you can handle it yourself," Yi Ning said calmly. "Okay, President Yi. If there are companies in the building that have cooperation with Honda, let them cut off their cooperation as soon as possible, otherwise, get out of here." "Yes." Afterwards, Yi Ning held an employee meeting in the meeting room of the building. The salary of all employees in the company was increased by 20%. This move was well received by all employees. Yi Ning didn't want to participate in management, so he left these hard jobs to Sun Tao and others. So for several days, he stayed in the luxury suite of the hotel, living a life of having everything provided for him. After staying in the hotel for a few days, Yi Ning always felt that living in a hotel didn't have that flavor. Although the service of the hotel was indeed good, it still didn't feel like home. It's time to buy a car and a house. Yi Ning took out his mobile phone and called the anchor Su Weier. Su Weier was in a good mood these days. Since she met Yi Ning, her luck seemed to have improved. Now there are a lot more people watching her live broadcast every day than before, and her career has gradually improved. But for some reason, she still felt a little empty after not seeing Yi Ning for a few days. She smiled happily when she received Yi Ning's call, got up early to dress up, and then took a car to the place they had agreed to meet. "Yi Ning, he. Su Weier patted Yi Ning on the shoulder as a greeting. Today, Su Weier wore a beige floral dress, revealing her slender calves, making her look particularly tall. With the delicate makeup on her face, she was absolutely beautiful. Yi Ning was slightly stunned, and then her expression returned to clarity. Although it was very fast, Su Weier still noticed the momentary surprise in Yi Ning's eyes. The smile on Su Weier's face became more intense. Yi Ning stood up. "You didn't have breakfast, come, I bought some more." "Thank you." Su Weier took the breakfast, took a sip of milk and said, "By the way, what kind of car are you going to buy?" Sue Wire didn't study cars and the like, but she knew that a rich man like Ning would never buy a car that was too cheap. Big G. "Hey, why are you swearing in public?" Sue Wire whispered to stop. "Don't swear in public in the future, it seems very uncultured." Ning. "Woman, your thinking is wrong." Arriving at the Mercedes-Benz store, several shop assistants were amazed by the combination of Ning and Sue Wire. "These two people are so good-looking. Are they a fairy couple? Love it. Welcome to Mercedes-Benz, sir. Do you have any favorite models? I will recommend them to you." In the end, the store manager was the first to speak. Big G. Before Ning finished speaking, he felt a little pain in his waist. "What are you doing?" "Hey!" Sue Wire pouted and said angrily, "I told you not to talk properly." After the store manager looked at Sue Wire strangely, he smiled again and said, "Okay, sir, 2 gams just arrived today, please follow me." Hearing the store manager's words, Sue Wire realized that Big G was the model of the car. Thinking of this, Sue Wire blushed instantly, ashamed. Especially when she saw Ning smiling and staring at her with a playful look on his face, she was even more angry. "Ning, you big bad guy." Sue Wire gnashed her teeth in anger. "Ha, who told you to react so cutely?" Ning couldn't help but rub Sue Wire's head, and the soft hair was fragrant and refreshing. Sue Wire didn't expect Ning to be so bold, but she was not angry at all, and even thought, "His hands are so comfortable, wouldn't it be more comfortable if he touched his face?" Sue Wire was shocked by her own thoughts, and secretly glanced at Ning, who was communicating with the store manager. Seeing that he didn't notice her abnormality, she patted her big and full breasts and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The three of them came to the Mercedes-Benz G-Class showroom together. There were only 2 cars here. One was khaki and the other was black, but without exception, they were all very luxurious and atmospheric. "Mr. Yi, this is the GAMG that was just shipped in today. What do you think?" "Not bad, can I drive it away now?" "Of course, we can help you, Mr. Yi, to apply for a license plate." Hearing the words of the store manager, Ning did not hesitate, then signed the contract, for this black one. Seeing that Ning decided so quickly, the store manager said excitedly, "Okay, sir, I'll go prepare the contract now." Ding! The host spent 3 million and received a 7-fold rebate, a rebate of 21 million. Another 20 million has arrived, this is too cool. This is the first time Ning has driven a luxury car worth millions, and it would be a lie to say that he is not excited. But he is an experienced driver after all, with a stable driving skill, and his expression is still very calm. But Sue Wire was different. She was sitting in the passenger seat, touching this and that, looking very happy. So happy? "Yeah, you think everyone else is as rich as you, but I've never ridden in a car worth millions. Ha, I'll make you happier later." Staring at Ning's wicked smile, Sue Wire's neck shrank slightly, and she lowered her head and grabbed the corner of her clothes, feeling a little overwhelmed. Happier? He wouldn't. Chapter 10 Critical Hit Reward, a Villa. Ning drove and brought Sue Wire to the Porsche store. "Welcome to Porsche." As soon as the two got off the car, a pretty female clerk in a professional suit walked over quickly. Even though the store manager repeatedly emphasized during the training that people should not look at others with tinted glasses. But sales staff like them will definitely consider the purchasing power of customers based on their dress. A rich man like Ning, who wears famous brands, drives a luxury car, and has a beautiful woman, is naturally the first choice for high-quality customers. It's just that others already have girlfriends, and their looks and temperament are much better than hers. Naturally, she also put away the idea of wanting to get close to Ning. "Sir, do you have any car models you like?" The female clerk asked softly, making people feel like spring breeze. "Ning, do you still want to buy a car? Didn't you just buy one?" Sue Wire tugged at the corner of Ning's clothes and asked in a low voice. In her cognition, cars are used for transportation, and too many cars can't be driven, which is a pure waste of money. If Ning knew Sue Wire's thoughts, he would definitely refute it. In his opinion, no matter how many good cars there are, he can drive them. Of course, I'm buying it for you this time. Ning decided to give Su Weier a car from the beginning. First, he did have some ideas about Su Weier. Second, he was not short of money at all. Third, there was a chance of getting a critical hit reward when you spent money on girls, especially with Su Weier, the European emperor. After hearing this, the female clerk looked at Su Weier with envy. This man was so handsome and so generous to his girlfriend, how could she not meet him? Ah! Buy it for me. No, no. Su Weier shook her head and refused. You gave me such an expensive watch last time, and you gave me a car today. No, I can't take such an expensive thing from you. Seeing this, the female clerk naturally would not waste this opportunity. What if this handsome guy really listened to his girlfriend and didn't buy it? So she stepped forward and said, Miss, you are so lucky. Your boyfriend is so thoughtful, you should accept it. We also. Su Weier blushed and was about to explain, but then she thought that she couldn't let Ning lose face outside. So he changed his words and said, I just think it's too expensive. It won't be too late to give it to me when we get married. After saying that, Su Weier lowered her head, not daring to look up at Ning's expression, and her toes were scratching on the soles of her shoes. Ning looked at Su Weier in disbelief, and then he understood what the girl meant. He rubbed Su Weier's little head again. It's okay, I'll give you something better when we get married in the future. Su Weier rolled her eyes at Ning, and she saw that Ning was teasing her again. This big bad guy, she was protecting Ning's face outside, but Ning was good, so he climbed up the ladder. The female clerk looked at the intimacy between the two and suddenly felt that she didn't need to eat lunch today. So full. Ning, do you really want to buy it? Take a look first, just in case there is something you like. After following the female clerk around, Su Weier was shocked by the price. She originally wanted to buy a car worth tens of thousands of yuan, and at worst she could return it to Ning slowly later. As a result, let alone cars that cost tens of thousands, there were no cars that cost less than 400,000. Ning, why don't we go to other stores? These are too expensive. Ning thought that if Su Weier chose by herself, she might not be able to choose until tonight, so he directly said to the clerk, the 911 just now is good, is there a red one? When the female clerk heard Ning's words, her eyes were full of stars. Is this man going to buy a 911 for his girlfriend? This is too much. Of course there is, but you and Miss Su may need to wait for 2 more days. We need to transfer the goods from the headquarters. Okay, just swipe the card, and get the best configuration. Before Su Weier could figure it out, Ning had already paid. Ding! The host spent 2.48 million for Su Weier, got a critical hit, and was rewarded with a Yunchang Longjing villa. Yunchang Longjing Villa. That is the most expensive luxury residential complex in Zhangcheng. The villas inside start at least 50 million, and the better villas require 70 or 80 million. You may not be able to buy it even if you have money. Those who originally needed to buy a house have now solved it. Su Weier is indeed the Emperor of Europe. Mr. Yi, the formalities have been completed. Just bring Miss Su's ID card to pick up the car in 3 days. The female clerk said respectfully. Okay, thank you. Ning nodded. Seeing that Su Weier had not come back to her senses, he stretched out his hand and waved it in front of her eyes. Hey, come back to your senses, let's go. Then he dragged Su Weier out of the Porsche sales point. Going out to buy 2 cars, not only did he have 25 million in cash in his hand, but he also got a villa for free. This is too comfortable. After getting in the car, it took a while for Su Weier to speak. Ning, why are you so good to me? Her eyes were a little red, and she really felt like crying. She admitted that the man next to her was really fascinating. There were many rich young men who wanted to spend money to pursue her in the past, but she never agreed. But now she knows very clearly in her heart that she likes to stay with Ning, and she will miss him when she can't see him these days. This is probably love, right? I like you very much. Ning answered truthfully. Su Weier's heart was pounding, and her voice was trembling. You mean, you want to be with me? Seeing the girl's timid appearance, Ning hesitated. He did like Su Weier, but there was another woman in his heart. The mysterious woman who had a one-night stand with him. Although Ning didn't know her name, he had to find that fairy. Chapter 11: Su Weier's Confession. Seeing Ning didn't say anything, Su Weier understood immediately. She was not stupid. She was used to seeing those rich men hugging each other in school. It was obvious that Ning liked her very much, but he must also love other women, right? Ning, I like you. Su Weier wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes inadvertently, and said with a smile, but you, give me some time, okay? Looking at the girl's smile, she really looked like a gorgeous sea of flowers. It was so beautiful. Ning shook his head. No, it should be thank you for giving me a chance. The two talked and smiled at each other. I said I'll treat you to dinner before. It's noon now. What do you want to eat? Chinese food. Su Weier said, and took out her mobile phone at the same time. Can you start a live broadcast? Just don't take a picture of my face. Ning replied. Su Weier happily set up her mobile phone. Don't worry, I'll do a food broadcast later. Since Ning rewarded a gift of 100,000 yuan that night, Su Weier's live broadcast room has become a little more popular. Previously, there were only a dozen people in the live broadcast room, but now there are usually 100 or 200 people at night, and even more when luck is good. Occasionally, there will be bosses to give tips, but of course, compared to Ning, it is a drop in the bucket. Hello, good afternoon, everyone. Su Weier greeted the camera. After a while, the barrage of comments gradually increased. Xiao Weier started her live broadcast in the morning. I can watch Xiao Weier while eating. Wow, is the host wearing a skirt today? Look at her legs. Look at her legs +1, look at her legs +2, look at her legs +10,086. Your focus is weird. Didn't you notice that the host is sitting in the passenger seat? What's weird about sitting in the passenger seat? Sitting in the passenger seat is indeed not weird. The question is, who is driving? Damn, blind monk, you found the highlight. Host, tell me, who is in the driving seat? Looking at the noisy viewers in the live broadcast room, Su Weier found it very interesting. Haha, bosses can guess, who is it? How can we guess? How about you turn the camera around and let us see? Yes, let us see. Su Weier turned the camera slightly, and except for Ning's face, everything else was captured. Wow! He looks like a handsome young man. Host, don't eat alone, I want to see his face. Didn't you notice that this car is a Mercedes-Benz G-Class? It costs 2 or 3 million. Damn, it really is. Host, have you fallen? It's over, I'm finally blinded by money, the host is not clean. If nothing else, this car is pretty cool. Nonsense, millions, even if it's a pile of junk, I still think it's handsome. Host, you haven't told me yet, who is the driver? Su Weier, didn't I ask you to guess? Can't you guess it? Are you really asking us to guess? Who can guess this? No, since the host said so, we must know him. If we know him, he must be a water friend in the live broadcast room. Yes, a water friend in the live broadcast room, and he's so rich. Do I still need to guess? Damn, host, you actually ate alone. Su Weier was confused by this barrage. Eating alone? She? What does it mean? Ninggu boss belongs to everyone. That's right, hand over brother Ninggu, don't be ungrateful. Ning also glanced at the barrage, and found these people's outrageous remarks very funny. Haha, what a bunch of stupid netizens. Ning shook his head and complained. Wow, brother Ninggu is talking, and his voice is so nice. You are still listening to the voice, I have already taken the paper. You are still taking the paper, I am already smoking. You are still smoking, my hands are all gone. The one upstairs, then how can you still type? Tongue typing to show innocence. Awesome. According to the navigation prompts, Ning took Su Weier to a private restaurant. The overall layout of the house is like a quadrangle, but it is larger than an ordinary quadrangle. And pavilions, attics, small bridges and flowing water are all available. quiet and elegant, the scenery is pleasant. Let's not talk about the taste, at least the scenery. Oh no, the price is very special. Sir, how many of you are there? The waiter was wearing a split cheongsam and had elegant manners. Just the two of us. The waiter gestured with his hand and said, "Okay, sir, please follow me." Ning and Su Weier came to a dining table in a corner. The waiter pulled up the bamboo curtain, and the beautiful scenery of the pond outside was like a painting. It's so beautiful. Su Weier couldn't help but sigh. Ning saw Su Weier's mouth curled up quietly, her eyes staring at the lotus on the water with a smile. She was like a lotus emerging from the water, competing with the blooming lotus. Indeed, it's beautiful. Ning followed and echoed. Su Weier turned her head and saw Ning's eyes fixed on her, and blush climbed up her cheeks again. Since the camera was always facing Su Weier, her expression was clearly seen by the water friends in the live broadcast room. Hey! Now I'm sure that the anchor is really in love. I'm so jealous, eat lemon. I haven't watched the anchor eat yet, I'm full, woof woof. At this time, the waiter also came to the table with a menu. He asked softly, "Sir, can I order now?" Chapter 12 Su Weier's Initiative. Okay. Ning nodded and pointed at the picture on the menu. Let's take this 8,888 set meal, 2 servings. The waitress looked a little surprised, then returned to normal, but the smile on her face became even more intense. There are many people who can come here to eat private dishes, but there are definitely not many people who order the most expensive set meal without hesitation. This is a set meal of 8,888 yuan, which is more than 17,000 yuan for 2 people. It is not something that ordinary people can afford. Okay, please wait. The waitress left quickly. Su Weier was even more frightened by the numbers on the menu and stuck out her tongue. A meal costs nearly 20,000 yuan. Is this made of gold? Can you become an immortal after eating it? In a blink of an eye, I thought that Ning had spent several million this morning, and suddenly I felt that this more than 10,000 was nothing. Ah! Am I floating? 17,000 is a small number. What's wrong? Seeing Su Weier's tangled expression, Ning couldn't help asking. Su Weier immediately pretended to be fierce and said, "It's so expensive. If it doesn't taste good later, I will have to go to the boss to argue." Ning smiled and shook his head. This little girl's ideas are really wild. Whatever she thinks, she will do it. As the appetizers were served, Ning and Su Weier couldn't help but start to use their chopsticks. The only difference between the two was that Ning ate quietly. Su Weier ate while sharing with the live broadcast room. Fortunately, the two of them were in the corner, and there were not many people coming to eat here in the morning, so they didn't disturb others. Of course, the live broadcast room was also full of flowers. Although many people can't afford these top-notch mountain and sea delicacies, lobsters, matsutake mushrooms, etc. But watching others eat is also a kind of enjoyment. What's more, Su Weier is a top beauty, who is already beautiful. The whole meal took about an hour and a half. It's not that the amount is too large and can't be finished. It's that these dishes are served one by one, which is really too slow. Of course, the taste is absolutely impeccable, at least for Ning and Su Weier. Today's meal was the most delicious meal they had ever eaten in a restaurant. Of course, if you want to talk about the most delicious food in the world, then go home and see that your mother's cooking is the best. Not only does she understand your taste best, but the table also contains a taste that you can never forget. I call this taste family affection, or human touch. After eating and drinking, Ning came to the front desk to check out. Ding! The host spent 8,888 yuan and received a 10-fold rebate, a rebate of 88,880 yuan. A rebate of 90,000 yuan for a meal, not bad. But what about another one? The host spent 8,888 yuan for Su Weier, got a critical hit, and was rewarded with a master-level cooking skill. It turned out to be a master-level cooking skill. This was the first time Ning got a skill critical hit. At first he thought there was no such thing, but the system really wouldn't let him down. He. Host, don't underestimate this system. You're not a villain, are you? You're laughing so wildly, your character, oh no, there's something wrong with your system settings. In the afternoon, Ning sent Su Weier downstairs in the community. Go in quickly, remember to take your ID card to pick up the car in a few days. Su Weier buried her head, a little reluctant, and said oh, then stood there without moving. What's wrong? Can't bear to leave me? Ning smiled evilly. I'm not. Su Weier stamped her feet. Ning thought it was fun to tease this little girl, and laughed. Okay, I explained it just now, it's not that I won't accompany you to pick up the car, but I really have to go back home. After all, I've been out for so long, and I haven't seen my parents for a long time. Going home tomorrow was what Ning had originally planned, and this was also the reason why he was in a hurry to buy a car. I know, you go first, I'll see you go before I go up. Su Weier said stubbornly. Okay. Ning returned to the cab, closed the door, and was about to start. Ning. Without noticing, Su Weier came to the door for some reason. What? Ning hadn't reacted yet. A moist, soft and fragrant touch appeared on Ning's cheek like a dragonfly touching the water. Ning was stunned at first, and then a wicked smile appeared on his face. Excuse me, Miss Su, what are you doing? I'm stamping you to prevent you from forgetting me. Su Weier's face was proud. But the red ears made her persuasiveness not very strong. Ning didn't expose her, pretending to be shameless. Then I'm at a big loss. No, I have to stamp you too. As he said, he stuck his head out of the window. You wish, Lililu. With a gust of fragrant wind, Su Weier blushed and ran into the gate of the community. Ning saw Su Weier's shy look and smiled and shook his head. This little girl is really cute. Leaving Su Weier's neighborhood, Ning drove to Yunshan Longjing Villa District. This place is in the suburbs, and the air and greenery are much better than the city center. Most importantly, there is an artificial river here, and the most expensive villa in Yunshan Longjing is built along the artificial river. As soon as Ning's car arrived at the gate, the young security guard came over. Sir, welcome to Yunshan Longjing, how can I help you? Chapter 13 Critical Hit Reward, 30% of Feiyu Live's shares. Yunshan Longjing is indeed the most expensive luxury residential area in Jiangcheng, and the quality of the security guards is very high. Of course, this is also related to the car that Ning drives. A car worth millions is still very classy in Jiangcheng. Well, I bought a villa here. Can you help me log in the license plate information? My name is Ning. Ning explained. Hearing Ning's words, the security guard's attitude became more respectful. Mr. Yi, please wait a moment. I will notify the property manager to come and help you. In less than 3 minutes, a short-haired woman wearing a suit and a short skirt, glasses and high heels came quickly. The woman's appearance is naturally not bad. She can be a property manager in Yunshan Longjing. At least in terms of appearance, she must leave a good impression on the owner. Of course, compared with the beauty of Su Weier, it is still a lot worse. The short-haired woman came to Ning's car window with a tablet in her arms, and bowed and said, Hello, Mr. Yi. I am Luo Rongrong, the property manager of Yunshan Longjing. I am here to help you with the formalities. Please show me your ID card, Mr. Yi. Okay. Ning handed his ID card to Luo Rongrong. In less than 2 minutes, after Luo Rongrong took a photo of Ning, the formalities were completed. Okay, Mr. Yi, I will take you to Building 7 now. I will lead the way for you in front. Please follow me. No, you can sit in the passenger seat and just help me find the way. Ning said. Okay, Mr. Yi, excuse me. Luo Rongrong sat in the passenger seat, and only then could she really see Ning's handsome face. Even though she had seen countless handsome guys, she was surprised. Ning didn't pay much attention to Luo Rongrong's expression. Following her instructions, he slowly came to a villa by the river. We have arrived at Building 7, Mr. Yi. Welcome home again. If you need anything, you can call me directly. I will be at your service. Luo Rongrong got out of the car reluctantly. She noticed in the car just now that Ning did not even glance at her secretly. It seems that Ning has no interest in her at all, which makes Luo Rongrong feel a little disappointed, and even a little unconfident about her appearance. Crossing the garden and entering the gate of the villa. The first thing you see is a huge living room with a floor height of at least 7 meters. The villa is divided into 2 floors, with only 1 bedroom on the first floor, and the rest are living rooms, dining rooms, etc. The second floor is all suites, and there is also a large open-air balcony. Of course, as the top luxury house in Zhangcheng, a large villa worth 80 million yuan, a swimming pool is also standard. For such a house, Ning is naturally very satisfied. Think about it again. My parents still live in an old 3-bedroom and 1 living room at home, which is narrow and small. Ning decided that this time when he went home, he must buy such a big house in his hometown. My parents have been tired all their lives, and it's time to enjoy it. At night, Ning was bored and scrolling through videos, and several private messages popped up. It was a private message from a fan in Su Wire's live broadcast room. Boss Ninggu, are you there? Xiao Wire will play PK in 10 days, will you come? PK? It's a competition between anchors to see which fan makes more money and then advance. As long as you can be in the top 10, it is not impossible to become a big anchor with an annual income of several million. Ning knew that Su Wire must not tell him because she didn't want to waste his money, but since he knew it, he would definitely help. Come. Ning did not hesitate. Then, Ning directly recharged 10 million in Feiyu Live. Ding! The anchor spent 10 million for Su Wire, got a critical hit, and was rewarded with 30% of Feiyu Live's shares. Damn! As one of the most well-known live broadcast platforms in the country, Feiyu Live's market value is about 15 billion. 30%, that's 4.5 billion. More than his existing Jiangnan Commercial Street. Su Wire is really his lucky star. While Ning was excited, thousands of miles away in Shanghai, Feiyu Live's headquarters. Chairman, I just received a notice that most of our scattered shares have been acquired by individuals. What did you say? Yu Shanglong was incredulous. Who is that person? How much did he acquire? It's a young man named Ning, who acquired 30% of the platform's shares. Yu Shanglong frowned slightly. He had never heard of the name Ning. His surname is Yi. Could he be the son of a certain group? There is another piece of information about Mr. Ning. Tell me. Mr. Yi opened a private account on our platform not long ago. He recharged 100,000 for the first time, and recharged 10 million today. 10 million? Yu Shanglong was shocked. He recharged 10 million for the live broadcast at one time, and spent nearly 5 billion to buy platform shares. What is he going to do? How much money does he have? I suspect that the reason why he spent so much money was because of a female anchor named Xiao Wire. Why? Because he only gave tips to that female anchor, and the browsing history shows that Mr. Yi has not visited other live broadcast rooms. Okay. Yu Shanglong was speechless, and said leisurely, I used to think I was very rich, but now look, this is what a real rich man is. Then he said to the assistant, when the time comes, go and move the live broadcast room called Xiao Wire to the homepage. Chairman, I checked, that Xiao Wire is just a small anchor with a few hundred fans. If she is moved to the homepage for PK, she may encounter those big anchors. If she loses, Mr. Yi will not be unhappy, right? The assistant was a little worried. You are such a pig brain. Yu Shanglong slapped the table. Don't you think about it, a man who spent billions, will he let that small anchor lose? Go quickly, it's better to promote it more. Su Wire was broadcasting well, but suddenly a large number of people poured into the live broadcast room, and the skyrocketing popularity made her unable to react. It wasn't until someone told her that the live broadcast room was on the front page that she understood what was going on. Of course, Ning didn't know about this. He was already packing up the things he was going to bring tomorrow. Chapter 14 by Ilua. The next day, just after dawn, Ning drove off. Ning's hometown is in Yangcheng, Sichuan province, which is a small inland city, much smaller than Jiangcheng. Along the way, he had to cross provinces and pass through many mountain tunnels. Ning drove along the highway and drove forward until the afternoon, barely entering the territory of Sichuan province. Driving to a service area, Ning got off the car to refuel and rest. Not far away, a white Ferrari 488 caught his attention. Of course, the girl in white standing next to the Ferrari was also a beautiful scenery. Bailuo was on the phone, and a few fine beads of sweat were soaked on her seemingly calm face, indicating that she was not calm in her heart. She also drove from Jiangcheng to Sichuan province, but she was not going to Yangcheng, but to Jincheng, the provincial capital. Unexpectedly, the car broke down on the road. Fortunately, it was near the service area. If the car was parked on the highway, it would be dangerous. The problem now is that she can only be trapped here waiting for the tow truck to come, and the original plan seems to be disrupted. Ning walked a little closer, heard Bailuo's voice, and got a general idea. "Hello, do you need my help?" Ning came to Bailuo and asked. At this time, he finally saw the face of the woman in white. Originally, Ning thought that he was lucky enough to meet such peerless beauties as Su Weiluo and the fairy. But at this moment, he realized that his lucky star was still shining. This is definitely a beauty of the same level as Su Weiluo, like a beauty walking out of a painting. Moreover, the woman in front of him gave him a completely different feeling from the fairy and Su Weiluo. The fairy is charming, and Su Weiluo is pure. This woman is quiet, like a thin layer of frost frozen on the lake, which can't stir up the slightest ripple. Bailuo looked at Ning, and then said, "I want to go to Jincheng, but the car broke down. Even if I wait for the trailer to come, I can't go to Jincheng now." Bailuo added, "Then let's go on the way. I happen to be going back to Yangcheng, which is not far from Jincheng. I'll take you there?" Bailuo didn't say anything, staring at Ning for a long time. Ning felt a little scared by the look of the woman in white, so he could only ask again, "Is there any problem?" Bailuo shook his head, turned around, opened the door of the Ferrari, and took out a backpack. Then he walked straight to Ning's Mercedes-Benz G, skillfully opened the passenger door, and sat in. The sudden move made Ning a little confused. Is that enough? He didn't believe that the woman in white was materialistic and got in his car for money. Didn't he see that she also had a Ferrari 488? And from her famous brand clothes, it can be seen that this woman's family is very rich. "When are we leaving?" Bailuo asked when he saw that Ning didn't catch up. "Is your car here?" "I have contacted you a long time ago, and someone will come to tow it away later." "Then let's go." Ning sat in the driver's seat, and the G drove into the highway again. Along the way, Ning felt that Bailuo was a dull person. He didn't speak, and occasionally took out his mobile phone, slid it twice, and closed it. Ning was a little bored and tried to find a topic. "Ahem, come to think of it, I still don't know your name." "Bailuo." Bailuo stared at the front and answered. Ning nodded, "My name is." "Ning, right?" Bailuo took out Ning's ID card from the side and shook it. Yes." Ning was speechless after all these operations. "You are so confident to get in my car, aren't you afraid that I am a bad person?" Ning asked the doubts in his heart. In his opinion, girls still have to protect themselves outside, and it is always right to keep a vigilant consciousness, especially for a rare beauty like Bailuo in the world. You can't have the intention to harm others, but you can't be without the heart to guard against others. Of course, this truth is the same for boys. Bailuo took the phone to the side of the steering wheel and shook it, his face still neither sad nor happy. Ning saw that Bailuo had been sharing the location with someone, and his license plate number was also sent to that account. "I'm not a fool to get into a stranger's car casually," Bailuo explained quietly. The two chatted with each other. It was not until the sun set that they finally got off the highway. "Let's stop here. I'll just take a taxi later," Bailuo said when they reached the outskirts of Jincheng. Ning saw that the sky had completely darkened and the road was lit up with various neon lights. Still shook her head and refused. "Forget it, help people to the end, not to mention that it's almost 8 o'clock, and I'm worried about you, a girl, being outside." Bailuo looked at Ning with a strange look in his eyes. His big eyes flickered because of the reflection of the neon lights. "Thank you, Ning." she said softly, and her speed was much faster than before. Half an hour later, Ning put Bai Iluwa down. You should go home soon. It's late and you still have to go. Bai Iluwa urged. Ning smiled and nodded, then drove away. Looking at the taillights of the Mercedes-Benz G, Bai Iluwa said softly, have a safe trip. Arriving at the hotel that had been booked long ago, Bai Iluwa knocked on the door gently. Who is it? A young woman's voice came from the room. Xiao Xian, open the door, it's me. The door opened with a bang. Ai Xian had already put on her pajamas and finally breathed a sigh of relief when she saw Bai Iluwa. Iluwa, you're finally here. I was so worried when I saw you say your car broke down. Then why didn't you come to pick me up? Bai Iluwa said in a coquettish tone. I just got my driver's license, I don't dare to drive on the highway. Ai Xian stuck out her tongue and said embarrassedly. But then she felt something was wrong. As a close friend, she knew what kind of person Bai Iluwa was. His tone of voice was always calm and calm. How could he speak in a coquettish tone? He. Ai Xian looked gossipy, what good thing happened? Well, I guess so. Bai Iluwa nodded. Chapter 15, The Blind Date is Aquaman. Back in Yangcheng, it was 10 o'clock in the evening. After driving all day, Ning was already hungry, and there would be no food to eat when he got home. So Ning parked the car on the side of the road and found a roadside stall to eat. Even though he was a master chef, he had to admit that those who could set up stalls at night in Sichuan province must be at least very good. Those Michelin restaurants may not be as delicious as the fried rice at any roadside stall. Only halfway through the meal, there was a bang-bang sound of slapping the table from the kebab stall next door. Ning looked up and saw that it was a bald tattooed man standing in front of the table of a young couple, with anger in his eyes. I felt that something was wrong with you recently. So that's it, Suli, you are playing this trick on me? The bald tattooed man picked up the wine bottle on the table, smashed it to the ground with a bang, and then slapped Suli in the face. You just like this kind of pretty boy, don't you, you bitch? The bald tattooed man pointed at another man wearing glasses at the table and said. Then, the bald tattooed man poked the glasses man's chest. Boy, do you know that this is my girlfriend? You dare to pick up my girlfriend. Do you want to die? The glasses man was panicked when he saw the angry tattooed man, and could only explain weakly, brother, I really don't know, and Suli said she doesn't have a boyfriend. After hearing the glasses man's explanation, Ning realized that this woman was a sea king. Interesting, take a big mouthful of rice, isn't this better than fish-flavored pork shreds with rice? Gradually, many people gathered around, and no matter how big the event was, it couldn't stop the crowd from eating melons. In the end, in order to prevent both parties from fighting, someone quietly called the police, and several people were taken back to the police station. When Ning drove back home, it was almost 11 o'clock. Clang took out the keys one by one and opened the door. Finally back. Ning looked at the familiar layout in the house inside. Although the house is small, I feel at ease. Son. Why didn't you tell me you were back? It's so late, I thought there was a thief in the house. Ye's mother was wearing pajamas and was very surprised to see Ning. Olji also walked out of the dormitory and patted Ning on the shoulder. You've lost weight. Hey, Mom and Dad, I missed you so much. Ning hugged them both. Today was the happiest time he had laughed in such a long time. You're so old, but you don't know how to be more stable. Olji pushed Ning away and said unforgivingly. My son just came back, what do you think he is doing? Ye's mother pulled Ning to look left and right. My son is so handsome. Of course, don't you see whose seed he is? Olji was very proud. This is true. When Olji and Ye's mother were young, they were famous handsome men and beautiful women in the village. This damn society that values appearance. It's just right that you're back, so we can do what your third aunt said. Ye's mother seemed to remember something and ran into the dormitory in a hurry. Ning was confused. Dad, what's wrong with my mom? Your third aunt came a while ago and said she wanted to introduce you to a girl. Didn't you break up recently? Your mom agreed. Ah, Ning didn't expect that he would encounter a blind date. Wait, Mom, I have a girlfriend. Don't bother, third aunt. Ning said loudly. Ye's mother didn't believe Ning's words. They just broke up a few days ago. Now he said he has a girlfriend. Who would believe it? Ning must not want to go on a blind date and lie to her mother. Tomorrow, right? Then let's say it this way. Bye. Ye's mother hung up the phone in a hurry. Then she said to Olji, go buy more vegetables tomorrow. The whole family will come over. Mom, do you have to be so active? Ning looked helpless. There was no way. Ye's mother was the only head of the family. As long as Ye's mother decided something, no one could change it. You are already 25? If you don't take the initiative, I will become a nanny. You should get married early, while your father and I are still able to walk, and I can help you take care of the children now. The older generation pays the most attention to the continuation of the family line, and Ning's parents also want to hold their grandchildren early. In addition, Ning's income is not low now, so the two old people have no worries. Ning has no choice but to talk about it tomorrow. It's just a blind date, and it doesn't mean they will be together. At dawn the next day, Ning was dragged up by Ye's mother. Helping Ye's mother clean the house, wash vegetables and cook, busying this and that, the whole morning passed. Ding dong, I'm coming, son, go open the door. Ning opened the door and saw his third aunt first. Behind the third aunt were three strangers, who seemed to be a family of three. The young woman at the back, who was a little bit pretty, seemed to be the protagonist of today. Good afternoon, third aunt. Ning greeted. Xiao Ning has become handsome again. Third aunt praised with a smile. Come, let third aunt introduce them to you. This is Su Li's parents. Hello, uncle and aunt. Then, third aunt pulled Su Li, who was standing at the back, in front of Ning and said, this is Su Li. Not bad, isn't she? Ning had felt that this woman looked familiar. When he heard her name, he suddenly remembered that this was the female sea queen he met at a roadside stall last night. Chapter 16, Is Your Daughter Worthy? Could it be that he was exposed for playing 2 games and had no spare tire, so he had to let Ning take over? Moreover, he had long discovered that Su Li's parents looked down on his family at the door, and it seemed that they were not easy to get along with. Of course, Ning did not want to get along with this family. Before Ning could say anything, he heard Su Li's mother said to the third aunt with a look of disgust, Xiuquan, this is your nephew. He looks good, but his family conditions are a bit poor. Then, she completely ignored the embarrassed expression of the third aunt, looked at Ning and asked, young man, does your family have other houses besides this one? This is the only one in Yangcheng. Ning said without hesitation. He did not lie, the villa is in Zhengcheng. Oh, that's difficult. Su Li's mother looked regretful. My daughter Lily is naturally beautiful, and she has never suffered from hardship since she was a child. As parents, we certainly hope that she can live a better life after marriage. Not to say that she will be rich, but at least she will have a car and a house, and she will have no worries about food and clothing. What I said, young man, do you understand? Ning said calmly, you understand, then what? It's good that you understand, then don't say that your aunt is making things difficult for you. Ning knew that she was going to ask for a lot of money after saying this, so just watch her performance quietly. First of all, it's not easy for us to raise our daughter for so many years. A dowry of 1 million is not too much, right? After hearing this, the third aunt's face changed. Before entering the house, she asked for a dowry of 1 million. She knew Ning's family situation very well and she definitely couldn't afford it. But Su Li's mother didn't care so much. Secondly, the house should be at least 200 square meters, and the car doesn't need to be too expensive, about 500,000 will do. The BMW 5 Series of my colleague's child is pretty good. This is all for now. See if you can accept it? Su Li's mother crossed her arms with an arrogant attitude. Ning sneered in her heart. A piece of shit who had dated so many boyfriends could actually offer such a price. It really fits the saying, if you are not from the same family, you will not enter the same door. Auntie, are these requirements you mentioned too low? Ning said calmly, a 200 square meter house and a car worth 500,000 yuan, this is too rubbish. Suli's family had originally prepared for Ning to refuse and then turn around and leave, but they didn't expect Ning to say that this requirement was too low. The three members of the Su family had golden light in their eyes, and looking at Ning was like seeing a huge gold mountain. Ah, right, I wonder what my son-in-law thinks. Suli's mother changed her words, looking at her in a friendly manner. Although I seldom go back to Yangchang, my parents are here after all, and this house is indeed too small, so I plan to buy a villa. Ning said. Villa. The Su family didn't hear anything clearly, and they heard Ning say that he was going to buy a villa. When Suli's name is filled in on the property certificate, it will be at least several million. As for the car, I have a Mercedes-Benz G-Class, which is parked downstairs, so I won't buy one for the time being. Ning took out the car key and shook it. Mercedes-Benz G-Class. It turned out that the black G-Class they saw downstairs just now was Ning's. At that time, they were still thinking that it would be great if they could marry their daughter to the owner of this Mercedes-Benz G-Class. Now isn't this a coincidence? It's like a pie in the sky. Ha ha ha, good. Suli's father also spoke, I like motivated guys like you. Let's go in first, I want to talk to my mother-in-law about the wedding later. As he said, the family was about to pass Ning and enter the door. Bang! But when the third aunt walked into the door, Ning stretched out his arm directly and pressed it heavily against the doorframe, blocking the Su family outside. The sudden change scared several people. Ha, son-in-law, what do you mean by this? Suli's mother smiled awkwardly. Who is your son-in-law? Ning sneered. When you came, you had a stern face, looking down on others. When you heard that I was rich, you kept calling me a good son-in-law. Don't you think you are shameless? A 1 million betrothal gift, a 200 square meter house, and a 500,000 yuan car. Ning sneered, do you think your daughter deserves it? Ning, what do you mean? Why do you look down on me? Suli, who had been silent, was instantly upset when she heard Ning's story about her. Although Suli was not extremely beautiful, she was also naturally beautiful and a serious beauty. With her conditions, what was a 1 million betrothal gift? If she wanted, it was not impossible for her to marry into a wealthy family and become a rich wife. Ha, Suli, it seems that the police uncle didn't teach you enough last night. As soon as Ning said this, Suli's face turned pale as paper. You were there? Suli said with difficulty. Ning glanced at her with contempt. Ha, what do you think? If you don't want others to know, then don't do it yourself. Suli's parents didn't understand what Ning said to their daughter, but they heard the word police clearly. Lily, what happened? Suli's mother questioned. Suli begged, Mom, don't say it, let's go back first. What about the blind date? Suli's mother was still unwilling to give up. They naturally didn't want to miss a rich man like Ning. What's the point of a blind date now? Suli wanted to dig a hole and crawl into it, leaving her parents behind and running away. Ning didn't care about what happened to their family and closed the door directly. Ning, what's going on? Why didn't I understand what you said? Aunt San felt that the atmosphere was not right just now, so she didn't say anything tactfully. Yes, son, do you know Suli? Ye's mother brought the last dish and asked in confusion. Even old Ji, who had been sitting on the sofa and hadn't spoken, looked over. Chapter 17 Mo Qingqing. Ning recounted what she saw and heard last night. After hearing this, Ye's mother shook her head repeatedly. Hey, looking at such a pretty girl, how could she be like this? It's just nonsense. Third aunt did not expect that not only Suli's parents were weird, but she herself was not as simple as she looked. I'm sorry, Ning, third aunt did not expect that Suli would be so. Third aunt was very embarrassed. She introduced Suli to them, but she did not expect that she would be such a person. It's okay, third aunt, it's Suli who is too good at disguising herself. Didn't you see that her parents don't know about her shitty things? That's right. Third aunt smiled embarrassedly. Later, when eating, Yi Ning and the others tacitly did not mention Su Li, feeling disgusted. By the way, remember to pick up your sister tomorrow afternoon. Ye's mother picked up a piece of chicken for Yi Ning and said. Although Yi Ning had mentioned the car purchase to her before, she did not expect that her son actually bought a car worth millions. It was only from the conversation between Yi Ning and Su Li's family that she learned about this matter just now. Thinking about the 1 million cash that Yi Ning had transferred to her before, and now the car worth several million, she didn't know how much money her son had. Okay. Yi Ning agreed casually. Yi Xiaogua was in the 3rd year of high school, and there was still a month before the college entrance examination. Their school only had 2 days off a month, and tomorrow could be said to be their last holiday before the college entrance examination. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Yi Ning received a call from Li Hu, a good friend from high school. Yi Zi, have you seen the message in the group? Li Hu's voice on the other end of the phone was much rougher than Yi Ning remembered. No, wait for me to see. Yi Ning opened the class group, and many people in the group were discussing. Of course, the topic was about the class reunion. Are you going? Yi Ning asked. He didn't care about such things. He had a good relationship with his classmates in high school, and he could chat with anyone. But Li Hu was the only real friend, so if Li Hu didn't go, he wouldn't bother to go. Go, let's go together. Okay, contact me then. After hanging up the phone, Yi Ning went to bed early. The next day, Yi Ning finally remembered that there were gifts for his family in the car that he hadn't brought up. While going out to throw away the garbage, he carried a lot of things upstairs. Son, what are you doing? Ye's mother was a little confused when she saw that her son had brought so many things up in just a few minutes. This is the cosmetics I bought for you, Mom. I wish you eternal youth. Yi Ning said with a smile. Mom is old, why waste all this money? Ye's mother muttered in her mouth, but her face was still very happy. Then Yi Ning took out a green bracelet for Ye's mother to wear. Although Ye's mother didn't understand the value of jade, this bracelet didn't look cheap at first glance. She gently stroked the coldness on her wrist and said in an amiable tone, "It cost a lot of money, didn't it?" Seeing that her mother liked it very much, Yi Ning was also happy. Hey, as long as you like it, Mom. Seeing that Yi Ning didn't say anything, Ye's mother didn't ask about the price of the bracelet. This bracelet is indeed not cheap, but it's nearly 500,000, but Yi Ning doesn't care. Yi Ning put 5 more bottles of mutai in front of Olji. Dad, you haven't tried this stuff yet, right? How much? Olji had only this hobby, so he picked up a bottle of wine and asked excitedly. Not expensive, 50,000. It was obvious that Olji's hands trembled when he heard the number Yi Ning said, and he almost dropped the wine on the ground. 10,000 a bottle is not expensive? Olji rolled his eyes at Yi Ning in annoyance. Do you know that a month ago, old Du's daughter came home and brought him 2 bottles of mutai worth 2,000 yuan, and she showed them off for many days? Yi Ning knew that the old Du that Olji was talking about was from this community. He was actually a good person, but he liked to show off. Of course, he had a daughter who graduated from a prestigious university, so he also had the capital to show off. Such an expensive mutai, bring a bottle to old Du and the others to taste in a few days, huh? Yi Ning looked at his father's smug look and was about to say something, but after thinking about it, he decided to forget it. The 50,000 he said was not the 50,000 that Olji understood. He said 50,000 per bottle, but Olji understood it as 50,000 for 5 bottles. I wonder if Olji would be willing to share it if he knew the real price of the wine. In the afternoon, Yi Ning drove to Yancheng High School. This is not only the school of his sister Yi Xiaogua, but also Yi Ning's alma mater. Although the class was not over when Yi Ning arrived at the school, there were already many private cars parked on the roadside at the school gate. The moment Yi Ning's car appeared at the school gate, many parents noticed it at the first time. This is a Mercedes-Benz G. A car worth millions, appearing in a small city like Yangchang, naturally attracted a lot of attention. Yi Ning was sitting in the car and watching videos, and his eyes were suddenly attracted by a young woman wearing a green plain skirt, short hair, and a petite figure. Yi Ning admitted that this woman was really too beautiful, and her appearance was comparable to Su Wire in Bai Iluo. It's just that the temperament is different. This woman is the kind of petite and cute type, which can also be said to be very cruel. The more important reason is that he knows this girl, who is Yi Ning's high school classmate and class flower, Mo Qingqing. Of course, if their school had selected the most beautiful girls at that time, Mo Qingqing would have definitely topped the list. After so many years, seeing Mo Qingqing again, Yi Ning still felt a little excited. In high school, which boy in the class dared to say that he had never had a crush on Mo Qingqing? Just when he didn't know how to greet her, Mo Qingqing saw him at the first time and took the initiative to come over. Yi Ning, long time no see. Chapter 18, Receiving Two Little Ones. It's been a long time since we last met. How are you doing recently, class flower? Yi Ning said with a smile. Mo Qingqing's expression was complicated. I'm no longer a class flower. You can just call me Qingqing. Mo Qingqing didn't say whether she was living well. In her 3 years of high school, she was admitted to Sichuan University, a well-known domestic university, with the first place in the school with excellent character and academic performance. After graduating from college, Mo Qingqing, who wanted to continue her studies, wanted to work and study part-time and continue to take the postgraduate entrance examination. But a sudden change dealt a huge blow to Mo Qingqing, who was originally from a single-parent family. Her mother was diagnosed with kidney failure. The huge medical expenses forced her to give up her plan to take the postgraduate entrance examination and return to Yangcheng from Jincheng, working to earn money while taking care of her mother. Her younger sister Mo Chanshan is in her 3rd year of high school, and she will need a lot of money to go to college. Can this be considered living well? Thinking of this, Mo Qingqing's brows became increasingly worried. Seeing Mo Qingqing's expression, Yi Ning knew that she had not been living a good life recently, so he immediately changed the subject. Do you have a brother or sister in Yangcheng High School? Yes. Mo Qingqing nodded. My sister Chanshan is in her 3rd year of high school this year. That's a coincidence. My Xiaoguo will also take the college entrance examination soon. Maybe we are in the same class. Yi Ning joked. Xiaoguo? Yi Xiaoguo, you are my sister? Mo Qingqing's eyes widened. Do you know my sister? Not only do I know her, but she and my sister have a very good relationship. Mo Qingqing admitted. She felt incredible in her heart that Mo Chanshan's good sister turned out to be Yi Ning's sister. The world is really full of coincidences. The two chatted for a while, and the bell for the end of class finally rang. For so many years, this bell has never changed. Yes, it has always been this. Mo Qingqing seemed to be recalling something, and a long-lost smile appeared on her face. When Yi Xiaoguo and Mo Chanshan both walked out of the school gate, Yi Ning immediately spotted them. Yi Xiaoguo is tall. At the age of 18, she is 168 centimeters tall, just a little shorter than the young anchor Su Wire. Mo Chanshan is similar to Mo Qingqing, only about 1.6 meters tall. Both are petite and cute. But without exception, both are first-class beauties, and stand out among all the high school students who have walked out of the school gate. Xiaoguo, I saw my sister, let's go over. Following the direction of Mo Chanshan's finger, Mo Qingqing stood quietly like a lotus. But, why does the man next to Sister Qingqing look familiar? Chanshan. Yi Xiaoguo grabbed Mo Chanshan's arm. I saw someone who looks like my brother. Not like your brother, I am your brother. Yi Ning rolled his eyes. His sister was enough. She couldn't even recognize her own brother. Originally, I had imagined several touching ways to meet her, but Yi Xiaoguo's heartlessness broke the fantasy. It's a pity that Yi Ning even prepared a gift for her. It's really a real sister. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. Yi Ning couldn't help but play with Yi Xiaoguo's hair, letting her feel the messy gorgeousness. Brother! You touched my hair again. Yi Xiaoguo pouted, looking angry, but in the eyes of outsiders, she was just acting like a spoiled child. Oddly enough, Yi Xiaoguo had a carefree personality since she was a child. She could make friends with the girls in the class and get along well with the boys. Whenever she encountered any problems, she would always take the initiative to solve them and rarely ask for help from others. This cultivated her independent personality. But even such a Yi Xiaoguo often acted like a spoiled child when facing Yi Ning, and was even closer to him than Yi's mother. Mo Tiantian, who was standing next to her, looked at Yi Xiaoguo in disbelief. At this moment, Yi Xiaoguo was very unfamiliar to her. She had seen that Yi Xiaoguo could also act like a spoiled child. "By the way, brother, this is my good friend, Mo Tiantian." Yi Xiaoguo pulled Mo Tiantian to introduce him. "Tiantian, this is the cheap brother I usually show you. Isn't he handsome?" Mo Tiantian looked a little embarrassed and whispered, "Hello, brother Ning." Then she didn't say anything. If she hadn't been close, Ning might not have heard it. Leading the two little ones, Ning came to Mo Qingqing. Yi Xiaoguo also shouted with a smile, "Sister Qingqing." It can be seen that they have known each other for a long time. After knowing that Mo Qingqing came by bus, Ning took the initiative to invite Mo Qingqing and her sister to get on his car. Yi Xiaoguo was surprised to hear that Ning bought a car. When they came to the Mercedes-Benz G, Yi Xiaoguo was even more incredible. "Brother, is this Mercedes-Benz yours?" "Yes, how is it, does it look good? Where did you get so much money?" Yi Xiaoguo was very curious. Not to mention Yi Xiaoguo, even Mo Qingqing and her sister were very curious. They knew Yi Xiaoguo's family situation. Both parents came from the countryside and saved some money to buy a house in Yangcheng, and it was an old community. It can be said that the family conditions of the two sisters were even worse than before their mother fell ill. In such an environment, Ning could actually drive such an expensive car in just a few years. It was incredible. "Of course it was earned by your brother," Ning said. In fact, Ning was also very emotional. If there was no system, he would still be a useless social animal, right? He lived a 996 life, facing double pressure from his boss and customers every day. He was very satisfied with his current life, and he was really grateful to the system. Ning drove the car and headed towards the hospital in the city center. Because the place where Mo Qingqing and her sister were going was the hospital. Chapter 19: Buying a Villa. Inside the car, the atmosphere was a little dull. As long as the hospital is mentioned, it may mean that something bad is going to happen. Thinking of the sadness between Mo Qingqing's eyebrows when they met, the situation must be quite serious. When they arrived at the hospital gate, Ning stopped the car. Mo Qingqing took a deep breath and said thank you to Ning. Ning shook his head, indicating that it was not necessary. The two sisters got out of the car and stared at Mo Qingqing's thin back. Ning couldn't help but stick his head out of the window and said, "Qingqing, if you have any difficulties, just ask directly, and I will definitely help if I can." Hearing Ning's words, Mo Qingqing's body trembled. She turned her head slightly and nodded to Ning. When Ning drove away gradually, he could not see any shadow at last. Mo Tiantian said, "Brother Ning is really good, and he is also very capable." Mo Qingqing nodded and smiled lightly. Indeed, he has never changed. On the way home, Ning learned about the situation of Mo Qingqing's family from Yi Xiaoguo. Birth, aging, illness and death are the fate that people can never get rid of. This burden was too heavy for Mo Qingqing, who was the same age as Ning. Ning certainly didn't mind helping Mo Qingqing. But since Mo Qingqing didn't ask, he certainly wouldn't give her money. This not only made outsiders think that his motives were impure, but also hurt Mo Qingqing's self-esteem. He could see that Mo Qingqing was a proud girl. Otherwise, with her capital, it wouldn't be difficult for her to make money from other means. After driving Yi Xiaoguo back home, the family of four finally reunited. At the dinner table, Ning took out a Patek Philippe lady's watch and gave it to his sister. Wow! Patek Philippe! Yi Xiaoguo was so happy that even her favorite chicken leg didn't smell good. She put down her chopsticks and snatched the watch. She wanted a watch a long time ago, but she never had the money to buy it. Unexpectedly, her brother not only bought it for her, but also bought the most expensive Patek Philippe. Ning didn't expect that her sister could actually recognize Patek Philippe. It seems that high school students now have a wider range of cognition than Ning and others did at the beginning. Of course, there are good and bad. You should be careful at school, don't lose your watch. Ye's mother doesn't care about Patek Philippe or Chanda Philippe. She knows clearly how much her son loves his sister, so the things he buys are naturally the best. This watch, at least, starts with the word one. Hee, I know, don't worry, Mom. Yi Xiaoguo has not yet recovered from the excitement. He ate a few mouthfuls of food, picked up the box containing the watch and ran into the bedroom. Before closing the door, he also said loudly, I'm full. Whenever Ye's mother saw Yi Xiaoguo's impetuous look, she could not suppress her anger. This girl doesn't look like a girl, old Ji, it's all your fault. Ye's mother pointed at old Ji and gritted her teeth. Seeing his father put on a bitter face, Ning covered his mouth to hold back his laughter. Ning, don't laugh, you are the same as your father, you only know how to spoil your sister. Some things can be avoided on the first day, but not on the 15th. The father and son looked at each other, and their eyes revealed the helplessness of being a man. Mom and Dad, Xiaoguo happens to be at home. Let's go look at houses tomorrow. After eating and drinking, Ning suggested. As soon as these words came out, it was obvious that the two elders' eyes lit up. The house they live in is indeed too small. It is usually okay for a family of 4 to live in. Every time during the holidays, relatives and friends come to play, it will be very crowded. Moreover, this is an old community built more than 20 years ago, and there will always be various problems. The most important thing is that the son and daughter have grown up. In the future, you will also need a house to start a family, right? Okay, then use the 1 million on Mom's card and we will change to a bigger house. Ye's mother made the decision. In Yangcheng, a small city, the average house price is only more than 7,000, and 1 million can buy a good apartment. But Ning felt that it was still too small, and his initial goal was only a villa. The next morning, Lao Yi suddenly received a call from the factory and hurried to work. There was no choice, Ning could only drive the car and take Ye's mother and Yi Xiaoguo out together. Ning had a goal, so he didn't go to any ordinary real estate projects, and went directly to the most expensive place in Yangcheng. Son, why are you here? The houses here are very expensive. Even Ye's mother, who was indifferent to the house prices, had heard of the reputation of Yangcheng Jingshui Bay. Since you want to buy, you must buy the best one, otherwise after 20 or 30 years, it will still be like the house you live in now, and it will be too late to regret. Ye's mother listened and thought it was right. Anyway, these houses will be given to her son and daughter in the future, so it's better to buy better ones. Welcome to Jingshui Bay. Ning had just parked the car, and the salesgirl was already standing by and waiting. Is this the treatment of driving a luxury car? Sir, what type of real estate do you and the two ladies want to see? Villa. Ning didn't hesitate at all. The salesgirl smiled and nodded, not at all surprised. Are you kidding? Didn't you see that the cars this handsome guy drives are all Mercedes-Benz G-Class worth hundreds of dollars? It would be strange for a rich man of this level not to buy a villa, right? Sir, our villas in Jingshui Bay are all riverside villas, and they are all fully furnished, ready for move-in at any time. Ning was fine following the salesgirl, because Jingshui Bay was still a lot worse than his Yunshan Longjing villa in Jiangcheng. But Ye's mother and sister Yi Xiaoguo were dazzled. Especially when they heard the price of the villa, it was like a huge rock hanging over their hearts. Don't take us to see the others first, just tell us which one is the most expensive here? Ning felt that there was no point in introducing too much, and he still followed the same principle. If he wanted to buy, he would buy the most expensive one. Chapter 20, 100 times critical hit, 1.5 billion in cash. Mr. Yi, the price of Jingshui No. 1 villa is 15 million. Would you like to go with me to have a look? The salesgirl raised her eyebrows when she heard Ning's words. The reason why she took Ning to see those villas worth 6 or 7 million was because this price was the best. Because houses worth tens of millions are not affordable for ordinary rich people. That is a huge cash flow. Unless the family assets are hundreds of millions, who can afford so much money to buy a house? So she took the lead in making an offer so that Ning could have a rough idea. During this period, she was also observing Ning's expression. With her eyes, she could naturally see that the three people were led by Ning. Okay, let's take this one. Take me to have a look. Seeing that Ning didn't even blink, the salesgirl was overjoyed. So she still underestimated this handsome guy driving a Mercedes-Benz G. Brother, do you want to buy such an expensive house? More than 10 million. How rich are you? Yi Shuhua asked quietly while pulling Yi Ning's arm. Ye's mother was also frightened by her son's generosity. More than 10 million, how capable is her son? Ha, it's okay to support you for life anyway. Yi Ning pinched Yi Shuhua's face and answered gently. Hate it, who wants you to support me? Yi Shuhua slapped Yi Ning's hand away, looking disgusted. In fact, they didn't know that Yi Ning only had more than 16 million in cash. But he was not panicked at all. Who told him to have a system? Villa number 1 is completely different from the house worth millions just now. Not only is the area larger, but the quality of the interior decoration and the furniture and appliances delivered is obviously more than one level higher. Although it is far worse than Yi Ning's villa in Jiangcheng, it is also very good. You know, this is just a small city in the 18th tier. Mom, what do you think? Yi Ning wanted to hear Ye's mother's opinion. He would not live in Yangcheng for a long time, and Yi Shuhua would soon go to college, so this house would be mostly for the two old people to live in. The house is good, but it's too expensive. Faced with more than 10 million, Ye's mother was also a little unsure. Yi Ning smiled and said, if you like it, just buy it. It will be convenient for more customers to come in the future. Seeing Ye's mother's expression, Yi Ning knew that Ye's mother was very tempted by this villa. Go get the contract. I bought it, in full. Okay. Please wait, I'll prepare it now. The salesgirl was overwhelmed by the huge surprise. She stepped on her high heels and ran quickly to the sales hall. How is it? Xiaoli, did they buy it? Seeing this employee named Xiaoli running over, the sales manager looked at her expectantly. The houses in Jingshuibei are naturally selling well, but there are still not many people buying villas. This is a rare large order. It's decided, they want to buy villa number 1. Which number? Say it again. The manager thought he had heard it wrong, and the tone of his voice became a few cents higher. Number 1, the one of 1, 2, 3. Xiaoli's hands were shaking, and she was so excited that she took the tea poured by the manager and drank it in one gulp. And that Mr. Yi said he paid in full. Villa number 1. And in full. How rich is he? Hurry up, why are you standing there without preparing the contract? The manager yelled to the staff in the finance office. The contract was printed out, and the manager and Xiaoli came to villa number 1 together. Hello, Mr. Yi, I am the sales manager of Jingshuibei. The contract has been prepared for you. Do you want to sign it now? Well, now. Yi Ning took the contract to Ye's mother. Mom, I have a house in Jiangcheng, this one will be written in your name. Yi Ning would not write his own name, because the system triggers the probability of critical strike to buy it for women. Can't waste every critical strike opportunity. Why write mine, or write Shuhua's? Ye's mother said. That's fine. Yi Ning said. No, I. Yi Shuhua hadn't finished speaking. Sign quickly. Yi Ning and Ye's mother said in unison. Oh. Yi Shuhua pouted and silently picked up the contract and wrote his name. The manager and Xiaoli sitting next to him were shocked to see this scene. Why do you still look unwilling when your name is written on the house? This is 15 million. Ding. Host spent 15 million for Yi Shuhua, got a 100-fold cash crit, and was rewarded with 1.5 billion. 100-fold cashback appears again. Just spent more than 10 million, and got 1.5 billion back. This is too cool. Fortunately, I didn't write my name, otherwise it would only be 150 million at most. I almost lost more than 1 billion. After buying the house, Yi Ning took Yi Ma and Yi Shuhua to the shopping mall to shop. They bought a lot of daily necessities, and they didn't spend tens of thousands of yuan in total, and there was no crit. On the way home, Yi Ning's phone suddenly rang. Brother, phone call. Yi Shuhua held the phone on the back seat and stretched it forward. I'm driving, you help me answer it. Yi Ning said casually. Yi Shuhua looked at the screen and found that it was a video call, and it was a woman named Su Weier. A sly smile flashed across his face. and he silently turned the call volume to the maximum before pressing the answer button. Ning, I got the car, come and take a look at it. As soon as the video was connected, a clear and pleasant voice came from the other end of the phone, which was very nice. But the next moment, when Su Wire saw that the person on the screen was not Ning, but a strange little beauty, she subconsciously thought that she had called the wrong number. Sorry, I called the wrong number. Seeing that Su Wire was about to hang up the video, Yi Xiaogua hurriedly stopped her. Sister Wei, you didn't call the wrong number, my brother is driving, my name is Yi Xiaogua. The moment Ning heard Su Wei's voice, he knew that he was in trouble. How could he forget that today was Su Wei's day to pick up the car? This was especially true when Yi's mother turned around in an instant to look at Yi Xiaogua in the back seat. Chapter 21 Old Yi, Danger. Are you Yi Ning's sister? Hello, Xiaogua, you are so pretty. When Su Wei learned that this little beauty was Yi Ning's sister, she secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was okay. At the same time, she was shocked by the powerful genes of the Yi Ning family. Both the brother and sister are beautiful, this is too amazing. Yi Ning. Why don't you say anything? Fortunately, your sister answered the phone. If it was your uncle or aunt, it would be so embarrassing. After a moment, Su Wei said slightly angrily. Suddenly, the car was extremely quiet, and the expressions of Yi Ning's brother and sister froze. Ahem. Yi Ning deliberately coughed twice. Seeing that Yi Ning did not answer and Yi Xiaogua did not speak, Su Wei also realized that something was wrong. Xiaogua, it can't be. Su Wei's momentum was obviously weakened. Xiaogua, give me your brother's mobile phone. Without waiting for Yi Xiaogua to speak, Yi's mother was so happy that she stretched out her hand to Yi Xiaogua. Suddenly, a middle-aged beautiful woman appeared on Su Wei's screen, and her eyebrows were somewhat similar to Yi Ning. Su Wei's face flushed red, and she gritted her teeth. She was so panicked that she could hardly hold the phone. The moment Yi's mother saw Su Wei, her eyes lit up. This girl is so pretty. And she blushed when she saw her. She must be a simple girl. If you can't call me auntie, don't call me. Just call me mom. Yi's mother teased her with a smile. Mom. Puff. Yi Ning was stunned by the sudden sound and almost stepped on the wrong brake. Yi Xiaogua laughed ha 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 in the back seat. Even the usually reserved mother paused for a second because of the word mom. Okay. Then Yi's mother was overjoyed and couldn't stop smiling. The moment Su Wei accidentally shouted, she blushed and didn't dare to speak. It was so embarrassing today. It's all Yi Ning's fault, the bad guy. In the next half hour, Su Wei was asked this and that by Yi's mother, and she was almost about to report her ID number. The moment she hung up the phone, Su Wei finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although her face was still flushed, she still hated Yi Ning when she thought of him. But she felt a little inexplicably happy, because she could see that Yi Ning's mother liked her very much. At least she passed the first level. If they get married in the future. Oh. Su Wei, are you ashamed? You just keep imagining things. Su Wei rested her forehead on the steering wheel of the Porsche 911, sometimes shy, and sometimes giggling. After hanging up the phone, Yi's mother still looked unsatisfied. Son, this girl is good, I like her very much. She handed Yi Ning's phone to Yi Xiaogua and asked, when will you bring her back for me and your dad to see? Yi Ning understood that when things had developed to this point, no matter how he explained, Yi's mother had already regarded Su Wei as her daughter-in-law. So he can only deal with it. I'll try my best. What do you mean by try my best? Yi's mother pretended to be angry. Next time if you don't bring Xiao Su here, don't come back. Yi Ning didn't expect that in just a short while, his own mother would not recognize him. Mom, you are too. What? Yi's mother narrowed her eyes. Yi Ning smiled awkwardly, too reasonable, very reasonable. Humph. Yi's mother showed a victorious expression. Yi Xiaogua laughed so hard that his stomach hurt in the back seat. He held his stomach and frowned, and even couldn't straighten his waist. Today's dinner was prepared by Yi Ning. Under Ye's mother's suspicious eyes, Ning brought out boiled pork slices, bamboo shoot chicken, husband and wife lung slices and other hard dishes one after another. To be ashamed, Ning has not cooked by himself since he acquired master-level cooking skills. But when Ye's mother saw the dinner made by her son, she was still very surprised. Let's not talk about the taste, at least in terms of color, these dishes are better than hers. At mealtime, Olji also returned home. He immediately took off his thin coat and went to the bathroom. Today's dishes are good. Olji washed his face and came to the dining table. Well, I improved it a little bit. You try it and see which one is better than before. Before Ning and his sister spoke, Ye's mother spoke first, and at the same time, she gently picked up a piece of beef for Olji. Olji did not doubt it and put the beef in his mouth. A unique aroma of sauce mixed with beef burst on the tip of his tongue. Fragrant. Olji took a sip of wine, and a satisfied expression appeared on his face. How is it? Compared with what I made before, which one is better? Ye's mother raised the corner of her mouth, and she kept smiling on her face. Although he was a little surprised that his wife was weird today, Olji did not think too much. Moreover, today's meals are indeed a great improvement compared to before. His wife's cooking skills have improved, so he, as a husband, naturally has to praise her. Today's dishes are indeed. Ahem. Ning blocked his mouth with his fist. Sorry, I choked. At the same time, Olji finally discovered that his daughter Yishagwa kept winking at him. Considering that his wife spoke a little strangely than usual, he shrank his neck in fear. So that's how it is. Oh my god, that was a close call. Go on, what's wrong with today's dishes? Ye's mother asked with a smile in her eyes. However, the smile was so icy in Olji's eyes, and a chill kept rising from his feet to his head. Today's dishes are indeed not as delicious as before. Olji said solemnly. Wife, don't change, the usual is the best. Olji stared at Ye's mother's eyes affectionately. Ye's mother narrowed her eyes and smiled. Really? Of course. That's fine, eat the food and taste your son's cooking. Ye's mother was busy, and she put a chicken leg for Olji. Didn't you say you cooked it? Olji pretended to be surprised. Did I say that? No. Olji and the brother and sister shook their heads in unison. After dinner, Ning took a cup of tea and rested on the balcony. Ring, ring, ring. The phone rang. Picking up the phone, Mo Qingqing's name appeared on the screen. Chapter 22 Class Reunion. Originally, Ning thought that Mo Qingqing was seeking help because of her mother's illness. But Mo Qingqing just asked him if he would attend the class reunion. After getting Ning's affirmation, Mo Qingqing expressed his desire to go with Ning. Ning readily agreed to this request. The next afternoon, Ning drove Yishagwa and came to the downstairs of Mo Qingqing's house according to the navigation. Mo Qingqing and Mo Chanshan's sisters seemed to have been waiting for a while. Yishagwa and Mo Chanshan sat in the back seat tacitly, leaving the only co-pilot to Mo Qingqing. During this period, Ning even saw through the rearview mirror that Yishagwa was frantically hinting at Mo Chanshan with his eyes, saying that there was no hope. Ning didn't understand why her sister, after knowing Su Weiler, had to help him pull Mo Qingqing on board. Did she really want her brother to be a scumbag? Of course, I am. Mo Qingqing smiled helplessly at Ning, and then took the initiative to open the front door of the car. Today, Mo Qingqing is still wearing a skirt, but she has changed from green to purple. But no matter what color she wears, it can't hide her stunning face. Who says cuteness is worthless in front of sexiness? At least for Mo Qingqing, cuteness is justice. Brother, after you send me and Shanshan to school, will you go on a date with Sister Qingqing? Halfway through the journey, Yishagwa teased loudly, covering his mouth and laughing. Ning has long been accustomed to Yishagwa's personality, and he remained calm in the face of her teasing. Of course, this is also closely related to Ning's thick skin. But Mo Qingqing is thin-skinned. Although she didn't show it, if you look closely, you can still see that the tip of her ear is stained with shame. First of all, Qingqing and I are going to attend a class reunion. Secondly, I have to pick someone up later. Ning explained slowly. He naturally didn't forget his good brother Li Hu. Ning is not a person who values love over friendship. Arriving at the school gate, Ning parked the car on the side of the road. "Brother, I'm leaving." "Yeah. Don't you have anything to say to me?" Yi Xiaoguo asked. Ning thought for a moment. "Study hard." "Humph. Hate it, sly." Yi Xiaoguo stuck out his tongue and made a face, pulling Mo Chanxian's hand and walking towards the school gate. "Let's go." Watching Yi Xiaoguo and the other person enter the school, Ning slowly started the accelerator. Li Hu's family lives in the suburbs, in an old-style bungalow. When he was in high school, Ning went to his house to play many times. But Li Hu is not good at studying. Although he barely passed the college entrance examination, he dropped out of school for various reasons. Now he works on the assembly line and barely makes a living in a month. Ning stopped in front of Li Hu's house and honked twice. 10 seconds later, a man with a height of nearly 1.9 meters and short hair walked out of the red-painted iron gate. The moment he saw Ning, Li Hu smiled. "Yi Zi, you are good. You can drive a Mercedes-Benz G." Li Hu knew that Ning bought a new car a few days ago, but he never thought it was a Mercedes-Benz. And it was a G that both men and women dream of. "Don't deny it first, think about it carefully, just tell me whether you have dreamed of it or not." Li Hu, who was about to walk to the co-pilot, heard a nice and familiar greeting from the car at this moment. "Li Hu, good afternoon, do you remember me?" Hiss. Seeing the beauty in the co-pilot clearly, Li Hu barely recognized that this was Mo Qingqing, the class flower in high school. Li Hu grabbed the back of his head and smiled, and consciously opened the back door and got in. Remember, the class flower. "Yi Zi, awesome." Li Hu gently patted Ning's shoulder and quietly gave a thumbs up. You know, in high school, not to mention the class, even other grades and even other schools, many people chased Mo Qingqing, but without exception, they all ended in failure. At that time, most people in the class believed that the class flower rejected others, most likely because of Ning. At that time, Ning did have a crush on Mo Qingqing, but he never expressed his feelings until he graduated from high school. Li Hu felt sorry for his brother for a long time, but he didn't expect that the two of them were still together. Is this the so-called fate, wonderful? Ning knew that Li Hu must have misunderstood the relationship between him and Mo Qingqing, but he didn't explain too much. What if it really worked out? The moment the G-Class drove into the Jinyang Hotel, several eyes were cast at the same time. Especially the several women dressed up at the door, their eyes were green when they saw the Mercedes-Benz G-Class, wishing they could sit in the passenger seat. Li Hu in the back seat and Mo Qingqing in the passenger seat were the first to open the car door. Look! Isn't that Mo Qingqing? And that man, is it Li Hu? The people gathered at the door recognized the identities of the two at a glance. I didn't expect that they were the two sitting in the car, so who is the owner of the car? A curly-haired woman with a crystal bag said to herself, and she had some guesses in her heart. Her name is Yu Yao, her appearance can be scored 7 or 8 points, and she is good at dressing up. There were many people pursuing her in the class back then. But she fell in love with Ning, who was the class flower. Thinking back to when she confessed to Ning, but Ning only replied with a word no, the young girl almost cried out. Thinking about it now, there is still a hint of sadness in my heart. Of course, now everyone has grown up, and Yu Yao also held a wedding not long ago, so these things are just like passing clouds. When she saw Ning getting off the car, a look of as expected appeared on her face. Look, it's Ning! Yu Yao's friend Bei Shuyuan exclaimed, he is still so handsome, and he is doing so well. Thinking of this, Bei Shuyuan looked regretful. If she had known earlier, she would have tried hard. Maybe it would have worked, and now she would also be a rich lady. Of course, this thought was fleeting. From the moment Mo Qingqing walked out from Ning's passenger seat, all the girls realized that they didn't stand a chance. Chapter 23 Rumor, Jinyang Hotel. Coincidentally, all the men present felt their hearts breaking at the same time when they saw Ning and Mo Qingqing, who looked like a perfect match. Although many of them have already started families and established careers, who can forget the things about first love? As for Li Hu who came with them, they had long ignored him. What's the matter? Why are you all gathered at the door? Ning approached and greeted them with a smile. We were so shocked by the handsome man and the beautiful woman that we couldn't even walk. Yao's face flashed with a complex expression, and he joked. That's right, you two are disloyal and secretly got together while we didn't know. Bei Shuyuan echoed from the side. That's right, at least you should announce it officially. What kind of underground party is this? Even Li Hu on the side nodded to Ning. Ning smiled bitterly in his heart. Even if he did have feelings for Mo Qingqing, at least they were still innocent now. But if he came out to clarify at this moment, it would be a miracle if these people would believe him. As if sensing Ning's entanglement, Mo Qingqing moved slightly closer to Ning until their arms touched. Just as Ning was puzzled, a soft and sticky touch came from his arm. Along with it, there was also a fresh and sweet scent, which was the smell from Mo Qingqing. Mo Qingqing didn't care about Ning's surprised look, and naturally took Ning's arm. It's not too late to make an official announcement now, so don't embarrass Ning. Mo Qingqing smiled playfully. I feel full, so I don't have to eat this meal. You two are really hateful. Not only did you secretly hook up behind our backs, but you also came to show off your love. Ning, don't think about walking out today. Yes, get him drunk. A large group of male classmates gritted their teeth in hatred of Ning. If they didn't teach Ning a lesson today, they would be sorry for their youth that would never return. While chatting and laughing, time came to dinner time. At the dinner table, everyone tacitly did not talk about work, income, and other issues. Talking about such topics publicly will inevitably embarrass some people. Besides, when it comes to income, who can compare to Ning at the scene? The most talked about are all kinds of interesting things in high school. For example, someone had a crush on someone, how someone fell in love with someone in high school, and so on. But speaking of love, we all thought that the reason why the class flower didn't fall in love was because of Ning, isn't that right? Yao asked loudly, holding a wine glass. Yes, class flower, please tell us, we are all very curious. I remember that I confessed to the class flower, but I was rejected on the spot. A male classmate pretended to be sad. The brother next to him patted his shoulder, old Nya, you are still lucky. I wrote a love letter to the class flower, but it was blown away by the strong wind before I sent it out. Since then, I gave up. This is God stopping me. Facing everyone's questions, Mo Qingqing smiled, then looked at Ning with an inexplicable expression. Ning was a little flustered by Mo Qingqing. In fact, he was secretly happy because of this rumor. Let alone others, Ning also wanted to know the answer. In high school, I only wanted to study and had no interest in dating. Mo Qingqing explained with a smile. Just when everyone thought that this was over, Mo Qingqing's ears turned slightly red, and she continued in a low voice, but I was also shy because of this rumor at the beginning, and now, it's the same. After that, Mo Qingqing turned her face to the other side with a wine glass, leaving Ning with a beautiful back. Oh, so that's it. The rumor is confirmed. Ning, I really envy you. A group of people began to make a fuss, looking at Ning and the two, and wishing them well. Only Ning stayed where he was, and stretched out his hand to Mo Qingqing, as if he wanted to grab something. When he was about to touch Mo Qingqing's collar, his 5 fingers bent and finally let go. I'm sorry, Qingqing. Ning said in a low voice. When Ning said this, Mo Qingqing's body trembled slightly. After a moment of silence, Mo Qingqing turned around, with a smile on her face, and raised her glass to Ning. Ning understood, and after clinking glasses, he drank it all. Today, Ning drank a lot, and Mo Qingqing even more so. After eating and drinking, everyone present walked unsteadily and might fall down at any time. Ning took the opportunity to go to the toilet and rushed to the cashier. Sir, your total consumption is 25,800 yuan. How do you pay? Swipe the card. Ning took out a bank card. By the way, can you help me open 20 standard rooms? Thinking that everyone had drunk a lot, it was natural for someone to pick them up. In case there was no one, they could stay here tonight. Okay, sir. Ding. The host spent 32,800 yuan, got a critical hit, and was rewarded with the ownership of Jinyan Hotel. The sound of the system made Yi Ning's drunkenness dissipate a lot. Although Jinyang Hotel is far inferior to Jiangnan Hotel in Jiangcheng, only a fool would not trade tens of thousands of dollars for a hotel. In one word, cool. Yi Ning returned to the table and told everyone that he had paid for the meal and booked a room. Finally, with a series of farewells, the class reunion finally came to an end. Yi Ning hugged the half-drunk and half-awake Mo Qingqing, and came to the door of each room with the classmates who planned to stay here for one night. Chapter 24: Mo Qingqing's Decision. Several male classmates gave Yi Ning a look that all men understand, and then entered the room. Even Li Hu whispered in Yi Ning's ear, "Be careful. Get down." Yi Ning cursed with a smile. Li Hu chuckled, and his burly body disappeared from Yi Ning's sight. There were 2 beds in the standard room, and Yi Ning helped Mo Qingqing to lie down on one of the beds. Qingqing, Qingqing. Yi Ning pushed Mo Qingqing's shoulders and said, "Wake up first, wash up before going to bed." Ha! Mo Qingqing looked at Yi Ning with empty eyes, chuckled twice, and then closed her eyes again. It seems that this girl is completely drunk. I really don't know why she drank so much. Mo Qingqing's face was covered with drunken blush, looking very lovely. I couldn't help swallowing my saliva and resisting the urge. I took out a towel to help Mo Qingqing clean her cheeks a little, and I was busy until the early morning. After taking a shower and walking out of the bathroom, I saw that Mo Qingqing was sleeping very deeply, so I could only go to the other bed and fall asleep. The next morning, Yi Ning heard the sound of running water in her dream. After a brief frown, she opened her sleepy eyes. At the same time, the shower was turned off, the bathroom door was pushed open, and Mo Qingqing walked out of the bathroom wrapped in a bath towel. Her hair was wet, and there were water drops on the ends of her hair. Although she was not wearing any makeup, she was still absolutely beautiful. Her fair shoulders were exposed, and her beautiful collarbone was clearly visible. Yi Ning was already stunned. Now Mo Qingqing was like a lotus emerging from the water. She was so beautiful. Of course, Mo Qingqing's capital was still a little lacking. After all, she was petite. "You're awake." Mo Qingqing finished her shower and came into the house to see Yi Ning staring at her in a daze. She was shy, but also had a little secret joy. "Yi Ning, last night." "I didn't do anything last night." Yi Ning explained immediately. A flash of disappointment flashed in her eyes, and Mo Qingqing nodded. Then, she picked up the hair dryer on the table. "Help me blow my hair?" "Okay." Yi Ning got up, took the hair dryer, and came behind Mo Qingqing. It was slightly cool to the touch, and it also had a fresh scent of shampoo. Mo Qingqing's hair was really good and very smooth. Even at the end, Yi Ning didn't want to let go. "Okay." Yi Ning turned off the hair dryer and put it down. Mo Qingqing didn't turn around, but her weak body seemed to be trembling. "Yi Ning, do I look good?" Mo Qingqing seemed to be crying. The sudden question made Yi Ning think that he had heard it wrong. "Qingqing, what did you say?" "Do I look good?" Mo Qingqing's voice was a little louder. "Looks good." This time Yi Ning didn't hesitate at all and said what he was thinking. "Why is that?" "I deliberately got drunk last night to give you a chance. Why are you still indifferent?" Mo Qingqing turned around with red eyes. Yi Ning's heart was galloping. Damn. Could it be that the correct answer was to just do it last night? But Yi Ning denied it immediately. He was indeed greedy for Mo Qingqing, but at least both parties should be sober, right? "Yi Ning, I'm really tired." "You should have heard Xiaoguo talk about my family situation, right?" Yi Ning nodded to indicate that he had heard it. "Yi Ning, take me, and then lend me 500,000, okay?" Mo Qingqing buried her head in Yi Ning's chest, and her slender arms tightly wrapped around Yi Ning's waist. Feeling the trembling body in her arms, Yi Ning felt mixed emotions. It was hard to imagine how much courage the strong girl mustered to make such a decision. He stretched out his right hand, gently stroked the back of Mo Qingqing's head, and stroked her hair back and forth. Perhaps it was because of the warmth of Yi Ning's palm that Mo Qingqing gradually stopped being nervous. "Qingqing, I said that as long as you ask, I will help." Yi Ning also wanted Mo Qingqing, but not in this situation. He didn't want his relationship with Mo Qingqing to be mixed with other things. But, I really don't know how to ask you. Mo Qingqing's voice was soft and sticky, as if she was acting like a spoiled child. It doesn't matter, just think of it as a loan from me, and you can owe it as long as you want. 500,000, Ning really didn't care. If it is really necessary, what does 5 million or 50 million mean? After that, Ning transferred 1 million to Mo Qingqing on the spot. Seeing the transfer information, Mo Qingqing exclaimed, "It's much more. Didn't I say 500,000? Why did you transfer so much?" "Not much, not much. Auntie will have to buy some nutritional supplements for recovery. These all cost money. This is 1 million. How can I pay it back?" A trace of worry flashed across Mo Qingqing's face. Ning smiled evilly, "If you can't pay it back, don't pay it back." "What do you mean?" "Just treat it as a betrothal gift, ha ha ha." Mo Qingqing thought for a long time before she understood what Ning meant. She pouted and said coquettishly, "Hateful, I see you are coaxing other girls like this." This morning, she accidentally saw Ning's mobile phone on the bedside table. There was a chat message sent by a girl on the screen, and she understood it instantly. But she would not take the initiative to mention it, and then said, "Besides, who wants a betrothal gift of 1 million? Ning glanced at Mo Qingqing strangely. "Girl, you don't know that's because you haven't seen it. Ning just experienced the 1 million betrothal gift incident 2 days ago. Others even want a car worth 500,000 and a 200 square meter house." Seeing that it was getting late, the two of them put on their clothes. Of course, Mo Qingqing got dressed in the bathroom. Bang, bang, bang. At this moment, there was a hurried knock on the door. Chapter 25. Do you dare? Mo Qingqing. Open the door. I know you're in there. Damn, you stinky bitch. In the corridor, a man's shouting came one after another. Ning frowned, and Mo Qingqing was a little scared. "Ning, this guy is my college classmate. He has been pursuing me, but I didn't agree." Mo Qingqing explained anxiously. Ning looked at her unexpectedly and said with a smile, "Why are you so nervous? Are you afraid that I will misunderstand?" "You, annoying, at this time, you still have the mind to joke." Mo Qingqing rolled his eyes at Ning. "Don't be afraid, you stay in the room, I'll go out and take a look." After saying that, Ning stood up and was about to open the door. "I'll go with you, I also want to see what he is going to do." Mo Qingqing took Ning's arm with a cold look. When the door was opened, there were already quite a few people gathered in the corridor. Of course, most of them were Ning's classmates. Everyone drank a little too much last night and just woke up not long ago. There was also a man wearing a suit and polished leather shoes. He has an average appearance, with sunken eye sockets, and looks like he has indulged in sex too much and is in a bad mood. Seeing Ning and Mo Qingqing walk out of the room, Wei's face was ferocious. "Mo Qingqing, I thought you were pure, but it turns out you are also a bitch." Wei hadn't finished speaking. Pa. Ning slapped him in the face twice. "Watch your mouth, I'll slap you if you curse me." Both cheeks turned red instantly, and the burning pain came, and the corners of Wei's mouth twitched slightly. "WCNM. You dare to hit me. I want you to die." Wei stared at Ning viciously. No one dared to slap him in the face since he was a child. "And you, Mo Qingqing, it's this man, right? I gave you 500,000 but you didn't do it, and you followed such a pretty boy. Bitch." Wei roared. Seeing that Wei was still swearing, Ning kicked Wei in the stomach and kicked him 2 meters away. Wei, who had been drained of his body by women all day, could not stand Ning's kicks. He curled up on the ground, holding his stomach and rolling. "Yi, what's going on?" Li Hu also came to Ning at this moment. He was awakened by the noise and didn't understand the situation yet. Ning roughly explained it, and Li Hu got angry instantly. "MD. How can this be tolerated?" So he walked directly to Wei and kicked him twice. Maybe this is why Ning and Li Hu can become brothers. Li Hu has never been vague about these things. "Boy, you are very good. My dad is the general manager of this Jinyang hotel. If you can walk out of here today, I lose. Then, He took out the phone. Dad. Your son was beaten in your hotel. Do you care? On the other end of the phone, Gongcheng was busy with the sudden change of the hotel's owner and was in a bad mood. Hearing that his son was beaten, and it was in Jinyang Hotel, he was even more furious. Didn't you tell me who your father is? I did, but the other side has many people and is very arrogant. Dad, come over quickly. Okay, I'll be there soon. After hanging up the phone, He resumed his arrogance at the beginning. Boy, you're done. Yi Zi, the situation is not right, how about we withdraw first? Li Hu suggested in a low voice. As the saying goes, a good man does not suffer a loss in front of him. After all, this is someone else's territory. If he starts fighting, he will lose no matter what. Mo Qingqing held Yi Ning's hand a little tighter and looked at Yi Ning with a worried look. Several old classmates also persuaded, Yi Ning, why don't you listen to Li Hu and let's go out of the hotel first? Only Yi Ning looked calm. Don't be afraid, just wait and see the show. Then he patted Li Hu's shoulder. Hu Zi, do you want to be a leader? I want to dream about it. What do you mean, Yi Zi? Li Hu was puzzled. Just think about it, get ready to take office. No one knew what Yi Ning meant, only Mo Qingqing's eyes flickered, as if she guessed something. I want to see who dares to beat my son on my territory. I must send him to jail today. Before the person arrived, a middle-aged man's voice came from the end of the corridor. Not only Gongcheng came, but also several senior hotel executives and people from the security department came here. Dad, you are finally here. Wei was overjoyed to see Gongcheng and a large group of people behind him. Gongcheng saw the clear slap marks on his son's face and footprints on his body, and he was furious. Who beat my son? Take the initiative to stand up. Me. Yi Ning came in front of the people with a playful expression. What? Do you want to seek revenge on me? Gongcheng didn't expect that someone would dare to admit it, and the tone was so arrogant. But when he saw Yi Ning's face clearly, his pupils shrank slightly, and his face showed horror. Isn't this person the new boss of Jinyang Hotel, Yi Ning? Not only did he recognize Yi Ning's identity, but the hotel executives behind him also recognized Yi Ning as their boss. He silently glanced at Gongcheng's back, took 2 steps back, and took the initiative to distance himself from Gongcheng. Revenge? Wei hadn't noticed his father's ugly face, and said proudly, didn't you hear what my dad said? I'm going to send you to the police station today, you're done, ha ha ha. Ha, send me in, do you dare? Yi Ning's expression was slightly condensed, and he was angry without being intimidating. Pointing at Gongcheng, ask your dad again, does he dare? Only then did Wei see the dense beads of sweat on his father's forehead, his face was pale, and his lips were trembling. He is not a fool. He immediately knew that the man in front of him was someone that even his father couldn't afford to offend. He was in big trouble. Chapter 26: The end of Gongcheng and his son. Boss, I'm sorry that my son offended you. It's my fault for not educating him well. Gongcheng defended himself. Then he slapped Wei in the face. Why don't you apologize to Mr. Yi? Boss? Mr. Yi? The general manager of Jinyang Hotel actually called Yi Ning the boss. It was impossible for Yi Ning's classmates not to be shocked. They could never have imagined that this Jinyang Hotel actually belonged to Yi Ning. Then he seemed to remember something, and looked at Li Hu with envy. They didn't forget what Yi Ning had just asked Li Hu if he wanted to be a leader. I'm sorry, Mr. Yi, I'm sorry, I was wrong. Wei's mouth was bitter, and he knelt on the ground with his knees bent. He knew how much trouble he had caused today. Not to mention coveting Yi Ning's woman, he even wanted to send Yi Ning to jail for a few days. It's not an exaggeration to say that he had a deep hatred. Now he just hopes that Yi Ning will be more generous, at least not to affect his father's position as general manager. Isn't the source of all his arrogance the money his father Gongcheng can make? Yi Ning ignored him, and didn't even look at Gongcheng. He looked behind Gongcheng and asked, is the HR director here? Yes. A middle-aged man with a Mediterranean face answered. From today on, dismiss He Gongcheng from his position as general manager, including all people related to He Gongcheng, all fired, do you understand? Yes, boss. He Gongcheng knelt on his knees after hearing Yi Ning's order, and cried, no, boss. Even if I have no credit, I have worked hard. Yi Ning glanced at him and continued, financial director? Boss. A woman in formal clothes who looked quite capable answered. Check He Gongcheng's accounts one by one for me, and send the evidence directly to the police station. Got it. Yi Ning didn't believe it. He Wei dared to take out 500,000 to pick up girls, so how could He Gongcheng not be a person who embezzled money? What a joke. Yi Ning's words were like a bolt from the blue, and He Gongcheng and his son were struck by lightning. He knew very well whether he was greedy or not, and those fake accounts could not withstand a close inspection. It's over. This was the first thought in He Gongcheng's mind. Security chief, during the period of financial audit, keep an eye on these two father and son. If one of them runs away, you don't have to come. Do you understand? Yes, I will complete the task. The security chief was sweating. The new boss looked young, but he was vigorous and resolute in his words and deeds. The pressure was huge. Oh, by the way, I think the son of the former general manager seems to be quite angry. The brothers in the security department should cool him down. If you do well, your bonus will be doubled this month. When several security guards heard Yi Ning's order, their eyes were shining with gold. They looked at He Wei with a grim smile on their faces. What happened next, Yi Ning didn't want to care. He went downstairs with his classmates and came to the hotel gate. Yi Ning. One of the classmates looked a little embarrassed and hesitant. Seeing his expression, Yi Ning guessed roughly, if you have anything to say, tell me. That's right, can I also come to Jinyang to work? I studied finance in college, and I have a certificate. Several high school classmates who were not very satisfied with their jobs also looked at Yi Ning expectantly. They also wanted to change jobs. Jinyang Hotel has high salaries and good benefits. Who wouldn't want to come? Don't tell me about this. Yi Ning shook his head. Seeing this, a group of people showed disappointment, but there was nothing they could do. Yi Ning's help was a favor, and not helping was his duty. Work has always been a two-way choice, not based on unilateral will. Seeing the expressions of several people, Yi Ning knew that they would misunderstand, and smiled, and said, what I mean is that you can just tell Li Hu directly. Now he is the general manager of the hotel. When everyone heard this, they were ecstatic. It turned out that Yi Ning still took care of their old classmates. They knew that Yi Ning was not the kind of person who would get rich and float. Ah! Yi Zi, are you kidding? Li Hu was dumbfounded. What am I kidding? From today on, you are the general manager of Jinyang Hotel. Li Hu didn't expect that as a high school graduate, he could become the general manager of the famous Jinyang Hotel in Yongcheng. He rubbed his hands and said, aren't you afraid that I will bankrupt your hotel? It's fine if I bankrupt it, it's only 200 or 300 million. Yi Ning really didn't care. This amount of money was much less than his assets in Zhangcheng. Besides, he had 1.5 billion in cash in his bag, and he didn't really care about a hotel worth 200 or 300 million. He also believed that people are trained, and Li Hu learned it slowly. Saying goodbye to his old classmates, Yi Ning sent Li Hu home first, and then took Mo Qingqing to the municipal hospital. Are you going up too? Seeing Yi Ning followed him out of the car, Mo Qingqing asked in confusion. Why, I just gave the betrothal gift and I can't meet my mother-in-law. Yi Ning teased. Mo Qingqing blushed, glared at Yi Ning with her beautiful eyes, turned around and walked towards the inpatient building. Of course, she pretended to be unaware of Yi Ning following behind her. Only when Yi Ning couldn't see, she would smile from time to time, revealing a few white teeth. Yi Ning quickly stepped forward, grabbed Mo Qingqing's delicate little hand, and just held it in the palm of his hand. Mo Qingqing struggled a little, and then let Yi Ning do it. She just looked to the other side, revealing her red little ears, so cute. Chapter 27 Li Qingru. Hospital, in the ward. Behind the long white curtain, a beautiful middle-aged woman sat on the bed, holding a cup of hot water in her hand. Her face was pale and sickly, staring at the scenery outside the window in a daze. "Mom, why are you sitting up?" Mo Qingqing saw her mother and walked quickly to the bedside. Seeing her daughter busying around, Li Qingru felt distressed. She knew very well that her daughter had given up too much for her. Sometimes she really wanted to just leave, but every time she saw Mo Qingqing and Mo Chanxian, she would feel that it was good to be alive. "Qingqing, who is this?" Li Qingru certainly noticed Yi Ning, who came to the ward with Mo Qingqing. "Mom, this is Yi Ning, my high school classmate." Following Mo Qingqing's introduction, Yi Ning also took the initiative to greet and put the fruit basket in his hand on the bedside table. "Hello, Auntie." Li Qingru nodded and said, "Hello." Her eyes have been looking at Yi Ning. Needless to say, Yi Ning's appearance is naturally good, and his height is also very good. He smiles very sunny, and Li Qingru nodded secretly. Her daughter has good taste. Of course, she understands that Yi Ning is not just her daughter's classmate. Otherwise, why didn't her daughter bring other classmates to the hospital, but brought Yi Ning here? Secondly, when Mo Qingqing introduced Yi Ning, she acted like a little girl, and it was clear that she had someone in her heart. Of course, she didn't have high requirements for her son-in-law, as long as he was good to her daughter. "Is Li Qingru's family here?" A nurse came to the door of the ward with a notebook. Mo Qingqing stepped forward as soon as possible. The two talked in a low voice, and then Mo Qingqing followed the nurse out of the ward. Li Qingru saw this scene and looked worried. How could she not know that this was asking her daughter to pay for her various hospitalization expenses again? After living in the hospital for 2 months, Mo Qingqing would pay medical expenses almost every week. Although Mo Qingqing never said how much money she spent, it was definitely not a small amount. And she knew very well that the subsequent surgery fees were the real behemoth. Yi Ning noticed the expression of Mo Qingqing's mother and smiled to comfort her. "Auntie, you just need to treat your illness well, and don't worry about the cost at all." Li Qingru smiled and shook her head reluctantly. How could she not worry? Serious illnesses cost money like water. Especially for a renal failure like hers, it would be impossible without hundreds of thousands of dollars to have surgery and a kidney replacement. "Xiao Yi, are you also from Yangchang?" Li Qingru suddenly asked. "Yes, Auntie." Yi Ning nodded, "But most of the industries are in Jiangcheng, so I rarely come back." Li Qingru raised her eyebrows after hearing this. "It seems that Yi Ning opened a company and became the boss?" "You opened your own company?" Li Qingru asked puzzledly. "No, I just made a lot of investments." Li Qingru was a little surprised. A young man in his 20s said that he was investing. Could it be that Yi Ning was a rich second generation? Thinking of this, Li Qingru's face changed slightly. Could it be that this person was not her daughter's classmate at all, but her daughter lied to her? Maybe her daughter reached some deal with this person named Yi Ning in order to earn medical expenses? If so, she would rather die. At this time, Mo Qingqing also walked into the ward with Li Qingru's attending physician. "Your mother's condition is like this. Fortunately, you have prepared the surgery fee. Otherwise, the consequences will be disastrous if you delay for a few more days." The doctor looked solemn. Then he looked at Li Qingru and reminded her, "Tell your mother to relax these few days and eat light food. The surgery can be done in 3 days." "Okay, thank you, Dr. Jiang." Mo Qingqing looked happy. Her mother was finally saved. All this was thanks to Yi Ning. It was Yi Ning who gave her hope and saved their family. "Qingqing, come here." After the doctor left, Li Qingru looked serious. When Mo Qingqing came to the bedside, Li Qingru stared at her daughter's eyes. "Tell me the truth, what is your relationship with Xiaoye?" "Mom, why are you asking this?" Mo Qingqing was a little embarrassed. "If you are just classmates, where did the surgery fee come from?" Mo Qingqing was speechless. In fact, she didn't know what Yi Ning was thinking now. She liked Yi Ning. As long as Yi Ning had her in his heart, she didn't mind being his woman, even if she was just one of them. "Xiao Yi, I know Qingqing's personality very well. You can see that she looks weak and tender, but she is a very opinionated person. I can see that she likes you very much. I just want to ask, do you like my daughter? As she spoke, Li Qingru's eyes never left Yining's cheek. In fact, Yining's initial feeling towards Mo Qingqing, in addition to the nostalgia for his first love, was also about her body. But through the understanding of the past few days, he knew how strong Mo Qingqing was. Especially through this morning, when the two of them opened their hearts, he understood that he liked Mo Qingqing. Yining's expression was solemn. Auntie, I like Qingqing, and I hope you will agree that I can be with her. Okay. Li Qingru could see that Yining was serious, so she had nothing to say. Since the two liked each other, why did she do something to break up the couple? Li Qingru gently took Mo Qingqing's hand. Daughter, Xiaoyi has already expressed her opinion, what do you think? Mom, you have already said everything, and you are still asking knowingly. Mo Qingqing blushed and said in shame. Just now, she heard Yining clearly say that he liked her. Although she felt shy, she finally felt relieved. At least, her feelings were finally rewarded. In the next few days, Yining would accompany Mo Qingqing to the hospital from time to time. Soon, it was the day of Li Qingru's surgery. Chapter 28. The moonlight is so beautiful. Looking at the three red words in surgery lit up. It was impossible for Mo Qingqing to say that she was not worried. Yining gently hugged Mo Qingqing's soft body and kept comforting her. Don't worry, the doctor said that the operation has a high chance of success and it will be fine. Mo Qingqing put her cheek against Yining's chest. At this moment, she really wanted to cry. If it weren't for this man, she really didn't know how to get together the medical expenses for her mother. Maybe she would really compromise for money when she was desperate? Yining, thank you so much. Mo Qingqing closed her eyes and said softly. Gently patting the thin back of the girl in his arms, Yining felt very sorry for the girl. Perhaps only now, the girl really let go of her pretending to be strong and was willing to be her true self in front of him. 3 hours later, the operating room was finally opened. Doctor, how is it? Yining asked immediately. Mo Qingqing also stood up, and the palm of her hand holding Yining was sweating. The doctor took off his mask and said tiredly, Don't worry, the operation was very successful. You only need to observe in the hospital for half a month. You can be discharged if there are no other conditions. Ha! Yining and the others finally let go of their hanging hearts. Ding! The host spent 500,000 for Li Qingru, got a critical hit, and was rewarded with the ownership of Jiangcheng Kanga Hospital. Yining was wondering why there was no system reminder before. It turned out that it was necessary to wait until the operation was completed, which was not bad. Jiangcheng Kangda Hospital, this is the best private hospital in Jiangcheng. Whether in terms of doctor qualifications or hospital reputation, it is a well-known existence in Jiangcheng. It even has a good reputation in several surrounding provinces. Now Yining not only has 1.5 billion in cash. There are also Jiangnan Commercial Street, Jiangnan Building, Jiangnan Hotel, 30% of Feiyu Live, Yinshan Longjing Villa, Jinyang Hotel, and now Jiangcheng Kangda Hospital. The total assets added up to tens of billions. Officially become a super rich man worth tens of billions. Yining and Mo Qingqing met Li Qingru again, and she was already in the intensive care unit. Now the two can only visit through the window. When the critical period is over tomorrow, they can be transferred to the VIP ward. Yes, Yining upgraded the ward for Li Qingru, so that he can be more at ease. A day later, Li Qingru's critical period was over, and she looked ruddy and recovered well. Mo Qingqing smiled happily. She hadn't been so relaxed for a long time. After leaving the hospital, the two came to Yangchun High School together and told Mo Qianqian the news across the school gate. Mo Qianqian cried with joy. Now, she can finally devote all her body and mind to the college entrance examination. After dinner, it was 9 o'clock in the evening. Blowing the evening breeze, the two walked side by the river. Yining. The moonlight tonight is so beautiful. Yes. Yining. Today is the happiest day I have had in so long. You will be so happy every day in the future. Yining. Lower your head a little. Mo Qingqing's voice was as soft as a mosquito. What? Yi Ning didn't hear clearly, and unconsciously leaned forward. I called you, come closer. Suddenly, a soft and cold touch appeared on Yi Ning's lips, followed by a sweet breath. Touch and then part. After a long silence, Imochingching said shyly, why don't you say something? As an undergraduate, are you at a loss for words at this moment? Yi Ning thought for a while, I can't leave you anymore. Too old-fashioned. Imochingching turned her head to the side and said dissatisfiedly. I love you. Too direct. My heart is forever? What is that? Imochingching pouted. Yi Ning, who didn't know what to say, put one hand around Imochingching's slender waist and the other hand on the back of her head. The two kissed again. The cold touch of the tongue tip made the two more and more addicted, and they fell deeper and deeper. After a long time, their lips parted. Yi Ning leaned down and whispered in Imochingching's ear, it's too noisy here. Even if you want to think of words, you have to be in a quiet environment, right? Imochingching's eyes were as charming as silk, then why don't you find a quiet place to think slowly? An hour later, in a luxurious suite in a hotel by the river. Imochingching had fallen asleep, but her face was flushed, the corners of her mouth were slightly raised, and she slept peacefully. Yi Ning gently stroked Imochingching's smooth back, his eyes full of pity. Turning his head and looking out the window, the night was deep, the moon was bright, and tonight was really beautiful. The next day, the sun was high in the sky. Yi Ning and Imochingching both woke up. Imochingching looked up and looked at Yi Ning, then buried her little head again, feeling very shy. Looking at Imochingching at this moment, Yi Ning couldn't help swallowing his saliva. Climbing his hand to the top of the mountain. No. Imochingching frowned slightly, and said in a soft voice, it hurts. Yi Ning was alert in his heart, suppressed the heat, and stopped. It seems that everyone's physique is different. Although it was the first time for that fairy, she seemed to be fine at the time. When the two walked out of the hotel, it was time for lunch. On the way to the parking lot, Yi Ning supported Imochingching and took small steps. Occasionally, he could hear the sound of Imochingching breathing in pain. Although he felt sorry for Imochingching, as the culprit, he couldn't help but smile. Imochingching was furious when she saw Yi Ning's smug expression. This bad guy is so hateful. During lunch, a phone call interrupted the conversation between Yi Ning and Imochingching. Hello, Mr. Yi, I am Wu Jisher, the director of Jiangcheng Kangda Hospital. Are you available now? An old man's voice came from the other end of the phone, and it can be heard that he was in full breath. Hello, Director Wu, if you have anything to say, just say it. Yi Ning has absolute respect for the profession of doctor. Chapter 29 The Eve of Farewell. Mr. Yi, I have some documents that need your signature. Do you have time recently? Yi Ning pondered for a moment. I'm in Sichuan province now. Can I go back to Jiangcheng the day after tomorrow? Okay, Mr. Yi, I'll contact you by phone then. After hanging up the phone, Yi Ning looked at Imochingching with apology, and remained silent. The two were really together last night, but they were about to leave immediately. The scumbag himself was confirmed. Imochingching saw Yi Ning's apology. Although she was reluctant, she was not a hypocritical woman. It doesn't matter. You go to Jiangcheng first. When my mother recovers, I will go to you. Imochingching said gently. Yi Ning pinched Imochingching's tender hands and was very moved. What a reasonable woman. He also wants to be an understanding man. It is worth mentioning that the day before leaving, Yi Ning followed the two elders to finally move the last package to the villa. From then on, their family also officially said goodbye to the house they had lived in for 20 years. Of course, Ye's mother and old Yi are both nostalgic people. After several discussions, they are still not going to sell the old house. Yi Ning didn't care, just take it as a memory. After having the first dinner in the new home, Yi Ning was extremely satisfied. The dream of working for several years finally came true, and finally let his parents live in a big villa that they never dared to think of before. After dinner, Yi Ning didn't expect Bai Yiluo to take the initiative to send him a message. Bai Yiluo, Yi Ning, are you still in Yangcheng? Yi Ning, yes, but I'm going to Jiangcheng tomorrow. Bai Yiluo, that's perfect, I'm also going back to Jiangqing tomorrow, can I take your car? Although Ning didn't understand why Bai Yiluo didn't take a plane or a high-speed rail, it was not bad to have a companion on the road compared to being alone. Although Bai Yiluo is a dull person, at the same time, she is also a top-notch beauty. Ning immediately replied, okay, see you tomorrow. It was getting dark, and Ning put the things he was going to take tomorrow in the car. While drinking water, Mo Qingqing called. Ning was leaving for Jiangqing tomorrow, and Mo Qingqing, who was just falling in love, was naturally reluctant to leave. Ning, I miss you. Mo Qingqing whispered softly, and her voice was like a breeze blowing into Ning's ears. Ning's mouth suddenly became dry. I'll go find you, where are you now? I'm at home, are you coming? Wait for me. Ning hung up the phone, told his parents, drove the Mercedes-Benz G-Class, and went straight to Mo Qingqing's house. Why is he still going out at this time? Old Yi asked, puzzled. Ye's mother smiled meaningfully, what else could he do? Your son has so many secrets. Because he was too excited, the journey that usually takes half an hour was reduced by 1/3, and he arrived in just over 20 minutes. Ning even went to a convenience store on the way. Ning came to the door of Mo Qingqing's house and rang the doorbell. Hearing the bell, Mo Qingqing's delicate body trembled slightly. Who is it? It's me, Qingqing, open the door quickly. The door opened, and the two who met could no longer resist the longing in their hearts, and hugged each other tightly. Well. Don't be here. Go to my room. Half an hour later, Ning was lying on the bed, and Mo Qingqing was lying on Ning's chest in a daze. She had never thought that she would be so bold. She actually brought Ning home secretly. Now she thinks it's really embarrassing. Noticing Mo Qingqing's strangeness, Ning smiled and asked, what's wrong? Nothing. Mo Qingqing turned her head to the side, determined not to let Ning see her shy expression. But the red ears had betrayed it long ago. Seeing that Mo Qingqing was so shy at the moment, Ning also had the idea of teasing her. You were so proactive just now, why are you embarrassed now? Ning. Don't say it. Mo Qingqing shyly let out a coquettish cry. This man is so annoying. Knowing that she was too shy to speak, he actually wanted to tease her. Mo Qingqing's reaction made Ning laugh, and he hugged the girl in his arms tighter. Qingqing. When your aunt recovers, come to Jiangchang. I'll find you a place and you can concentrate on studying for the postgraduate entrance examination. Ning knew that Mo Qingqing gave up further studies because of her mother's illness. Ning decided to pay for Mo Qingqing to continue studying. She was a good student, and it was a pity to give up halfway. Ning, thank you. Mo Qingqing was very touched. She really wanted to continue studying, but she didn't have the conditions now. She didn't want to refuse Ning's kindness, and there was no reason to refuse. Silly. Ning stroked Mo Qingqing's hair lovingly. We don't need to talk about this. Let alone postgraduate study, even if you want to study for a doctorate in the future, I will support you. Ning, you are so nice. Mo Qingqing put her face on Ning's chest and rubbed it back and forth. In an instant, Ning's anger was ignited again. Mo Qingqing noticed Ning's abnormality and her little face was red. But she didn't refuse. Instead, she silently stretched out her arms and hooked Ning's neck. The next second, the moon disappeared into the clouds, and the candlelight flickered. The next morning, Mo Qingqing was tired and slept soundly. On the other hand, Ning woke up before dawn, his eyes were bright and he was in great shape. Ning dressed carefully, washed up, and made breakfast himself. After breakfast, Ning sealed Mo Qingqing's portion with plastic wrap. Seeing that Mo Qingqing had no intention of waking up, Ning didn't have the heart to disturb her again. He touched her face lightly and quietly left Mo Qingqing's house. Chapter 30 Returning to Jiangcheng with Bai Yiluo. After going home to say goodbye to his parents, Ning set out on the road back to Jiangcheng. At 9 o'clock in the morning, Ning arrived on time downstairs at the hotel where Bai Yiluo stayed that day. After receiving Ning's message, Bai Yiluo, who had been prepared, walked downstairs, recognized Ning's G-Class at a glance, and stepped forward. When Bai Ilua appeared at the door of the hotel, Ning recognized her at a glance. Her appearance and temperament are so outstanding that as long as she stands there quietly, she is the most amazing person in the world. Today, she is still wearing a white plain skirt, black hair like a waterfall, delicate face, and beautiful beyond words. I haven't seen you for a few days, you are still so beautiful. When Bai Ilua sat in the co-pilot, Ning joked. Bai Ilua looked at Ning with her beautiful eyes, and then nodded, "Thank you, you are also handsome." Her tone was very serious, as if every word had been carefully considered. This was not the first time Ning met her, and he knew that Bai Ilua's personality was like this. "I didn't expect you to praise people." "I'm not blind, I'm just telling the truth," Bai Ilua said expressionlessly. This stunning beauty is good in everything, but chatting with her is so boring. You say she has low emotional intelligence, but she can always say something about anything. You say she has high emotional intelligence, but when facing your topic, she always has a calm tone. By the way, I don't know what you do. After all, the two of them are half-writers, and Ning still wants to know more about this quiet woman. I'm in Jiangcheng University, and I'm a junior this year. Ning was slightly surprised. He didn't realize that Bai Ilua hadn't graduated yet. To be honest, he didn't see any student look from Bai Ilua, or she didn't look like a mortal. If someone told Ning that Bai Ilua was a fairy who fell into the mortal world, he might believe it. Didn't anyone say you don't look like a student? On the highway, Ning stared ahead and couldn't help asking. No, what do you mean? Bai Ilua was a little confused. This was the first time Ning saw an expression on her face. It turned out that this girl didn't have a paralyzed face. And this expression was cute no matter how you looked at it. This was a heart-moving feeling. Ning took a deep breath and suppressed the throbbing in his heart. I feel that you are very mature, without the youthful atmosphere of students. No. Bai Ilua shook his head to deny, and said cautiously, I am still the school belle of our school. They all say that I am their youth on the internet. Puff. Girl, do we mean the same thing when we say youth? Of course, Ning was not surprised at all that Bai Ilua said that she was a school belle. It would be strange if such a fairy-like appearance was not rated as a school belle, okay? Although everyone has a different definition of beauty. There are 1,000 Hamlets for 1,000 readers. But there are some people who grow up in the aesthetics of most people. Bai Ilua is obviously such a person. The vehicle drove into the mountain city, the sky turned from sunny to cloudy, and it was even more cloudy ahead, and thunder could be heard faintly in the distance. For a time, the wind was blowing. On the highway, leaves were flying and dust was flying. When the strong wind stopped suddenly, heavy rain poured down. At the same time, thunder rumbled and lightning flashed like silver. Ning stared at the front intently. On such a road, the slightest mistake would put his life in danger. There is a service area ahead. Bai Ilua pointed ahead. Ning nodded. It was obviously irrational to drive on the highway in such a dangerous situation. Arriving at the service area, Ning found a corner to stop the car. Seeing that the rain was getting heavier, it seemed that he might not be able to go back today. Fortunately, Ning had a lot of food in the car that Ye's mother had put in the car in the morning, and even a huge thermos cup filled with a cup of hot water. Listening to my mother, it turned out to be right. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the heavy rain showed no sign of stopping, but got heavier and heavier. Ning looked at Bai Ilua beside him. It seems that I can only go back tomorrow. Yeah. Bai Ilua stared at the water splashing on the windshield and answered softly. Ning lowered the driver's seat and said half-jokingly, just make do with it tonight. If you feel cold at night, you can hug me. Bai Ilua looked at Ning, who was already lying down, frowned and thought for a long time before refusing, not now. At the same time, he imitated Ning and lay down. Not now? Then it will be okay later? And the way she looked just now, it seemed that she had really thought about this problem carefully. Ning couldn't help but turn her head to Bai Ilua, and her beautiful face came into view. This extremely delicate face, no matter from which direction you look at it, there is nothing wrong with it. The two were very close, and Ning smelled the fragrance of orchids. The fragrance was very light, but it was quiet and far-reaching. Just like Bailua's personality, quiet, but can't help wanting to get close. "What are you doing?" Suddenly, Bailua opened his eyes. Ning was startled and came back to his senses. Only then did he realize that he had been very close to Bailua. Sorry, I was just fascinated by you." Ning smiled embarrassedly and turned his head back. Bailua said and closed his eyes again. "Don't let your imagination run wild. Go to sleep. We have to travel tomorrow." Bailua's voice was like the breeze, and Ning finally felt a little sleepy. Ning, who closed his eyes, didn't see that Bailua's mouth corners were raised from time to time, as if he was forcibly enduring something. In the middle of the night, when Ning was sleeping soundly, he suddenly felt a ball of coldness in his arms. Ning opened his eyes, and in his arms was Bailua, who was soaked all over. Chapter 31 Mutation. At this moment, Bailua's body was cold, her lips were pale, and she was trembling while holding Ning. Ning touched Bailua's forehead, it was so hot. At least it was over 39 degrees. "Damn it! We must go to the hospital to help Bailua reduce the fever, other methods are no longer effective. But at this time, at least we have to keep Bailua warm." Ning turned over and came to the back row, and took all the clothes he brought. He held Bailua in his arms and patted her cheek gently. "Ilua, can you hear me?" Bailua looked away with difficulty. Seeing that she was still conscious, Ning was slightly relieved. "I will help you take off your skirt now, and put on my clothes first, okay?" Okay." Bailua didn't hesitate at all. Ning no longer hesitated and pulled open the zipper on Bailua's back. The smooth and jade-like beautiful back was revealed, which was definitely the most beautiful scenery. But Ning didn't care to appreciate it and took off Bailua's skirt completely. He immediately changed her into his own clothes and pants, put on his coat, and fastened her seatbelt. "Don't be afraid, Ilua, I'll take you to the hospital now," Ning said to Bailua as he started the car. In heavy rain, a Mercedes-Benz G was speeding in the wind and rain on the highway. More than 10 minutes later, Ning finally saw a fork in the road. Turning in, he arrived at the toll station in a short while. According to the navigation, Ning drove Bailua to the nearest hospital. "Doctor! Come on, doctor!" All the way to the hospital gate, Ning parked the car, picked up Bailua in his arms and ran towards the outpatient building. "What's going on?" The doctor on duty came over in a white coat. "I got caught in the rain and have a high fever," Ning said anxiously. "Come with me." When paying the medical bills, the system seemed to have a critical hit, but Ning had no time to care about it. He helped Bailua measure his body temperature, which was as high as 39.8 degrees. Fortunately, he was sent in time, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. Staring at Bailua sleeping soundly on the hospital bed, Ning's hanging heart finally let go. This girl really scared him this time. Now he saw the system reward, 15% shares of Anshin Pharmaceutical. After a busy night, a wave of fatigue came over Ning, lying on the side of Bailua's bed and fell asleep. When Ning opened his eyes, Bailua had been awake for quite some time. "Why didn't you call me when you woke up?" Bailua's eyes were gentle. "You look like you were sleeping soundly." Although she had a high fever last night, Bailua, who was in a daze, still knew what happened. She remembered everything, including Ning changing her clothes and carrying her into the hospital. Whenever Bailua thought of her body being seen by Ning, she felt a little strange in her heart. But when she thought of his anxious look when he rushed into the hospital with her in his arms, she felt very warm. "Ning, what kind of person are you? Do you feel better? Are you still feeling bad?" Ning stood up and naturally put his palm on Bailua's forehead. "It looks like the fever has subsided," Ning said, and suddenly noticed that Bailua was staring at him with a flickering look in his eyes. Ning, who understood, immediately took his hand and touched his nose. Sorry, I was worried about you, it was not intentional." Bailua shook his head and replied calmly, "It's okay, where didn't you touch last night?" It was a special situation at that time, and I asked for your opinion." Yi Ning thought Bai Iluwa was confused because of the fever, but it turned out that he knew it very well. Besides, can you not be so calm when you say this sentence? At least pretend to be shy. Yi Ning rolled his eyes and couldn't help complaining. He saw how thick-skinned this woman was. Shouldn't this situation be very embarrassing? Whether you believe it or not, I'm actually quite shy now, Bai Iluwa said leisurely. Yi Ning didn't expect that this woman would be embarrassed. Looking at Bai Iluwa in surprise, he found that her face was calm, without a single blush on her face. He couldn't help but pout. Mom was right. The more beautiful a woman is, the more likely she is to lie. What? Seeing Yi Ning's actions, Bai Iluwa frowned slightly. Nothing. Is this called shyness? What a shame. Later, Yi Ning also heard Bai Iluwa's explanation. The reason why she was caught in the rain last night was because she went to the toilet in the middle of the night. But the wind was really too strong, and even with an umbrella, her whole body was still wet. I thought I would wait for the clothes to dry slowly, but I caught a cold when I fell asleep, which led to a high fever later. Although Bai Iluwa's high fever has subsided, it can still be seen that she is still a little weak. Yi Ning decided to stay in the hospital for one more night and go back tomorrow. Thinking of the agreement with Director Wu of Jiangcheng Kangda Hospital, Yi Ning also called him to tell him about the situation. Wu Jisher also expressed his understanding and told Yi Ning not to be too anxious. Yi Ning's words were naturally heard by Bai Iluwa on the bed, and he was a little surprised. Director Wu of Jiangcheng Kangda Hospital is not someone you can meet just by saying you want to. But even with such a great doctor, Yi Ning can be on equal terms with him. What kind of identity does Yi Ning have, and why hasn't she heard of him in the circle before? Although she was curious, she was not the kind of person who would casually inquire about other people's identities. If Yi Ning didn't say it, she wouldn't ask. After that, Yi Ning also received news from Mo Qingqing and Su Weiler. Mo Qingqing said that she missed Yi Ning. Although Su Weiler only asked when Yi Ning would return to Jiangcheng, her words revealed her longing. Yi Ning replied one by one. Alas! Being handsome means that people will miss you, there is nothing you can do about it. The next day, Yi Ning woke up on the sofa in the VIP ward. Seeing that Bai Iluwa was completely well, Yi Ning and the others had breakfast and drove on again. After a bumpy ride, they finally returned to Jiangcheng around 3 p.m. Not long after, a Mercedes-Benz G drove into Jiangcheng University. Under the gaze of many students from Jiangcheng University, it passed through the teaching building and headed towards the female dormitory. Chapter 32, sending Bai Iluwa back to school. Parked the car outside the girls' dormitory. Finally here. Yi Ning twisted his neck. He was really tired these days. Yi Ning, thank you for troubling you this time. Bai Iluwa looked at Yi Ning with beautiful eyes and thanked her sincerely. If she hadn't met Yi Ning on the way to Sichuan province this time, she would have had to return the same way. Not to mention that Yi Ning also took her to the hospital and took care of her for so long. Although there were many accidents along the way, she was still very happy throughout the whole process. It doesn't matter, we are friends, Yi Ning said generously. Friends? Bai Iluwa muttered a few words. As if remembering something, he said mysteriously to Yi Ning, as a friend, I will give you a gift, you close your eyes first. Gift? And close your eyes. Could it be that? Yi Ning was a little excited, closed his eyes, and looked forward to it. Then he heard the sound of a zipper and a rustling sound of searching for something. Yi Ning was a little disappointed. It seemed that it was not what he expected. He thought that Bai Iluwa, a woman without feelings, had come to her senses, but it seemed that she hadn't. Okay, open your eyes. Hearing Bai Iluwa's words, Yi Ning opened his eyes, only to see Bai Iluwa holding a painting in front of him. This is a sketch, and the person in the painting is exactly himself. Lying on the bed, looking like he is sleeping soundly. This is... Yi Ning was very surprised. It was the first time he received such a gift. That day you were sleeping beside the bed, and I quietly drew it. How about it, do you like it? Yi Ning nodded, I like it, thank you. By the way. Bai Iluwa suddenly looked into Yi Ning's eyes and said word by word, "Did you think I was going to kiss you just now?" Ahem. Yi Ning really didn't know what Bai Iluwa's brain circuit was. She was still talking about the painting in the last second, and she could turn to this topic in the next second. Although Yi Ning did think so at the beginning, now that you know it, can you not say it out loud? It's very embarrassing, okay? Fortunately, Yi Ning is thick-skinned, otherwise he would really be stumped by her question. She simply pretended to be sad. "Yes, I was ready. Why, do you want to kiss me?" Bai Iluwa lowered his head slightly, as if he was really thinking about the feasibility of this question. After thinking for a long time, he finally looked at Yi Ning again. "Next time, I feel embarrassed with so many people looking at me." Next time. Does that mean it's really okay? Yi Ning was just teasing her, but she never thought that Bai Iluwa was really considering it. This is an extremely serious girl. Bai Iluwa opened the car door. "I'll go up first, be careful on the road." Bai Iluwa carried her small bag and walked briskly, disappearing at the dormitory gate. What Yi Ning didn't know was that after he left, the forum of Jiangcheng University was all over the place. Do you know? The school bell seems to be in love. A man in a Mercedes-Benz G-Class sent the school bell back to the dormitory. The school bell's boyfriend appeared, a rich second generation from another school, with pictures as evidence. There were all kinds of rumors, but they all didn't leave one topic, that is, Bai Iluwa. This Jiangcheng University, the most difficult school bell to capture over the years. The rumor that Bai Iluwa's boyfriend is a second-generation rich man was soon seen by her best friend Ai Xian. With her eyes, she recognized at a glance that the woman in the photo was indeed Bai Iluwa. And that car, isn't it the Mercedes-Benz G that sent Bai Iluwa on the highway when her Ferrari broke down before? Okay. No wonder you didn't go back to school with me, and you said you wanted to go to other places to sketch, so that's it. Ai Xian scolded, but the smile in her eyes became deeper. Her iceberg bestie finally began to melt. At this time, one of Bai Iluwa's roommates also saw this picture. Looking at the Mercedes-Benz G, the jealousy on his face flashed away. She also has a pretty face. In high school, she was also the school belle. With this, countless men pursued her. But when she went to college, everyone would no longer pay attention to her as long as they saw Bai Iluwa. The men who approached her also wanted to get close to Bai Iluwa. Bai Iluwa, Bai Iluwa. Why are all the good things yours? Why can you get the favor of rich people but I can't? She also wants to ride in a Mercedes-Benz G-Class. She must become the one who is superior to others. Rumors were everywhere in the school, and Yi Ning, the protagonist, was of course unaware of it. Along the river, Yi Ning returned to Yunshan Longjing. "Mr. Yi, welcome home." When the Mercedes-Benz G-Class appeared at the gate, the security guard came forward to salute Yi Ning. After exchanging a few words with the security guard, he drove into the community. After returning home, Yi Ning fell asleep. He was too tired from the journey. But the result was good, especially the further development of his relationship with Bai Iluwa. But was Bai Iluwa's next time true? Could it be that when the two meet again, there will be a chance to kiss each other? Yi Ning's mouth corners rose, and he obviously had a sweet dream. Because he didn't want to be disturbed by others, Yi Ning turned his phone to silent. So he couldn't notice that the phone on the bedside table flickered and the private messages were about to burst. When Yi Ning woke up, he took the phone and was slightly stunned to see 99 plus private messages on the screen. What's going on? The world is going to be destroyed in just one sleep? Then can he be called the Dream Terminator? After opening the private message, Yi Ning realized that it was from Feiyu Live. Although the texts were different, the content pointed to the same thing. The PK between the young anchor Su Wire had begun. Yi Ning patted his head. Oh my god, he actually forgot about this. He quickly clicked on Feiyu Live. It would be funny if Su Wire had already lost. Of course, it didn't matter if he lost, anyway, he was still a shareholder of Feiyu Live, at worst he could just hold another one. Chapter 33, Open 10 Emperors, Million Rewards. Shanghai, Feiyu Live Headquarters. The top management of Feiyu platform is also paying attention to this platform PK. Yu Shenglong stared at the data in front of the screen and nodded continuously. The planning and operation of this large-scale PK are not bad. Judging from the current trend, the goals expected in the early stage have basically been achieved. It's not bad. At this time, he suddenly thought of something and turned his head to the assistant beside him and said, "Why is there no one named Xiao Weier on the list?" He was still very impressed with Su Weier. Of course, it was not because of Su Weier herself, but Ning, who spent nearly 5 billion to buy 30% of the shares of Feiyu Live. This person is likely to be a real giant. Otherwise, who would spend such a large amount of cash flow for a woman? Chairman, I have been paying attention to Su Weier you mentioned, but her current data is not good. What's the matter? Yu Shenglong was a little confused. With a big boss who spent billions to protect her, could there be any accidents? Mr. Yi may have been delayed by something and has not been online all the time. Not only at Feiyu headquarters, but also in Su Weier's live broadcast room, the water friends were discussing it crazily. Why hasn't Ninggu come yet? Did he forget? So many of us sent private messages, I don't know if Ninggu has seen it. Fortunately, Xiao Weier passed the first round, otherwise she would have lost so completely. Do you think it's possible that Ninggu is fickle and no longer interested in Xiao Weier? It's very likely that Ninggu has a new love. Su Weier saw the comments in the live broadcast room, but she didn't have any special thoughts. Although she had no chance to meet Ning recently, she still had daily text messages or phone calls. Moreover, she knew that Ning was definitely not the kind of person who was fickle. Although Ning was fickle, she saw his feelings for her clearly. He didn't come now, so he must have been delayed by something, right? As for PK, Su Weier's original goal was to pass the first round, and now she has completed it. Half of the second round of PK has passed. Su Weier's progress bar is only a fraction of the other parties. The host on the other side, Xuan, looked at Su Weier with disdain and said sarcastically, "Sister, why doesn't your big brother get up? Do you want me to help you get a plane to show off?" As she said that, without waiting for Su Weier to answer, she really got a plane for Su Weier. Xuan's fans saw it and said that the host was really kind. Another wave of plane and rocket special effects filled the screen. Thank you for the gifts from all the little brothers. Xuan really loves you. I love you. The little brothers on the other side can also come and see me. I can give you a different experience. Xuan pouted, hinting at something in her words. Even when there were 2 minutes left on the PK progress bar, Xuan taught Su Weier a lesson in a conscientious manner. Sister, I don't think you are suitable to be a live streamer. You can send me a private message later and I will teach you. Of course, forget about today. I have to compete in the next round later. I really envy you, sister, for being free, unlike my sister, who is too busy. The two live streamers looked so proud that the old fans in Su Weier's live broadcast room gritted their teeth in anger. Damn! Looking at her, I really want to kick her. That's right, is it amazing to have more than 100,000 gifts in a PK? Big Brother Ninggu gave 100,000 by himself. Big Brother Ninggu, come quickly, your little Weier has been bullied badly. Forget it, don't shout, this game is definitely lost. Ning came to the live broadcast room and saw the progress bar that was about to end, and secretly said that it was a close call. Su Weier almost lost, but fortunately he caught up. Congratulations to Ninggu for opening Emperor *1 in this live broadcast room tonight. Congratulations to Ninggu for opening Emperor *2 in this live broadcast room tonight. Congratulations to Ninggu for opening Emperor *3 in this live broadcast room tonight. Congratulations to Ninggu for opening Emperor *10 in this live broadcast room tonight. Suddenly, overwhelming special effects came. Everyone in the live broadcast room was stunned. Emperor! 10 of them. That's more than 1 million. Ninggu tonight, sorry for being late, I'll just brush 10 emperors first as a token of my appreciation. Boss Ninggu is finally here. I haven't seen you for a few days, and you're still as charming as ever. Boss Ninggu, you're worthy of being you. To be honest, I thought you had fallen in love with someone else, but now I know that you really love Xiao Weier. I agree to this marriage. Boss's Versailles, more than 1 million is just a token of appreciation. Little anchor, come back to your senses, Boss Ninggu is coming to marry you on a colorful cloud. Su Wei'er was also frightened by the super special effects of opening the emperor. She came to her senses after seeing the comments from the water friends in the live broadcast room. Thank you, Boss Ninggu, for opening 10 emperors. Su Wei'er smiled very happily at this moment. Although it was related to the PK promotion, it was more important because of Yining's appearance. When both of them saw the first emperor appear in Su Wei'er's live broadcast room, her face became extremely ugly in an instant. But since her total reward for this PK was more than 150,000, as long as the emperor boss stopped brushing, she could still advance. So, the anchor Xuanxuan kept saying in his heart, "Don't brush, don't brush." However, the opposite happened. After an emperor passed, a steady stream of emperor special effects were opened. Su Wei'er's gift note, which was originally suppressed and only had a little left, immediately reversed. Now she was being suppressed by Su Wei'er. Although she knew she would not win, Xuanxuan could only cry and play the victim. Brothers, please help Xuanxuan. The emperor's special effects on the other side are so beautiful, Xuanxuan wants them too. But the big brother in her live broadcast room was just a small boss worth several million. It was good enough to get tens of thousands, how could he give her the emperor? At this time, an ID named Jinya Ninggu came to Xuanxuan's live broadcast room. Chapter 34 Yining's counterattack. Xuanxuan rubbed her eyes, thinking she had seen it wrong. That's right. It was the super boss on the opposite side who had opened 10 emperors. He really came. Could it be that he didn't just give gifts to Su Wei'er? That means she still has a chance. And this is a super boss. As long as she can tie him up, it won't be a problem for her to earn $1 million a month in the future. Xuanxuan's eyes turned, and she came up with a plan. She pouted her lips and said in a low voice, "Welcome, Brother Ninggu, you have opened so many emperors for the opposite anchor. Xuanxuan is really envious. I want it too." While speaking, she deliberately pulled down the collar in front of her a little bit, revealing a large piece of snow white. Then, she clicked on Yining's avatar and sent a private message. Yining saw the message prompt of this anchor, with a mocking look on his face, and didn't even click it, and threw it directly into the trash can. A plane appeared with text attached. Why is the anchor so miserable? I'll swipe a plane to help you save the situation. Also, I don't think you're suitable to be an anchor. How about you contact Su Wei'er later and let her teach you? Of course, it's definitely not possible today, because Su Wei'er wants to advance, and she won't be as idle as you. When Xuanxuan saw the plane sent by Yining, she thought her private message had worked. But when these barrages appeared, she knew that Yining was mocking her. She immediately gritted her teeth in hatred. Su Wei'er's live broadcast room saw Yining's behavior and said that it was so relieved. The anchor on the opposite side was almost pissed off by Ninggu boss, "It made me laugh to death. Is this giving someone a taste of their own medicine? I've learned it. Ninggu boss is too boyfriend-like, anchor, you should commit yourself to him." The second round of PK finally ended, and Su Wei'er successfully advanced. And with millions of gift data, she jumped into the top 10 of gift rankings. For a time, many netizens noticed the live broadcast rankings and clicked into Su Wei'er's live broadcast room. When they saw Su Wei'er's appearance, many people clicked to follow her. It's so hard to find a pure and beautiful female anchor like Su Wei'er now. Su Wei'er was also very happy to see the number of fans increase. After singing a few songs, the number of fans also officially broke through the 100,000 mark. This is also thanks to Yu Xinglong's special order to put Su Wei'er's live broadcast room on the first page, otherwise it would take a long time to reach 100,000 fans. Boss Ninggu, the third round of PK has begun, are you okay? Please remove the word? Didn't you see Boss Ninggu said that 1 million is just a gesture? Tonight Ninggu, you can do whatever you want, I'm invincible. Did you see that the boss has spoken? Can this still be called a boss? This is clearly a giant. Su Wei'er saw Yining's statement and knew that he wanted her to continue PK. This time, the connection was to an outdoor anchor with 3 million fans, Brother Kai. Based on the names of the water friends in his live broadcast room, it can be guessed that this is an entire guild ready to support him. It seems that this will be a tough battle. Brother Kai's eyes lit up when he saw Sue Weiler. Isn't this female anchor so pretty? And based on his many years of experience in live broadcasting, this female anchor is definitely a top-notch beauty in real life. This is the fate that God has brought to him. He not only wants to win this PK, but also has to leave a good impression on this female anchor. After getting to know each other, he can make a private appointment. Wouldn't that be wonderful? Brother Kai swallowed his saliva and pretended to be a gentleman. Hi. Beauty, nice to meet you. When Sue Weiler saw Brother Kai's expression, a trace of disgust flashed in her eyes, but she still nodded politely, hello. Brother Kai didn't seem to notice Sue Weiler's attitude towards him, and looked indifferent. Beauty, I see behind you, is this your home? Sue Weiler nodded expressionlessly. After getting Sue Weiler's response, Brother Kai said in a familiar manner, I think your home is still too small. Look at my place, it's less than 1,000 square meters. How about it, do you like it? As he said that, he used the camera to take a circle of photos of his home, and deliberately paused in front of the Porsche 718 key, as if he was showing off something. At this time, the fans in Brother Kai's live broadcast room also began to give gifts crazily. The number of gifts quickly broke through the 1 million mark, and there was no sign of stopping. Brother Kai's mouth corners rose. He didn't believe that the innocent little anchor opposite him would remain indifferent after seeing his house, car, and the gift income in the live broadcast room. At that time, he only needs to give a little bit, and this little beauty will be easily won by him. Oh my God, I feel so disgusted with the host on the other side. Indeed, I really don't know what's so good about it, just a Porsche 718. Alas, for a person like Ning, it's just a small amount, but for ordinary people, it's still worth showing off. Tonight Ning, there's really nothing to show off, Xiao Weier has a Porsche 911. What? Boss, are you kidding? That's a Porsche 911. Tonight Ning, of course not, we bought it together. Wow. Is this the boss? He gave away a 911 as a gift? I'm really impressed, Ning boss is awesome. By the way, boss, when will you help the host to give gifts? The other side has more than 1 million gifts. Seeing Sue Weier's gift slips being crushed, some netizens began to worry. Of course, they were not afraid that Ning could not come up with the money. They were afraid that if the other side gave too much, Ning's hand speed was not fast enough, and he didn't have time to catch up. If that were the case, how regrettable it would be to lose. Ning saw these people's comments, and then turned his eyes to the anchor Kaigo, with a sneer on his face. Tonight Ning, I won't brush it this round. It's useless to brush it more. Let's save it for the next round. Chapter 35 The Miserable Brother Kai. Boss Ning, if you lose this round, you're done. How can there be a next round? Yeah, boss, are you kidding? Even Sue Weiler didn't quite understand what Ning meant. Was it because he didn't know the mechanics of PK? Of course, she didn't say anything. As long as Ning decided, she would support him unconditionally. There were naturally fans of Brother Kai in Sue Weiler's live studio, and these people acted as spies. When they saw that the only boss in Sue Weiler's live studio, Ning tonight, said that he would not give gifts, they were so happy. So what if he has money? But he's a fool. If you still want the next round, wait until next year. The anchor Brother Kai also got the news at the first time, and he was overjoyed, thinking that he had already won. He immediately said to Sue Weiler, Beauty, it seems that the boss in your live broadcast room is not that good. Do you want to come to my guild? There are many big brothers in our guild. If you come, I can introduce you. I have sent you a private message. When the time comes, come to my house to find me and we can have an in-depth exchange. As he said this, Brother Kai's pupils flashed with a yin and yang light, and he was already imagining how this beautiful woman would lie in his arms. Hearing Brother Kai's words, Ning's expression was cold, and he typed directly on the public screen, who is in charge of the Feiyu platform. Let's chat privately. In the Magic City, Yu Xinglong's assistant has been paying attention to Sue Weier's live broadcast room. Are you kidding? This is the anchor that Ning's single push, how can he not pay attention? When he saw the message sent by Yi Ning, he directly notified Yu Shenglong. Yu Shenglong immediately gave an order to the operations director to contact Yi Ning personally. In less than 2 minutes, Yi Ning received a call. Hello? Hello, Mr. Yi. I am Su Chang, the operations director of Feiyu Live. Chairman, you asked me to contact you. Well, I have 2 requests. Okay, Mr. Yi, go ahead. First, permanently ban the live broadcast room of Brother Kai and freeze his account permanently. Second, find some people to vote for Xiao Weier and ensure that she becomes the first in this PK. The money will go into the company account. When the time comes, just tell me how much is missing and I will make up for it. Yes, I guarantee to complete the task. Su Chang said solemnly. Just kidding, these are the orders of the 2 bosses. How can they, the workers, not execute them? In the live broadcast room, Brother Kai was about to ask Su Weier for her phone number when suddenly the screen went black. Brother Kai hadn't reacted yet and his live broadcast room was blocked. In less than a minute, he couldn't even log into his account. What's going on? Brother Kai's forehead was covered with cold sweat. This was the first time he encountered such a situation after so many years of live broadcasting. You know, he signed a contract. If he can't make it into the top 10, he will face huge compensation. Brother Kai's guild was also notified at the first time. When they asked if they were willing, the staff only left 1 sentence: he angered the real boss. When the guild leader heard this explanation, his back was wet with cold sweat. Don't look at him as a guild leader, his family has nearly 100 million assets. But compared with those big guys, it is still a world of difference. As for the people that Brother Kai provoked, do I need to say it? He has been hinting that the anchor named Xiao Weier just coveted other people's beauty? A woman who dares to covet a big boss simply doesn't want to live. The guild president was so angry that he spent so much money to bring Brother Kai to this point today, but in the end, all his efforts were wasted. Who should I ask for this loss? I can only ask Brother Kai. The guild president took out a contract, and the 50 million compensation on it was particularly dazzling. As for Su Weier, when she saw Brother Kai's live broadcast room was suddenly blocked, she was still very happy in her heart. In these 10 minutes, she was annoyed by this guy called Brother Kai. If there weren't so many fans in the live broadcast room, she really wanted to turn off the computer and leave. Anchor, it seems that Brother Kai has been banned in the live broadcast industry. Yes, there is an announcement. Oh my god, it's true. Why was he banned? It took just a short while, so strange. Do you remember what Big Boss Ningu said just now? Yes, did Big Boss Ningu know that Brother Kai was going to be banned, so he said that there is no need to give gifts this round? Wake up, it is obvious that Brother Kai was dealt with by Big Boss Ningu. Have you forgotten what Big Boss Ningu said to Feiyu platform? It's terrifying to think about it. From today on, I really realized that other big guys are just big guys who are hyped up, and Big Boss Ningu is the real big guy. Even Su Weier was a little suspicious, and immediately picked up her phone to send a message and asked, "Is it you? What do you think? How did you do it?" After getting Yi Ning's affirmation, Su Weier couldn't figure it out. It stands to reason that Yi Ning didn't give many gifts, even less than those super guilds. But why does he have such a great influence? I have shares in Feiyu and I'm one of their bosses. How do you think I did it? Su Weiler could never have imagined that Yi Ning was actually a shareholder of Feiyu Live. That's a company worth tens of billions. How rich is Yi Ning? And it seems that he is not just a small shareholder, but even a major shareholder who can influence the board of directors of Feiyu. You really surprised me. Su Weiler replied. Do you like it? Yeah. Yi Ning felt very good after seeing Su Weiler's message, very good. He immediately opened Mo Qingqing's chat box. A colorful conversation made Mo Qingqing blush. As a scumbag, he naturally has to take care of everyone. The PK was still going on, but Yi Ning had issued the order, so naturally, every round, many insiders came to Su Weier's live broadcast room with their trumpets to give her tips. No matter how hard the other anchor tried, they would always lose to Su Weier by a large margin. Everyone guessed that this was Ninggu's boss's effort again. Finally, the PK came to the last round. Chapter 36. Yu Shanglong takes the initiative to invite. In the finals, Su Weier's opponent was a big anchor with tens of millions of fans, Cheng Xier. Last year, she had a good chance to win the championship, but in the end, she lost to the first place by a small margin. This year, she met the anchor who defeated her last year in advance and won a complete victory. Now Cheng Xier is very confident and thinks that the championship is a sure thing. Especially seeing that the opponent is a new anchor whose number of fans is not even a fraction of her own. Although it is strange how Su Weier made it to the finals, wouldn't it be better to win by crushing such a weak chicken in the finals? Thinking of this, Cheng Xier pretended to be weak in the live broadcast room and said, "Brothers in the live broadcast room, there seems to be a very powerful boss on the opposite side. Xier is very scared. Brothers must help me." Seeing Cheng Xier's appearance, the water friends in the live broadcast room blushed and shouted, "Xier, don't worry. We will help you get on the list when the PK starts. Yes, give the other side a warning and let them back off." A streamer who doesn't even have a million fans wants to rub shoulders with a streamer with tens of millions of fans. It's really hilarious. After several rounds of PK, Su Weier's followers have reached more than 800,000. Cheng Xier certainly knows that if she just acts like a spoiled child in the live broadcast room, there won't be so many people buying into her. Without hesitation, she sent private messages to those emperors in the live broadcast room. "Brother Zhang, please support Xier later. We'll have dinner together then. Brother Zhao, help Xier win the championship. I can also wear the clothes you mentioned last time. Brother Qian, Xier bought a new set of pajamas. Can you help Xier check the quality in a few days?" The other fans in the live broadcast room didn't know that at this moment, Cheng Xier, the goddess in their hearts, had made appointments with no less than 20 big brothers. If Ning knew, he would not be able to help but admire Cheng Xier. This is a role model in the industry. Make great contributions for the cause. Just when Cheng Xier had begun to imagine the speech of winning the championship, the gift channel was finally opened. In an instant, the gift bar showed a huge gap of 9-1, forming a crushing trend. Cheng Xier looked proud, thinking, "It's just as I expected." Just as I was about to thank the bosses for the reward, I suddenly saw a barrage flying by. Damn! The opponent is so fierce. We brushed 3 million, but we were crushed by the opponent. What? Crushed by the opponent? Cheng Xier rubbed her eyes and looked carefully. Only then did she realize that the gift progress bar was indeed 9-1. But it was not as she imagined, 9 for her and 1 for Su Weier. It was just the opposite. How is this possible? How can a small anchor with only a few 100,000 fans have so many bosses brushing money for her? Cheng Xier almost couldn't hold the mouse steadily, and silently clicked on Su Weier's live broadcast room to check. Shocked. Is this still a human? There are hundreds of emperors alone, plus various other VIPs, countless rewards. It is impossible to get it without tens of millions. What kind of terrifying existence is the boss behind her? On Su Weier's list, Jin Yininggu's name was at the top of the list. The amount of reward reached tens of millions. The key is the gift given to Su Weier today. Looking at Jin Yininggu's name, Cheng Xier was very jealous. 10 million, and for one day. If it was given to her, wouldn't it mean that she would get 7 million from this man today, minus the platform's commission? Think about the reason why those people on her live broadcast list gave hundreds of thousands of rewards. Which one was not earned by her body? Thinking of this, Cheng Xier suddenly felt very boring. What has she been pursuing all these years? The anchor industry is a big dying factory. She, Cheng Xier, has earned a lot of money, but she has lost the most precious thing. Staring at the young and beautiful Su Weier opposite, Cheng Xier felt a strong sense of inferiority in her heart. For the first time, she felt that she was so dirty. It was like broken eggs that had been left for a long time, and it was smelly. At the end of the live broadcast, Su Weier's gift list reached more than 39 million, and Cheng Xier couldn't even get a fraction of her. Adding the amount of rewards from the previous PKs, Su Weier received nearly 60 million rewards today. The number of fans also exceeded 5 million, officially becoming a big anchor. At this time, a special effect of opening the emperor appeared, attracting the attention of many water friends. Wow! It's Yu Shenglong! Yu Shenglong came to open the emperor for the anchor. Xiao Wire is too impressive. What do you mean Xiao Wire is impressive? It's clearly the appearance of Ninggu boss. Who is Yu Shenglong you are talking about? Isn't it just an emperor? Didn't the anchor receive enough emperors tonight? You don't even know Yu Shenglong? That's the chairman of Feiyu Live. Yes, a gift from the top of Feiyu Live. Do you think it's impressive? Some ignorant water friends realized that it turned out that the chairman of Feiyu Live had come, and it was an official account. Although Su Weiler knew that Yi Ning was a shareholder of Feiyu Live, Yu Shenglong's arrival was still beyond her expectations. Su Weiler was very excited. All of this was brought to her by Yi Ning. Ever since she met Yi Ning, she has been very lucky. She was even a little fortunate that if she hadn't been forced to give up the position of flight attendant because of those bad things, then it is very likely that she would never know Yi Ning, let alone stand out in the live broadcast room like today. Yu Shenglong typed directly on the public screen, "The anchor sings well, keep it up." Su Weiler, thank you for the chairman's affirmation, I will definitely work hard. Yu Shenglong, Mr. Yi, when are you coming to Shanghai? Let's have a drink together then. Tonight Ninggu, okay, I will definitely go then. Yu Shenglong, ha, that's fine. Neither of them sent private messages, but chatted directly in the live broadcast room. Other fans saw the conversation between Yi Ning and Yu Shenglong, and they all worshipped the big boss. Yi Ning's mobile phone was constantly receiving private messages, and a large part of them were from the anchors of Feiyu Live. They all wanted to get to know a super big boss like Yi Ning. If you were lucky enough to be appreciated by the big boss, not to mention becoming an overnight sensation like Su Weiler, at least your live broadcast career will be smooth sailing. But Yi Ning didn't care at all and turned off the private messages directly. Let those male anchors sigh and let the female anchors mourn alone. Of course, after the PK was over, Yi Ning took the initiative to contact Su Chang, the director of operations. He used the money in the company account today, and of course he would not forget it. Chapter 37 Meeting Wu Jishir. Su Chang thought that it would take at least a few days for Yi Ning to take out the nearly 50 million in cash. Unexpectedly, as soon as he hung up the phone, the finance department reported that Yi Ning had transferred the money to the company account. It's amazing to take out so much money in a few minutes. Ding! The host spent 46.5 million for Su Wire, got a critical hit, and was rewarded with a school district house worth 600 million. School district house. It's a whole building. This is too cool. In the past, Yi Ning always envied those aunties who owned dozens of houses. Every day, holding a bunch of keys, collecting rent in the morning, and playing mahjong in the afternoon. Now he can do it too. You know, he not only has a school district house to collect rent, but also a commercial street and an office building. The annual rent is definitely an astronomical figure. The next morning, Yi Ning just got up and received an internal call from the property manager Luo Rongrong. Mr. Yi, here is a package for you. It has been delivered to your door. Remember to check it. Okay, I'll be out right away. Opening the door, Luo Rongrong drove a small sightseeing car with several packages of different sizes in the back. Of course, the most eye-catching thing is Yi Ning's huge cardboard box. Good morning, Mr. Yi. When Yi Ning opened the door, Luo Rongrong's eyes lit up. She was not sure whether Yi Ning was the richest in Yunshan Longjing, but he was definitely the most handsome. Besides, he was so young. If she could really have a relationship with him, Luo Rongrong would naturally be willing. But Yi Ning just smiled and greeted her, picked up a pen to write his name, and turned to enter the room with the big cardboard box. His eyes didn't even stay on Luo Rongrong's face for even a second. Is he really so unattractive? Luo Rongrong touched her tender face and stared at the door of Yi Ning's villa dully. Yi Ning opened the cardboard box, which contained dozens of red house deeds. And they are all in the same building. It's still very cool to think about it. The days of landlords are coming. It took a lot of effort for Yi Ning to move the box to the Mercedes-Benz G. Today, I have to go to Jiangcheng Kangda Hospital. After finishing the business, I will list the house with the rental company. When I arrived at the hospital, Ning called Wu Jishir. President Wu, where is your office? I'll come over now. Wu Jishir was taking a break when he received Ning's call. Mr. Yi, have you arrived? I'll come downstairs to pick you up. Ning said indifferently, President Wu, just tell me the location. I don't like to do that. Just treat it as a private meeting. Wu Jishir had a little good impression of Ning when he heard what Ning said. He had a good impression of Ning during the previous call. After several times of getting along, he felt that Ning was not the kind of person who put on airs. Although Wu Jishir did not come to the hospital gate, when Ning came to the office building, he still saw a little old man in a white coat who looked to be in his 70s and had a ruddy face. President Wu? Seeing that Wu Jishir didn't seem to see him, Ning took the initiative to greet him. Hearing Ning's words, Wu Jishir finally widened his eyes and looked surprised. Are you Mr. Yi? Yes, it's me. Ning took the initiative to shake hands with Wu Jishir. It was impossible for Wu Jishir not to be shocked when he saw Ning. The main reason was that Ning was too young. Although he could tell from the phone that Ning was not too old, he could never have imagined that Ning was a young man in his 20s. Wu Jishir and Ning walked into the office building, and other hospital workers couldn't help but look over. They didn't know who Ning was. But who in Jiangcheng Kangda Hospital didn't know Wu Jishir? Or, in Jiangcheng, who didn't know Wu Jishir as long as they were engaged in the pharmaceutical industry? Originally, Wu Jishir was at the door of the office building, and they thought he was waiting for some important person. Unexpectedly, it was just a young man in his 20s. And it seemed that Wu Jishir was very respectful to this young man. They stared at Ning's face for a long time, and reproduced this person's appearance in their minds countless times. If they meet in the future, let alone make friends, at least they must never provoke this person. In the dean's office, Ning talked with Wu Jishir for more than an hour. He didn't want to participate in the management. So he just discussed with Wu Jishir the basic direction of the hospital's later development. Most of the power was still handed over to this little old man. Wu Jishir also secretly breathed a sigh of relief and gradually put his mind at ease. He was not wrong. Ning was not the kind of person who would forget his principles and be greedy for money. Just like the special medical fund for poor children established by the hospital before. This money was actually from the boss of Kangda Hospital, that is, Ning's money. But Ning did not hesitate at all, and resolutely retained this project, and even doubled the financial assistance. This move greatly moved Wu Jishir, an old man who has been practicing medicine for decades. It is said that doctors are kind-hearted. Although Ning is not a doctor, he will do his best to help others. After talking with Wu Jishir, Ning came to the first floor and went to the bathroom. Suddenly, he saw a plump middle-aged beautiful woman in her 30s rushing out of the office at the end of the corridor. The woman was full of indignation, and angrily looked at the man in the room and cursed, Lu Hong, you accepted bribes privately and embezzled money. Aren't you afraid of being reported by others? Report? Ha, you might as well ask, who here dares to report me? An extremely arrogant speech came from the office. Then, a fat man with big ears and a face full of flesh came to the corridor. He stared at the beautiful woman with lustful eyes and said, Xiaotong, I said, it's easy to get me to sign. First, find a place tonight, let's have a drink and talk slowly. Or, let your general and come and talk to me in person. At this point, Lu Hong seemed to remember something, and an obscene light flashed in his eyes. Chapter 38 Arrogant Lu Hang. Ning didn't expect to see such a scene in the hospital. There are all kinds of birds in the forest. Character has nothing to do with education. In fact, people with bad character and high education are more harmful to society. For example, the female graduate student who was very popular on the internet before slandered the uncle for taking secret photos. When this incident happened, it shocked everyone's worldview. Xiaotong was so disgusted that she almost vomited when she heard Lu Hang's hint. After all, she was the sales manager of Anshin Pharmaceutical, but she was threatened by Lu Hang. What's even more infuriating is that Lu Hong, who was ignorant of the world, dared to covet the current chairman of Anshin Pharmaceutical. It's really a toad wanting to eat swan meat. Lu Hong, put away your dirty thoughts and don't even think about it. Xiao Tong shouted angrily. Lu Hong sneered, Xiao Tong, don't think I don't know the problems your company is facing now. When Annie steps down from the position of chairman, I wonder if you can keep your position as sales director. Don't come to beg me by then, ha. Lu Hong was not at all flustered in the face of Xiao Tong's refusal. He is the director of the purchasing department of Kangda Hospital, not to mention that he has a father who is the vice president. If Xiao Tong wants to sell medical equipment to Kangda Hospital, she can only beg him. Now there are sharp conflicts among the senior executives of Anshin Pharmaceutical. He doesn't believe that Xiao Tong doesn't know the importance of this order from Kangda Hospital. Xiao Tong, I tell you, as long as I, Lu Hong, don't nod, no one will dare to accept this order, so just give up. Oh? From your tone, did you open this Kangda Hospital? At this time, a young man wearing a famous brand, handsome, and a little lazy came in front of the two. He looked at Lu Hong with a smile on his face. The person who came was naturally Ning. He was originally planning to take a look at the situation, but when he heard the name of Anshin Pharmaceutical, his heart moved. Although he didn't know much about this company, he just got 15% of the shares from others 2 days ago, and now he is a shareholder of Anshin Pharmaceutical. Listening to the conversation between the two, it seems that Anshin Pharmaceutical is not very simple, and the water is very deep. There is a lot of water, and it is deep. Others don't care, but Ning likes it. He wants to see what kind of dragon pool and tiger cave it is, and he must go in no matter what. Kid, do you know who I am? Lu Hong had seen Ning watching the show on the side. Just watch the show quietly, why do you have to come out and pretend to be a big-tail wolf? Didn't you see that so many people around were tactful and didn't speak? Can't you even see this atmosphere? Seeing that Ning was so young, Lu Hong subconsciously thought that Ning was a student who had just graduated from the medical university and came to Kangda Hospital for a job. Such a person, as long as Lu Hong wanted, he could control it at will. Just because, alert, he has a father who is the vice president. Without answering Lu Hong's question, Ning just smiled lightly and stepped forward. I don't know who you are, and I don't want to know. But I can tell from your words that you are not worthy of working in a hospital, let alone being a doctor. As he spoke, Ning's voice became louder, pointing at the entrance of the office building, pack your things now and get out. Ning's voice was not small, and naturally attracted the attention of many people. Even people upstairs came down to watch the excitement. Seeing Lu Hong on the verge of rage, they all mourned for this young man in their hearts. Why did you have to provoke this person when you couldn't provoke anyone else? But among them, some people recognized Ning as the young man that Dean Wu had just greeted in person. They sneered, and they had long been unhappy with Lu Hong, who relied on his father and acted arrogantly. The young man who appeared now is likely to be related to Dean Wu. It would be great to let him treat this Lu Hong. Of course, no one thought that Lu Hong would be expelled, at most he would be slightly punished. Who told others to have a father who was the vice dean? Yo! It's quite novel today. Lu Hong sneered. To be honest, after working for so long, no one dares to tell me, Lu Hong, to get out. Boy, do you think you have a higher position than my dad, the vice president? Lu Hong immediately looked proud. Having a father who was the vice president has always been his capital for showing off. Seeing Ning not speaking, Lu Hong became even more complacent. You dare to tell me to get out. How about now? You don't dare to speak, right? A young man, still so arrogant. If you can work in Kangda Hospital, I, Lu Hong, believe you. Ning glanced at Lu Hong coldly, and said in a calm tone, I don't have a position in Kangda Hospital. When Lu Hong heard this, the corners of his mouth rose slightly. He knew that this was a fool. Maybe he thought he was great just because he had a little money. In Lu Hong's view, such a person is a fool. But the next second, Ning's words made Lu Hong's heart skip a beat. But I just took over this hospital, so I am the boss of this hospital. What? Boss? Everyone present, including Xiao Tong who was standing silently by the side, looked at Yi Ning in disbelief. This young man who looked like he had just graduated, was the behind-the-scenes boss of Jiangcheng Kangda Hospital? Those who had just seen Wu Jishir welcoming Yi Ning understood. So that's how it is, no wonder Dean Wu respects a young man so much. It's not because Yi Ning has some terrifying background, but because this person himself is someone that others can't afford to mess with. Lu Hong was also a little hesitant because Yi Ning was too confident. But he still didn't believe that such a young person could take over Jiangcheng Kangda Hospital. What's more, his father is the vice president of the hospital. Why didn't his father say anything about the change of boss? Thinking of this, Lu Hong pointed at Yi Ning, his veins bulging. You were so bold, you dare to spread rumors and make trouble in the hospital, do you think I dare not touch you? Chapter 39 Unhappy. You are so bold. You openly pointed fingers at Mr. Yi. Do you think your father can really protect you? Lu Heng's voice just fell, and the voice of an old man came from the stairs. Except for Yi Ning, the pupils of everyone present shrank slightly, because they were very familiar with this voice. This was the voice of the Dean Wu Jishir, and even he called Yi Ning Mr. Mr. Yi, are you okay? In the shocked eyes of everyone, Wu Jishir came to Yi Ning. Wu Jishir's attitude proved Yi Ning's words. This man is really the boss of Kangda Hospital, who can make them pack up and leave with just one word. Lu Heng's back is now sweating. He never thought that he would provoke the boss. He even tried to attack the boss when he revealed his identity. Mr. Yi, I was wrong. I spoke without thinking. Please forgive me. Lu Hong looked panicked and kept bowing to Yi Ning to apologize. Forgive? Yi Ning sneered, I said you are not worthy of being a doctor, now just get out of here. President Wu, and his father who is the vice president, also check it carefully. If there is a problem, deal with it as it should be. Yi Ning sighed incomparably. There are such parasites in all walks of life. They enjoy the fruits of the people's labor, but in turn use the power given by the people to bully others. It is really difficult for Yi Ning to forgive such a person. By the way, Xiao Tong, right? Wait here for a while. I will talk to President Wu. I will find you something later. Xiao Tong was slightly surprised when she heard Yi Ning's words. She didn't know why a big boss like Yi Ning would leave her alone. Could it be that he has some unique hobbies? Thinking of this, Xiao Tong couldn't help blushing. But now she has something to ask of Yi Ning, of course she dare not disobey Yi Ning's wishes. As for what other needs Yi Ning really has at that time, they can only deal with it according to the situation. Yi Ning and Wu Jishir walked out of the office building and came to an empty flower bed. At first, neither of them spoke. After a long silence, Yi Ning spoke first. President Wu, I hope this will only happen once. Yi Ning's face was calm, but his tone revealed a bit of indifference. Wu Jishir nodded and promised, Don't worry, Mr. Yi, I will investigate the matter of Lu's father and son. Yi Ning shook his head, You know I'm not talking about this matter, because your starting point is good, so I will play this drama with you. Wu Jishir was shocked, and then a wry smile appeared on his face. In the end, he was discovered by Yi Ning. Originally, he had admired this young boss very much, and it was not until now that he really felt that this young man was amazing. Yes, all this was arranged by Wu Jishir. Lu Hang and his son had too much power in the hospital, and even he, the president, could not control them. As a result, the two of them were domineering in the hospital and corrupted the atmosphere. It happened that someone from Anqing Pharmaceutical came to look for Lu Hong, the purchasing director, every day these days. So Wu Jishir wanted to let Yi Ning, the new boss, see it and punish the father and son by the way. Although the starting point was good and the goal was achieved. But Yi Ning was indeed used. Yi Ning really hates people like Lu Hong, but he is still a little unhappy about being used for no reason. Don't worry, Mr. Yi, I was forced to do it this time, and I will never appear again in the future. Well, that's good. After the two finished talking, Yi Ning found Xiao Tong. I didn't pay much attention just now, but now I have time to take a closer look. For men, this woman is really tempting. If we only talk about appearance, Xiao Tong is far worse than Bai Ilua and others. At most, she is a good beauty. But when it comes to figure, Xiaotong is really the kind of convex and curvy, plump and full of charm. This is what other people call a beauty. No wonder Lu Hang is so obsessed with it. Regardless of whether the character is good or bad, at least Lu Hang's vision is still good. Yi, Mr. Yi, can you stop staring at me like this? Although she is already a 35-year-old mother, Xiaotong is still a little uncomfortable being stared at by a man in his 20s. Of course, Ning is not used to it because he is handsome. If he is ugly, he will be disgusted. There is no way. In a society that values appearance, it is really convenient to be handsome. Not to mention modern society, isn't it the same in ancient society? If you are handsome, the little girl will pledge her body to you. If you are ugly, I will repay you even if I have to work like a cow or a horse in the next life. Ahem. Ning cursed himself in his heart for being shameless. There are already Imo-Ching-Ching and others, why are you staring at a young woman? Sorry. Ning apologized and said, how about this, it's almost noon, I will treat you to a meal, and then talk. Eat? And then talk? Talk about what? Are you sure you are not flirting? Xiaotong's face was flushed, and the look in her eyes when she looked at Ning was also quite strange. It turns out that a handsome young man really has a special fetish. But thinking that she must not lose the big customer of Kanda Hospital, Xiaotong could only nod. I hope it's not what I think. If it is, I can only improvise. Then let's go. After dinner, I have to go to the real estate agency. I'm very busy today. Xiaotong's body trembled when she heard Ning's words. She almost lost her balance. The mountains shook. We are going to the real estate agency now? You are thinking about supporting me before we even have dinner? She looked at Ning's back with her beautiful eyes, gritted her teeth, and took a firm step with a heroic spirit. Chapter 40 Anshin Pharmaceuticals. Do you want to eat anything? Ning asked casually while driving. Xiaotong shook her head. I'll listen to your arrangement, Mr. Yi. Okay, let's go to Jiangnan Hotel, that's not bad? As a boss, Ning is either picking up girls or on the way to picking up girls almost every day. He hardly cares about his own business. Anyway, he has to eat, so he goes to see it by the way. No, it's not good? Xiaotong said hesitantly. Is this man so anxious? Go directly to the hotel? Wait until you have a meal in the hotel, then Xiaotong can still run away? What's wrong? The food there is not bad, don't worry. Ning was a little surprised. Didn't you say you can eat whatever you want? Is this the fickle side of women? As soon as Ning's car entered the Jiangnan Hotel, the security guy saluted in a standard way. Hello, Mr. Yi. Ning smiled and nodded, not bad, very energetic. He was still very satisfied with the hotel. It seems that Wu Yuan managed it well. Give the employees of Jiangnan Hotel a raise next month, Ning thought so. Xiaotong's pupils flickered in the co-pilot's seat. She was not deaf. She had just clearly heard the security guard of Jiangnan Hotel call Ning Mr. Yi. Could it be that he also had shares in Jiangnan Hotel? And Jiangnan Hotel was originally part of Jiangnan Commercial Street. So Ning was not only the behind-the-scenes boss of Jiangcheng Kangda Hospital, but also had property in Jiangnan Commercial Street? Thinking of this, Xiaotong suddenly felt that this handsome man was quite mysterious. How many other identities did he have? Boss, you are here? Ning parked the car. As soon as the two of them walked to the lobby door, Wu Yuan, who got the news first, was already waiting. The tall reception ladies on both sides also bowed. Hello, Mr. Yi. Well, hello. Ning greeted and patted Wu Yuan on the shoulder. Well done, starting from next month, the bonuses of all employees will be doubled. When the hotel employees heard Ning's words, they all smiled excitedly. At Jiangnan Hotel, as long as you don't make particularly big mistakes, you will get a bonus every month, and it is not low. If the bonus is doubled next month, wouldn't it be equivalent to double salary? How could they not be happy with such good news? It's great to have such a generous boss. Under Wu Yuan's arrangement, a pretty front desk lady took Yi Ning and the others to a huge private room. The private room was luxuriously decorated and magnificent. After understanding Xiao Tong's taste, Yi Ning ordered a few special dishes at random. When the front desk lady left the room, she also looked at Xiao Tong, who was sitting opposite Yi Ning, with envy. After going out, looking at her slightly immature front, her face was sad. Men really like big ones. Even Mr. Yi, a rare man in the world, is the same. And Mr. Ye's taste is really unique. He actually likes less. Yi Ning didn't know that having a meal with Xiao Tong would result in the title of Chow Thief. When the food was served, Yi Ning started to get to the point. I heard Lu Hong say that there are disagreements among your shareholders in Anshin Pharmaceutical. What's going on? Tell me in detail. Xiao Tong thought of many countermeasures to deal with Yi Ning's offensive in his mind. I didn't expect Yi Ning to just want to understand the internal contradictions of Anshin Pharmaceutical. Mr. Yi, you just want to talk to me about this? Xiao Tong asked in confusion. What else? Yi Ning frowned slightly. He didn't know what Xiao Tong meant. Ha! Xiao Tong breathed a sigh of relief, but when he thought of the problems facing the company, he felt very uncomfortable. This is no longer a secret in the industry. If Mr. Yi wants to hear it, I'll tell you. Xiao Tong said afterwards, and Yi Ning was listening on the side, and he also had a general understanding of the whole thing. It turned out that the former chairman of Anshin Pharmaceutical died suddenly in a car accident. The current chairman is the only daughter of the former chairman, Annie. But Annie is very young, and many shareholders in the company do not accept her. Especially Lu Jiandong, the second largest shareholder who holds a large part of Anshin Pharmaceutical's shares. He has long coveted the position of chairman. He united a group of small shareholders to suppress Annie's position in the company, and Annie is facing a very difficult situation. Now Anshin Pharmaceutical's performance is gradually declining, and more shareholders are beginning to turn to Lu Jiandong. Especially not long ago, Kangda Hospital expressed its desire to terminate its cooperation with Anshin Pharmaceutical. It made Annie's situation even more difficult. Xiao Tong came here to re-establish a cooperative relationship with Kangda Hospital and help Annie overcome the difficulties. Have Kangda and Anshin always cooperated with each other? Yi Ning asked with shrimp in his mouth. Xiao Tong nodded. Yes, it has been a cooperative relationship since the old chairman, and it has been no less than 10 years. Then why did it suddenly end? Is there any quality problem? No. Xiao Tong hesitated and denied it without saying anything. Yi Ning immediately understood that this was also a means for Lu Jiandong to weaken Annie's position. It seems that Xiao Tong's previous statement that Lu Hong privately accepted bribes was not groundless. Although Xiao Tong didn't know why Yi Ning was interested in the problem of Anshin Pharmaceutical, she couldn't care so much. Now she just wanted to know whether the cooperation between the two companies could be re-established. As long as Yi Ning makes the decision, no matter who obstructs it, it will be fine. Mr. Yi, actually. Chapter 41 First Kiss. Yi Ning is not only the controller of Jiangcheng Kangda Hospital, but also a shareholder of Anshin Pharmaceutical. So even without Xiao Tong's suggestion, he would let the two sides continue to cooperate. Xiao Tong didn't expect Yi Ning to agree so straightforwardly without any hesitation. Without thinking too much, the cooperation with Kangda Hospital was finally saved. Although it can't completely solve the problems that Chairman Annie is facing now, at least it can relieve a large part of the pressure. In fact, Yi Ning just wanted to keep the money within the family. Since they are all making money, it's better to give it to his own people. Of course, he is not short of money now. After dinner, the two parted ways. Yi Ning thought that he hadn't seen Su Wire for a long time. Anyway, he had to go to the real estate agency, so he might as well make an appointment together. Faced with Yi Ning's invitation, Su Wire readily agreed. Driving to Su Wire's downstairs, Su Wire had already put on exquisite makeup and waited for a long time. How is it? Does it look good? Su Wire smiled happily and saw the stars in Yi Ning's eyes. There are two small dimples on her cheeks when she smiles, which is too sweet. It's beautiful, I like it very much. Yi Ning couldn't help but hold her in his arms. Smelling the fragrance on her body, Ning felt that this life was worth it. Su Wire was startled by Ning's sudden action. After a brief nervousness, she felt that Ning's embrace was really warm, and gradually relaxed her body. Ning, it's not good for us to do this. In public, Su Wire was still a little embarrassed to hug Ning, and her face was red. Why? We are not together yet, this is something that only boyfriends and girlfriends do. Su Wire's voice became smaller and smaller, but she still did not let go of her arms holding Ning. A typical example of saying one thing and doing another. You want me to be your boyfriend? Are you kidding? Ning pretended to be surprised. Suddenly, Su Wire's eyes were visibly red. Her mouth was pouting, and you could hang a bucket on it. I'm going to cry, comfort me. Su Wire raised her head and looked at Ning, looking unhappy. Of course, she didn't think Ning didn't want her anymore. If Ning really gave up on someone, he would never mention the name again. Just like Ning's ex-girlfriend, Man, whom he met on the commercial street before. Since then, Su Wire has never seen Ning mention Man, as if she had never known this person. With such a personality, would Ning take the initiative to find her if he didn't like her? Ning smiled and rubbed Su Wire's little head. You even called her mom in the video, can you still be my girlfriend? Ha! Hateful. Su Wire raised her nose, looking disgusted, but she couldn't suppress the smile at the corner of her mouth. She is really beautiful when she smiles. If Ning is asked to describe someone as pure, it must be Su Wire. The feeling she gives people is no different from first love. Staring at Su Wire's bright red little mouth, Ning couldn't help but put his face close to it. Why did this man sneak attack again? What a bad guy. Although she thought so in her heart, Su Wire still tilted her head upwards, slowly closed her eyes, hooked her arms around Ning's neck, and let Ning do what he wanted. After a long time, Ning reluctantly separated. Licking her lips, she looked nostalgic and had a smirk on her face. Still smiling. It's you! Su Wire glared at Ning fiercely, not wanting to pay attention to him. Her big and full breasts rose and fell frequently, and she breathed deeply. You have to learn to breathe through your nose, otherwise you won't be able to kiss for too long. Ning reminded. Su Wire pursed her lips and said sourly, do you think everyone is as skilled as you? Today is her, Su Wire's, first kiss. Ning, this bad guy, is taking advantage of her. Ning didn't know how to start. He does have a lot of say in this regard. But why does he feel a little proud in his heart? Seeing Ning not speaking, Su Wire became jealous. This bad guy didn't even know how to defend himself, and he seemed quite proud. Although she felt a little uncomfortable, she wouldn't be angry. She knew that Ning was so outstanding that there must be many girls who liked him. If she had to get angry every time, she would have been angry to death. By the way, what are we doing later? Ning just asked her out, and he hadn't said where to go today. As soon as the voice fell, Su Wire saw Ning and asked in surprise, is it okay? Su Wire was stunned, and immediately understood what Ning meant. Blushing, she gave Ning a pink fist directly. Yes, you big-headed ghost. Sometimes, she really wanted to open Ning's head to see what was inside. Just a joke, just a joke. Ning explained with a smile, I got a house and plan to rent it out and be a landlord. Su Wire was not surprised that Ning had extra real estate. That's perfect, I want to change my place, or don't go to the agent, just rent it to me. Su Wire clapped his hands. Ning knew that Su Wire had misunderstood his meaning. Then I'll give you one set, and rent out the rest. Ning said indifferently. Su Wire, the environment of this community is indeed a bit worse, it would be nice to move to another place. Don't you only have one house? Do you have others? I mean one house, which means a building, all of which are mine. Driving out of the community, while Su Wire's brain was in a state of panic, Ning said, when the time comes, pick the one you like and live in it, and give the rest to the real estate company. You can give it directly to the community property management, and they can also help to rent it out. Oh, that's great. I'll take you to see the house. Ning turned the car around and drove towards the school district housing. Chapter 42 Emerald City. Jiangcheng University Town. There are 7 or 8 undergraduate colleges and universities here, including Jiangcheng University and Jiangcheng Normal University. Because there are so many students, the business is developed, and the housing prices here are naturally not cheap. The housing prices in Jade City, owned by Ning, are also the most expensive in the university town. Each house with 2 households per elevator is about 400 square meters and the price is nearly 10 million. Sir, if you want to enter Jade City, you need the consent of the owner. We can help you contact. Driving a Mercedes-Benz G, the two were stopped by the community security guard at the gate of Jade City. Ning casually took out a house certificate from the box. I am the owner. By the way, let your property management come over. I have something to do with him. The security guard had never seen the property certificate put in a cardboard box, and such a big box, wouldn't it be all? Is this person buying a house as buying clothes? This is not how wholesale is done. Today, he has seen a real rich man. Smiling and watching Ning enter the community security contacted the property manager as soon as possible. When the Jade City property received the call, the first reaction was that the big man who bought a building appeared. When they learned the news yesterday, everyone was stunned. He had long wanted to meet this great man who bought a building, and today he actually came in person. After putting on his suit, the property manager rushed to building number 6 with a nervous mood. Ning took Su Wire to visit the decoration, and finally Su Wire chose a house on the 22nd floor. The two walked out of the elevator, and a man in a suit was waiting at the door for a long time. You are Boss Yi, right? I am Liao Peng, the property manager of Jade City. I am very happy. Before Liao Peng finished speaking, he heard Ning said in surprise, Liao Peng. It's you? Ah. You are Ning. When Ning walked out of the elevator, he felt that this person looked familiar and looked like his college classmate. But then he felt that he had made a mistake. No matter how powerful Ning was, he couldn't afford to buy a building in such a short time, right? So, when he knew that this person was his college classmate, his heart was immediately shocked. You know, their school is just an ordinary undergraduate school. After 3 years of graduation, someone like him can get about 10,000 yuan a month, and sometimes he has good performance and can get 20,000 or 30,000 yuan, which is very good. But even so, it is still unrealistic to buy a house in Emerald City. It even takes a long time to plan to buy a house in Jiangcheng. But Ning, who is in the same class, can not only buy a house in Emerald City, but also buy a whole building. Such a gap makes Liao Peng a little difficult to accept. And the woman next to Ning should be his girlfriend, right? She is too beautiful, much more beautiful than those stars on TV. Ning, are you the owner of building number 6? Liao Peng took a deep breath and asked with his eyes wide open. Yes. Ning nodded. Although he had guessed it, Liao Peng still felt dizzy after getting Ning's affirmation. You are exaggerating. Liao Peng himself didn't realize that his voice was shaking when he spoke. He never did before, but now he is a little restrained when facing Ning. It's not his fault. Just ask, if someone you know is actually a super boss, how many people can stay calm? Haha, let's not talk about that. Ning smiled lightly. By the way, I went to the property management because I wanted to rent out the house. Since it's you, Liao Peng, it's even better. Ning kept the houses from the 20th to the 25th floors, and stuffed the rest to Liao Peng without hesitation. Liao Peng was slightly moved. When he was in college, he and Ning could only be regarded as classmates in the same class, and they had almost no other intersections. Although Ning would rent out these houses regardless of whether the property manager was him or not. But he still accepted Ning's favor, there is no doubt about that. Looking at Ning and Su Wire holding hands and walking out of the community, Liao Peng showed envy. This is the winner in life. Then, Liao Peng took out his mobile phone and couldn't help sharing it in the class group. Liao Peng, do you know who I just met? Li Wei, Dilraba Dilmurat? Guli Naza? Lu Quan, or Malzahar? Liao Peng, what's the connection? He's a classmate of ours, and he's bought a house in Emerald City. Li Wei, damn? Could it be Jiang Xian? I thought his family was rich. Lu Quan, maybe it's the class monitor. Everyone hasn't graduated for a few years, and without the support of their families, how many people can buy a house in Emerald City? So subconsciously, everyone thinks it's those classmates who already have better living conditions. Jiang Xian, don't spread rumors. Jiang Xian looked at his phone. He was also very curious, who in the class could afford a house in Emerald City. Although he was not particularly rich, he lived well in Jiangcheng, and his family had assets of tens of millions, but it was still a fantasy to want to buy a house in Emerald City. Jiang Shui, I'm still abroad, it's not me. Jiang Xian and class leader Jiang Shui denied it one after another, and everyone was curious about it. In addition to these two people, who else has such financial strength? Li Wei, Liao Peng, stop fishing, tell me. Liao Peng stared at the screen and laughed. I won't tell you the name, he is just a very handsome man. Very handsome. Seeing this message, everyone knew who Liao Peng was talking about. There were still a few handsome guys in their class. But when it comes to being very handsome, it can only be Ning. That's a real school idol level face. In college, even though they knew that Ning's family conditions were average, there were still many little fans chasing him madly. Not to mention that he is rich now. Everyone looked at the message sent by Liao Peng with dull faces. No matter how hard they tried, they could not imagine that Ning would surpass them by a large margin. Jiang Shui, who was far away abroad, was also surprised to see Liao Peng's message. She had also had a crush on Ning at the beginning, but she chose to give up because of Ning's family conditions. She did not have so much time to wait for a man to grow up. Unexpectedly, Ning has really grown up now, why not give it a try? But Liao Peng's next sentence directly poured a basin of cold water on Jiang Shui. Liao Peng, and Ning's girlfriend is really beautiful. She is prettier than those stars. Jiang Shui was opening Ning's chat box and preparing to send him a message. Seeing this message, she suddenly locked the screen, threw her phone on the bed, and her pupils were burning with jealousy. Chapter 43 Xin Xian's Thoughts. After dealing with the house, Ning drove and took Su Wire to eat at a street stall in the university town. Neither of them noticed that a woman dressed up in fancy clothes was staring at them intentionally or unintentionally, and she showed an inexplicable smile from time to time. Xin Xian had a date today. When she passed by the snack street after dressing up, she suddenly saw a familiar black G-Class. Ordinary people would definitely not see any difference, but as Bai Yiluo's roommate, Xin Xian naturally studied the photos on the campus forum carefully. After comparing again and again, she finally confirmed that this car was the car of the rich second generation rumored to be Bai Yiluo's boyfriend. Originally, she thought the owner of the car was looking for Bai Yiluo, but she didn't expect a woman to get off the passenger seat. It was still a stunning beauty who was no worse than Bai Yiluo in appearance. And looking at the intimacy between the two, it was obvious that they were in a relationship. Xin Xian was extremely excited about this discovery and quickly took a photo with her mobile phone. She had dated many boyfriends, but there were not many truly rich people. From Ning's dress, Xin Xian could tell at a glance that this was definitely a super rich young tycoon. And he is so handsome, isn't he exactly her ideal man? In addition, she is not bad looking either, although not as good as Bai Yiluo, she is also a real beauty. She believes that as long as she uses a little trick, this handsome rich second generation guy will not take the bait. Thinking of this, Xin Xian took out her phone and dialed the number. Hello? Xian Xian, have you arrived? I will pick you up in my Audi A4 right away. A young man's voice came from the other end of the phone. Xin Xian heard the voice on the other end of the phone, and a trace of contempt flashed across her face. A broken Audi, I don't know what to show off. She has forgotten that she told others before that they must have a car worth at least 300,000 to be worthy of dating her. But now that she saw Ning's car worth millions, she directly denied her previous promise. Zhou Juanhao, you don't have to come, let's break up. Xin Xian said in a flat tone. She has experienced this kind of thing countless times. Zhou Juanhao almost lost control of the steering wheel, drove the car to the side of the road, and stepped on the brakes. Xian Xian, don't joke. I never joke, How can a broken car worth hundreds of thousands of yuan be worthy of me? Zhou Juanhao, forget it. Xin Xian scolded on the phone, and then hung up the phone. Looking at Yi Ning, who opened the car door for Su Wire not far away, she was very excited. Bai Yilua, you didn't expect your man to eat in the bowl and look at the pot? In that case, then I have a chance too. Xin Xian didn't expect to become Yi Ning's marriage partner. As long as Yi Ning gave money, she would be willing to be his lover. She didn't believe that with her beauty, there would be a man who could withstand the temptation. The next day, before Yi Ning got up, she received calls from Wu Yuan and Sun Tao. These two people, one is the general manager of Jiangnan Hotel, and the other is the general manager of Jiangnan Building. Their affairs all point to one thing. That is a charity auction held at Jiangnan Hotel tonight. This is held by the Zhengcheng Red Cross. Such an auction usually attracts many representatives of Zhengcheng Enterprises. Yi Ning had nothing to do, so he decided to go. As for the female companion, it naturally fell to Su Wire. The moon was bright and the stars were sparse. Su Wire drove a Porsche 911 and took Yi Ning to the Jiangnan Hotel. Today, Su Wire was wearing a purple evening dress and high heels, which made her very tall. Yi Ning was wearing a newly bought Armani suit, standing with Su Wire, like a pair of golden boys and jade girls. Boss, hello, this is the invitation prepared for you. The auction is on the 9th floor. As soon as Yi Ning walked to the door, the receptionist came to him with a professional smile. When she saw Su Wire, her eyes lit up. As expected of the boss, the female companion was so beautiful. It seems that the boss is not the one who specializes in young women as rumored. Thank you. Yi Ning took the invitation and took Su Wire's hand and walked towards the elevator. Brother, are you here to attend the auction too? Entering the elevator, a man in his 20s wearing glasses looked at Yi Ning. The man was handsome, but his hairstyle was rather ostentatious. He was wearing all branded clothes and looked like a man with plenty of money. Yi Ning smiled and said, Yes, I received the invitation by accident. Han Yu also looked very familiar and stretched out his hand and said, My name is Han Yu, I'm here to see you on behalf of my dad. Yi Ning. Yi Ning shook hands with Han Yu gently, and then continued, This is my girlfriend, Su Wire. Han Yu felt that Su Wire looked familiar just now, and when he heard Yi Ning's introduction, he suddenly remembered her. In the elevator, he exclaimed, Could it be the little Wire from Feiyu platform? Su Wire didn't expect Han Yu to recognize her, so she smiled and admitted, It's me, nice to meet you, Mr. Han. Su Wire admitted, which made Han Yu, a rich second generation, a little nervous. He doesn't have many hobbies on weekdays, and his favorite hobbies are racing, clubbing, and watching beautiful women. Since Su Wire became popular in the live broadcast industry, now there are many people watching her live broadcast every day. Han Yu has also seen it several times, and he always thinks Su Wire is pretty. But he has not taken any actual action. After all, today's beauty technology is too terrifying. Who knows what kind of monster is on the other side of the screen? Now that he saw Su Wire with his own eyes, he knew he was wrong. Not only was she not a monster, but she was also an extremely beautiful woman. Even with Han Yu's knowledge, he had never seen anyone who could compare with Su Wire. Han Yu patted Yi Ning's shoulder with envy, Brother, you are amazing. You have caught such a beautiful woman like your sister-in-law. That's right. Yi Ning looked proud, and then his face changed slightly, hiss. The pain in his waist made Yi Ning a little overwhelmed. Chapter 44 Lu Tianxiang. When Yi Ning arrived, he did not attract much attention. But Su Wire beside him attracted many people's attention. She is so beautiful. With this woman here tonight, other women are eclipsed. Some of those who usually pay attention to the internet also recognized Su Wire's identity. But there are still few people who take the initiative to greet him. Didn't you see Su Wire holding a handsome guy? Who can come here with a simple family? Naturally, they will not cause trouble casually. Olji, what's your number? In a few words, Yi Ning has changed from a brother to Olji in Han Yu's mouth. Number 7. Because of Han Yu's inquiry, Yi Ning noticed that there were numbers on the invitation. He thought everyone could sit anywhere. Number 7. Han Yu couldn't believe it, took the invitation from Yi Ning's hand and took a closer look. It's really number 7. Han Yu thought Yi Ning was just a rich second generation who came here to see the world like him. It seems that there are other identities. You know, the top 10 numbers in the auction are not so easy to get. Han Yu's family is the leading enterprise in Jiangqing's building materials industry. The company's market value is 5 billion. But the invitation his father received was only for the 25th. It seems that Yi Ning's identity is more terrifying than he imagined. Su Wire took Yi Ning's arm, and the two came to the front row and sat down. Yi Ning's arrival made many people in the hall curious. Those who can sit in the front row are either senior executives of the Red Cross or representatives of Jiangqing's 10 billion enterprises. Could it be that Yi Ning is the offspring of some unknown 10 billion enterprise boss? Mr. Yi, I didn't expect you to come too. Hearing the voice, Yi Ning turned around. It turned out to be Xiaotong, whom he had met not long ago. Today, Xiaotong is wearing a bright dress, and the tight skirt shows her figure to the fullest. Especially the two full groups on her chest, which is too magnificent. Director Xiao, hello, did you also receive an invitation? Yi Ning asked with a smile. Seeing Su Wire next to Yi Ning, Xiaotong understood. No wonder when he saw Yi Ning that day, although he also showed a hint of desire, he didn't make any requests in the end. It turned out that it was because Yi Ning had such a beautiful woman beside him. After working for so many years, she had only seen two beauties of this level. One was the one beside Yi Ning, and the other was Annie, the current chairman of Anshin Pharmaceutical. Of course not. Xiaotong shook her head and smiled bitterly, I naturally don't have the qualifications. It was Director Ren who sent me here. Annie? Yi Ning nodded, that's not surprising. Although Anshin Pharmaceutical is facing a lot of difficulties now, as a leading pharmaceutical company in Zhangcheng, Annie's prestige is naturally not small, and it is reasonable to receive an invitation. At this moment, an inappropriate voice came from Xiaotong's side. Director Xiao, do you know this beauty? Won't you introduce her to me? Next to Xiaotong, a short man wearing a famous brand was staring at Su Wire with a blurred look. Lu Tianxiang felt that he was lucky today. Originally, his father asked him to come to the charity auction, but he didn't want to come. After finally coming here, he actually met such a beautiful woman like Su Wire. He originally thought that only Annie could make his heart beat, but it turns out that there is a beauty of the same level as Annie. Now Annie and his father are still in a tug-of-war stage, and he is still a little short of getting Annie. Let's use this woman to fill the loneliness in his heart. As for Yi Ning, he has long been ignored by him. In the Jiangqing circle, he has never seen anyone like Yi Ning. At most, he is a pretty boy with a good appearance. The moment Lu Tianxiang opened his mouth, Xiaotong secretly thought that it was not good. How could she forget that there was also this rich second generation who was tempted by beauty in the group? Lu Tianxiang's reputation in the circle is not a little bit worse. This is a scumbag who loves everyone he sees, and specifically looks for those pure and ignorant little girls, and abandons them after getting them. Hello, beautiful girl, I am Lu Tianxiang from Anshin Pharmaceutical, and my father is the general manager of Anshin Pharmaceutical. Seeing Xiaotong didn't speak, Lu Tianxiang eagerly introduced himself to Su Wire. He believed that as long as he revealed his identity, Su Wire would fall into his arms no matter how cold she was. But Su Wire ignored Lu Tianxiang's initiative to chat up, and didn't even look at him, and directly leaned her head on Yi Ning's shoulder. Yi Ning also took the opportunity to hug Su Wire's weak shoulders. He. Lu Tianxiang didn't expect that his plan would fail, and when he saw the intimate interaction between Su Wire and Yi Ning, he was even more furious. How could a woman of this level lie in someone else's arms? Now he has regarded Su Wire as his own woman. How could he, Lu Tianxiang, tolerate his woman lying in someone else's arms? Miss, did you not hear me clearly? I am. Lu Tianxiang was about to say something, but Yi Ning turned around and looked at him with a slightly cold look. Don't you know you are very noisy? Since no one pays attention to you, just shut up, okay? Who are you? How dare you control me? Lu Tianxiang slammed the armrest and stood up. He originally wanted to find a reason to teach Ning a lesson, but he didn't expect that this person would be so stupid as to come to his door. Ning looked at him sarcastically. Who am I? I said I can tell you to get out of here, do you believe me? If it weren't for Xiaotong, he really wanted to get this second generation out of here. Xiaotong anxiously pulled Lu Tianxian. Mr. Lu, please sit down first. This is Mr. Ning, the boss of Kangda Hospital. Please don't make trouble. Then, she looked at Ning again, apologetically. Mr. Yi, I'm sorry, we were wrong today. I apologize to you on behalf of Mr. Lu. Feeling Su Wire pulling his sleeves, Ning's serious expression gradually eased. He decided to give Xiaotong some face. After all, she was his employee. But Ning thought so, but some people didn't think so. Lu Tianxian pointed at Ning's nose and said angrily, Okay, you are the boss of Kangda Hospital. It seems that you agreed to cooperate. I am going to seek revenge on you. As soon as Lu Tianxian finished speaking, there was a snap. A bright red palm print fell on his face. Chapter 45, Critical Attack on Koenigsegg 1-1. You dare to hit me. Lu Tianxian stared at Ning, covering his red and swollen cheeks, in disbelief. Who dares to hit him when he grows up? Not to mention who dares to provoke him, the son of Lu Jiandong, in public? Everyone at the scene cast their eyes on Ning, with an inexplicable look. But none of them stepped forward to dissuade him, as they had nothing to do with the matter and kept it aloof. The auction hadn't even started yet, and this big drama was seen. On one side was the son of Lu Jiandong of Anshin Pharmaceutical, and on the other side was the mysterious new boss of Kangda Hospital, neither of whom was a good person. Even Hanyu, who was sitting farther away, looked over here. Yes. Ning sneered and nodded. I hit you, what? Don't you accept it? You don't want to drink a toast and drink a penalty wine, but you have to be beaten to feel comfortable, right? Ning didn't want to pay attention to Lu Tianxian at first, but he kept pushing it. Lu Tianxian didn't expect Ning to be so strong and not afraid of him at all. Now that he was slapped in public, his face was completely lost. If he didn't get it back, how could he, Lu Tianxian, survive? You give me. In a rage, Lu Tianxian punched Ning's head directly. Ning reacted quickly, grabbed Lu Tianxian's wrist, and slapped him again with his backhand. In the hall, another crisp slap sounded. Ning grabbed his wrist and exerted force at the same time, and several clear fingerprints appeared on Lu Tianxian's wrist in an instant. It hurts, let go. Lu Tianxian felt pain and his expression was ferocious. Ning shook him hard, and Lu Tianxian lost his balance and staggered back to his seat. Remember, this is the last time, don't be shameless. Ning had a stern face, and every word was cold. Lu Tianxian felt his hair stand on end. He was really a little afraid of Ning now. He thought that Ning's background was nothing special, but he was just afraid. With his pride, Lu Tianxian would not allow himself to be afraid of a pretty boy he had never seen before. Yes, I give in. Lu Tianxian pretended to agree, and after Ning turned around, he quietly took out his mobile phone. Ning naturally knew that this man would not give up easily, because just now, he clearly saw the fierce light in Lu Tianxian's eyes. But he was not afraid, this Jiangnan hotel was his territory. As long as Lu Tianxian dared to come, he would make him taste what regret was. This farce came to a temporary end with Lu Tianxian's apology. No one expected that Lu Tianxian, who was known as one of the top young men in Jiangcheng, would actually apologize. Regardless of the follow-up, this young man who made Lu Tianxian surrender was considered to be the center of attention. Of course, many people were also shaking their heads secretly. They understood that Lu Tianxian was not a person who surrendered easily, and this young man would have a hard time later. It was not until a middle-aged beautiful woman in Cheongsam appeared on the stage in the hall that people's attention was diverted from Ning and others. The middle-aged beautiful woman smiled and spoke gently. Dear guests, good evening, I am Wen Yao, the host of this charity auction. After some introductions, the auction officially started. Now, let's invite our first lot, the Tiffany Millennium Necklace, with a starting price of 500,000. It can be seen that everyone present is not short of money. Although the final price reached 2.3 million, far exceeding the original value of the necklace, someone still bought it. Ning had little interest in these things. He watched for a long time and had no intention of buying. Seeing this, Lu Tianxiang sneered in his heart. He was indeed a poor bastard with no money. He was good-looking but useless. He had such a beautiful female companion that he couldn't even bear to spend millions. It was too flattering to call him a pretty boy. It wasn't until the etiquette lady took out a hairpin from the backstage that Ning smiled. He glanced at Su Weier's black hair and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. This is a good thing. When Yao pointed at the hairpin in the hands of the etiquette lady and introduced loudly, "This is a ice lotus hut in jade hairpin carved by Master Lu Qianqing. Both the carving and the jade quality are top-notch. The starting price is 2 million, and each bid must not be less than 100,000. As when Yao introduced, there was a burst of exclamations from the audience. It's actually the work of Master Lu Qianqing. Just this name is worth more than 2 million. It's really a good thing. I didn't expect there is such a treasure. I don't like treasures, I just like charity. 3 million. It's my wife's birthday, so don't fight with me. 3.5 million. After a brief discussion, everyone started bidding. Soon, the price of the ice lotus Hutyan jade hairpin reached 8 million. 20 million. Ning raised his hand and made the first bid. 20 million. Everyone, including Su Weier, looked at Ning in disbelief. The price of this hairpin is about 8 or 9 million, and Ning actually directly quoted a price of 20 million. Ning smiled and said, "Everyone, look at what I am doing. It's charity, so just treat it as a good deed." This hairpin is very suitable for Su Weier, and Ning decided to buy it. It's also good to donate the extra money. And he still has a system, so the money he spent can be returned, so he doesn't care about this at all. Lu Tianxiang was also a little surprised when he heard Ning's offer. Isn't he a gigolo? Why can he take out so much money at one time? Even if he is the boss of Kanga Hospital, it is impossible to take out so much cash flow, right? Even for him, the top second generation in Jiangcheng, his monthly pocket money is only a few million. Why is Ning richer than him? Boss Yi, number 7, bids 20 million. Are there any friends who want to increase the price? 20 million once. 20 million twice. 20 million 3 times. Deal. Congratulations to Boss Yi in seat 7 for bidding 20 million for Master Lu's Ice Lotus and Hutyan Jade Hairpin. Without waiting for the auction to end, Ning paid for the transaction directly. Ding! Congratulations to the host for spending 20 million for Su Weier, getting a critical hit, and being rewarded with a Koenigsegg 1-1. Koenigsegg? Although Ning's requirements for cars are not very high, the appearance of a sports car with more than 100 million and limited to 6 units worldwide still makes him a little excited. This is Koenigsegg 1-1, something that you may not be able to buy even if you have money. Soon, Ning came to Su Weier's side, gently grabbed her hair, and personally inserted a hairpin for her. Su Weier was very surprised. Although she thought that this hairpin was bought for her at the beginning, she couldn't help but be moved when Ning gave it to her. Ning, this is too expensive, 20 million. Su Weier stuck out her tongue. Ning shook his head and didn't care. Compared to your position in my heart, 20 million is not that important. Ning's words made Su Weier's heart flutter, and she held Ning's arm tighter. Soon, the auction ended and everyone left. Lu Tianxiang looked at Ning with a smile, and then went downstairs. Chapter 46, One Kick. Old Ji, that kid might be bad for you. Hanyu came to Ning first and reminded him in a low voice. Just now, he also saw Lu Tianxiang's expression. His hurried look clearly showed that he had some plan. Although his family background is not as good as Lu Tianxiang's, the businesses of the two families have no intersection, and Hanyu is not afraid of him. What's more, the real controller of Anshin Pharmaceutical is Annie, not the Lu family. It doesn't matter. Ning said lightly, without even frowning. Now he is at least at the same level as Lu Tianxiang's father. A mere second generation is not worth mentioning. Seeing Ning's calm demeanor and no panic at all, Hanyu was relieved. It seems that Yi Ning has a way to deal with Lu Tianxiang. Yes, how could a big boss who can get seat number 7 in this auction not have some tricks? Yi Ning and others had just arrived at the lobby on the first floor when Wu Yuan came quickly in a suit. Boss, Lu Jiandong's son has found some people, and it seems that he wants to do something to you. Wu Yuan's tone was relaxed and smiling, as if he was chatting about family matters. Only Han Yu looked at Yi Ning in surprise. This Jiangnan hotel is also yours? How could Han Yu not know Wu Yuan, the general manager of Jiangnan Hotel? But such a person also bowed to Yi Ning and called Yi Ning boss. Before Yi Ning nodded, Wu Yuan stood up and said, Mr. Yi is not only the boss of Jiangnan Hotel, but also the only boss of the entire Jiangnan Commercial Street. Hearing this, Han Yu really understood how terrifying Yi Ning's background was. In just a moment, he already knew that Jiangcheng Kanga Hospital, Jiangnan Commercial Street, Jiangnan Hotel, and Jiangnan Building were all Yi Ning's industries. Adding these together, it was no worse than his family's total assets. Is there anything else to say? For the first time, Han Yu realized that Yi Ning, a figure who had never appeared in the second-generation circle of Jiangcheng, was very likely to be an existence that most people in Jiangcheng could not afford to offend. Brother Yi, you are too awesome! Han Yu exclaimed sincerely. Even he didn't realize how natural it was for him to call Yi Ning from brother to old Yi, and now brother Yi. I'm sorry to bother you, Yi Ning. If you don't want to suffer, just come out by yourself. At this time, Lu Tianxiang leaned against the door lazily, looking at Yi Ning with a playful face. Today, Yi Ning made him lose face and even slapped him twice. He, Lu Tianxiang, must settle this account. And the beauty next to Yi Ning, he will take her back tonight and play with her slowly. Thinking of this, Lu Tianxiang looked at Su Wire. Miss, if you are obedient, I can let Yi Ning suffer less later, how about it? He could see that Su Wire really loved Yi Ning, so he was even more proud thinking about what would happen next. As long as Su Wire knew what was good for him, he would not worry that Su Wire would disobey him. But Su Wire didn't even look at him, but just spit out a word coldly. Get lost. Lu Tianxiang laughed in anger and clapped his hands. Okay, then I'll let you know what regret is. As he said that, Lu Tianxiang said to Wu Yuan beside Yi Ning, Manager Wu, you also saw it. It's not that I don't give you face, but someone is really cheap. I'm not looking for trouble in your place, you just need to let Yi Ning get out, I will find a way. Lu Tianxiang is not stupid, although Wu Yuan is just a small general manager of Jiangnan Hotel. But the boss behind the Jiangnan Commercial Street is not something that ordinary people can afford to offend. Can someone who can run a commercial street in the most prosperous area of Jiangcheng be a person without background? So he naturally wouldn't be stupid enough to look for trouble in Jiangnan Hotel. Speaking like this is also a disguised way to give Wu Yuan a face. Oh? Yi Ning looked at Wu Yuan beside him, smiling. Manager Wu, what do you mean? Wu Yuan hurriedly wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. This Lu Tianxiang is asking for death, and he actually wants to drag him in. It's too much to say that he is stupid. Boss, don't worry, I will take care of it. Wu Yuan lowered his head and bowed slightly to Yi Ning. This scene was so incredible in Lu Tianxiang's eyes. Who is Wu Yuan? The general manager of Jiangnan Hotel. He actually bowed to Yi Ning, although he was standing far away and couldn't hear what Wu Yuan whispered beside Yi Ning. But his respectful look made it clear that Yi Ning's status was above Wu Yuan. How is this possible? In shock, Wu Yuan looked at Lu Tianxiang indifferently, pointed at him and said, Everyone, control this guy for me, I want to see how Lu Jiandong taught his son to dare to attack our boss. Boss. Lu Tianxiang looked at Yi Ning in horror, and Yi Ning's eyes also stayed on him. How terrifying was that mocking smile in Lu Tianxiang's eyes? How is this possible? The pretty boy he identified in his heart is not only the boss of Kanga Hospital, but also Wu Yuan's immediate superior. How ironic is this? Lu Tianxiang was held by several security guards. After struggling for a few times, he looked fierce and roared, Yi Ning, don't think that you are so great as the boss of Jiangnan Hotel. Let me tell you, I am not afraid of you. Yi Ning shook his head, came to Lu Tianxiang, raised his leg and kicked him in the stomach. His eyes were like ice knives. Whether I am afraid or not is another matter, but remember one thing, don't mess with me. As soon as these words came out, everyone present, including Wu Yuan, had their hair stand on end. It is hard to imagine that Yi Ning, who looks sunny and handsome and young, is so decisive. Everyone understands that Yi Ning is really not easy to mess with. If you make him angry, he will really fight. Manager Wu. Yi Ning turned his eyes to Wu Yuan. Wu Yuan took a deep breath. Boss, you say? Treat Mr. Lu and the group of people outside well. As for the medical expenses, I can afford it. Yi Ning had already seen the few sloppy hooligans outside, who seemed to be the thugs hired by Lu Tianxiang. Boss, don't worry, I promise to complete the task. As he spoke, Wu Yuan winked at the security captain. After dealing with Lu Tianxiang and leaving Jiangnan Hotel, Yi Ning unexpectedly received a call. Chapter 47 Lu Jiandong. Hello, Mr. Yi, I'm Lu Jiandong. A middle-aged man's dull voice came from the other end of the phone. Ha, Mr. Lu, I've heard of you for a long time. Yi Ning chuckled twice. The Lu family is well informed. In less than half an hour, Lu Jiandong even found out his contact information. Lu Jiandong hesitated for a moment, and said solemnly, I, Lu Jiandong, am also very honored to meet Mr. Yi. I wonder if there is a chance to invite Mr. Yi to have a simple meal together. Lu Jiandong's words made Yi Ning raise his eyebrows. If Lu Jiandong wanted to meet for his son's incident today, then there was no need to meet. As long as the other party apologized, Yi Ning was not the kind of person who would not let go. But Lu Jiandong's formal invitation, could there be other purposes? Then, Yi Ning understood that it seemed that Lu Jiandong had found out that he owned shares in Anshin Pharmaceuticals. Thinking of this, Yi Ning's expression flashed, Mr. Lu, there is no need to hold a banquet. To be honest, as long as you take care of your son. I don't care how Anshin Pharmaceuticals develops. In fact, Yi Ning really didn't care who would be in charge of Anshin Pharmaceuticals in the future. Neither Lu Jiandong nor Annie has anything to do with him. As long as Anshin Pharmaceuticals does not go bankrupt, his 15% stake will generate income for him. Yi Ning's words were like a reassurance pill, making Lu Jiandong feel more at ease. Today, when he learned that the person his son had offended was Yi Ning, who owned 15% of Anshin Pharmaceuticals, he almost fainted. He wanted to rush directly to Jiangnan Hotel and drag Lu Tianxiang to beat him up. Fortunately, Yi Ning had no interest in company management, otherwise all his efforts to get the position of chairman would have been in vain. Mr. Yi is worthy of being a big boss at a young age. I, Lu Jiandong, admire him. Lu Jiandong was a little relieved. The two exchanged a few words and hung up the phone. Sitting in the co-pilot, Yi Ning looked inexplicable. Today's contact made him know that Lu Jiandong was definitely a man with deep scheming. On the phone, he never mentioned his son Lu Tianxiang, as if this person did not exist. But it is precisely because of this that Lu Jiandong seems terrible. Such a person is a ruthless person who can sacrifice everything for the sake of profit. Back at the villa, Yi Ning helped Su Wire to clean up a guest room and sleep separately. The next day, Yi Ning slept until noon. During lunch with Su Wire, he received a call from the manager of Koenigsegg. As the property manager of Yunshan Longjing Villa, Luo Rongrong patrolled the community as usual. Suddenly, there was a roar of an engine. Looking up, a black and handsome supercar appeared at the gate of the community. Luo Rongrong's eyes widened. This turned out to be Koenigsegg. It was Koenigsegg 11, which was limited to 6 units worldwide and worth 1.5 small goals. Such a top supercar would appear in Jiangcheng, a second-tier city. Even a city like Magic City with a population of over 20 million does not have it. More importantly, the car is now parked in front of her, parked at the entrance of Yunshan Longjing Villa community. Who is it? Who in their community has the ability to afford this car? Luo Rongrong stared at the door without blinking. She must meet this hidden super boss. Yi Ning, who received the call, put down the dishes in his hand and showed surprise. Which man doesn't like sports cars? Although with his current worth, buying a sports car worth tens of millions is not a burden at all. But think about it, forget it. Yi Ning, who has a Mercedes-Benz G, is already very satisfied with his current life. However, when Koenigsegg 11 was delivered to the door, he still couldn't hide the joy in his heart. "What's wrong, so happy?" Sue Wire asked. "Come on, let's take you to see your husband's new car." Ning ignored the dishes on the table, pulled Sue Wire and walked towards the gate of the community. 7 or 8 minutes later, Ning and Sue Wire came to the gate of the community hand in hand. "Mr. Yi, I am Yin Sherhao, the manager of Koenigsegg Asia who called you. I am very happy to meet you." Yin Sherhao was dressed in a suit and looked very elegant with glasses. He knew that Ning was very young, but when he saw him in person, he was still shocked by Ning's age. This is the super boss who bought Koenigsegg 11. In her 20s, her net worth is at least several hundred billion, right? And the beauty next to Ning is the most beautiful woman he has seen in all his years of work. Only someone like Ning, who is young, rich, and handsome, can be worthy of her. Seeing Ning and Yin Sherhao greeting each other, Luo Rongrong, who was standing in the corner, looked lonely. Just now, when she saw Ning coming to the door, her heart almost jumped to her throat. She can now be sure that Ning is definitely the richest boss in Yunshan Longjing. If anyone is dissatisfied, then take out a car of the same level as Koenigsegg 11 to compare? She wanted to go up and say hello, but when she saw Sue Wire, who was smiling and happy next to Ning, she knew why Ning never said anything good to her. That woman was so beautiful that Luo Rongrong, who was very confident in her appearance, had to admit it. In front of Sue Wire, she was not even a little bit worse. Only women of this level could be worthy of Ning. Thinking of this, Luo Rongrong took a deep breath, adjusted her mentality, and left quietly. Chapter 48 Red Cherry Bar. Ning, this car is very expensive, right? Driving the Koenigsegg 11, Ning took Sue Wire around the artificial lake, attracting countless envious eyes. You know, people who can own a house nearby have more or less rice at home. At least half a small goal. But even these people couldn't help but exclaimed when they saw Ning's car. This is the charm of a super sports car worth more than 100 million. Ah, more than a small goal, not bad. Hearing Ning's words, Sue Wire shuddered all over and stuck out her tongue. A car worth hundreds of millions is also called okay? When she saw the sports car, she knew it must not be cheap, but the price Sue Wire guessed was only a few million more expensive than her Porsche 911. Unexpectedly, it was a price of hundreds of millions. She knew that Ning was not only a shareholder of the Feiyu platform, but also the owner of Jiangnan Commercial Street and the owner of Jiangcheng Kangda Hospital. But even so, buying a sports car worth more than 100 million is a bit too extravagant, right? Every time she thought she knew Ning's worth, she soon found out that it was just the tip of the iceberg. This is too magical. In the afternoon, after Sue Wire returned home, Ning also received a pair of jade Pishio sent by Lu Jiandong. Ning smiled softly, as expected. This pair of Pishio is not cheap at first glance. Lu Jiandong is really willing to spend money for the position of chairman. A week later, Hanyu, a rich second-generation man who met at the auction, invited Ning to play in the bar, saying that he would introduce Ning to some friends in the circle. I have never played seriously except for the time when I got drunk. Especially the kind of bar with flashing lights and countless people dancing to rock and roll, he is really curious. Seeing Sue Wire was live streaming, Ning did not disturb her and drove out in Koenigsegg 11. Rumble. The roar of the engine accompanied by the cool evening breeze made Ning sigh. It's great to be rich. Hongying Bar. The most famous bar in Jiangcheng. Every night, countless young ladies with graceful figures and charming looks come here. This bar is also the favorite place for rich young men in Jiangcheng like Hanyu. Especially those young men who come in supercars are the first choice of young ladies. Hanyu, is the Ning you mentioned really that awesome? Next to the white McLaren, a yellow-haired guy looked at Hanyu with doubt in his eyes while holding a cigarette in his mouth. The news about Lu Tianshan being beaten has spread in their circle. But Hanyu also said that the man named Ning was actually the boss of Jiangnan Commercial Street. This is too unbelievable. How could I be joking? I was standing next to Wu Yuan, the manager of Jiangnan Hotel at the time. He called Brother Yi the boss himself. Is there anything wrong? Hanyu explained with a smile. When talking about Ning, he would unconsciously feel respect. No wonder his family is rich. But all this money is from his father. Although he has taken over part of the family business, he is still controlled by others financially. But Ning is different. From Wu Yuan's tone, it can be heard that he not only respects Ning, but also has awe. This means that Ning is his immediate superior, and as long as Ning says a word, he can decide whether he stays or leaves. So Ning's money is naturally controlled by himself, which can be seen from the fact that he spent 20 million to buy a hairpin for his girlfriend. Inviting Ning today was also planned by Hanyu from the beginning. It's not that there is any cooperation to discuss with Ning, but that he wants to get to know Ning better. It can be said that Ning is no longer on the same level as the second generation who rely on their parents. Following Ning will definitely bring great gains. Rumble. The sound of the engine came. Not only Hanyu and his friends, but also countless handsome men and beautiful women around the bar were attracted. Koenigsegg. The yellow-haired man widened his eyes and patted Hanyu's shoulder excitedly, not even noticing that the cigarette butt in his mouth fell to the ground. It's Koenigsegg, and it's 1-1. What I saw on the video a few days ago was actually real. Even Hanyu, who was always calm, was shaking when he saw the sports car coming towards them. Someone in Jiangcheng can actually afford Koenigsegg 1-1. Hanyu also saw a video online before, saying that Jiangcheng had a Koenigsegg 1-1. At that time, he looked disdainful and didn't believe it at all. Only when they reached this point did they know how difficult it was to buy such a limited edition supercar, or a limited edition sports car worth hundreds of millions. Not to mention Jiangcheng, even the super bosses in the Magic City would find it unlikely to buy it. Can someone in a small Jiangcheng afford it? This is too fake. But now, this car clearly appeared in front of them, and even slowly leaned against the side of the road. Some people who didn't know Koenigsegg 1-1 still didn't understand why these people were so excited to see this car. Isn't it just a sports car? There are many here. But those who recognized it all showed envy and excitement in their eyes. No one was jealous of them, because they would only be jealous when the gap between the two was not big. When someone is already far ahead of you, you can no longer be jealous. Obviously, the gap between the current owners of Koenigsegg 1-1 and them is as huge as the difference between heaven and earth, so they have no right to be jealous. In Hanyu's great shock, Ning parked the car, opened the door, and walked towards Hanyu and others with a smile on his face. Hanyu, he's coming. The owner of Koenigsegg 1-1 is actually walking towards us. The yellow-haired man shook Hanyu's shoulders, who was already in a daze, and his expression was as excited as a fan seeing a star. When Ning came to Hanyu and stopped, several people trembled and dared not breathe. Mr. Han, why don't you introduce these friends to me? Ning waved his hand in front of Hanyu and said with a smile. At this time, Hanyu's friends suddenly looked at him with shocked expressions and trembling lips. Hanyu, could this be the brother Yi you mentioned? Chapter 49 Yi Xiao. Hanyu woke up from his daze, but the shock on his face did not diminish. He sighed, Brother Yi, you are too scary. If Hanyu was impressed by Ning's identity before, he was really scared now. In his eyes, Ning became extremely tall and mysterious. The power behind the people who can buy Koenigsegg 1-1 is far beyond the second generation of Jiangcheng. Even the top second generation in the Magic City or even the Imperial City is at most about the same as Ning. He dared not imagine Ning's true identity. If he had planned to investigate before, now all this idea has disappeared. Brother Yi, let me introduce you. Ning waved his hand to interrupt Hanyu's words, looking indifferent. We don't need honorifics between us, let's just be like before. Hanyu's attitude made Ning a little uncomfortable. They are people of similar age, and it's good to be friends as peers. Ning's words made Hanyu and several second generations like him a lot more. Let alone buying a Koenigsegg 1-1, even if it's buying a sports car worth tens of millions, many people are so arrogant. They look like they don't like anyone. But Ning is an exception. Okay, Brother Yi. Hanyu's tense nerves relaxed a little, and he said with a smile, this yellow-haired man is Zhou Chen, his family is in the clothing business. The showy guy in a suit is Liao Xian, and Li Jingxuan is opened by his family. This is AI Yang, who makes furniture. Brother Yi, just call him Glasses. After saying hello, Ning followed a few people into the Hongying bar. As soon as he arrived at the hall, a little fat man in a suit ran over with a smile, rubbing his hands, looking flattering. Mr. Han, you haven't been here for a long time. Then, he looked at Zhou Chen and the others and greeted them one by one. It seems that Han Yu and the others are regular customers here. Xiao Wang, let me introduce you, this is Yi Ning, Brother Yi, please don't neglect him. Han Yu said, putting his arm around the little fat man's shoulder. Wang Quan's heart skipped a beat. Yi Ning followed Han Yu and others and walked in the last row. He thought Yi Ning was just a little follower. He didn't expect that Han Yu, a young master, would call him brother. Could he be an ordinary person? Brother Yi, I'm sorry for my negligence just now. Wang Quan bowed and apologized. Yi Ning smiled and shook his head, not caring at all. Then, Wang Quan took several people to booth number 1, which is the largest booth in the entire Hongying bar and the most expensive. Young Master Han, is it the old rule today? Wang Quan asked. Brother Yi? Han Yu looked at Yi Ning and wanted to ask for advice. Yi Ning just shook his head, I don't understand these, just do it as you see fit. Okay. Han Yu nodded, follow the old rules. After a while, Wang Quan led 4 beautiful women dressed in cool clothes to the booth. He sent someone to fill the table with wine. 3 of the beauties were the companions that Han Yu and others often ordered. They sat down by themselves and chatted happily. Finally, a beautiful girl came to sit beside Yi Ning, lowered her head, and was a little shy. She should have been working for a short time. What's your name? Yi Ning took a sip of wine. Brother Yi, just call me Ying. Ying said a little embarrassedly. Manager Wang Quan had introduced Yi Ning to her just now and reminded her many times to receive him well. Yi Ning nodded and said with a smile, you don't have to be embarrassed. In fact, I am here to experience it. Seeing that Han Yu and others were already getting hot with the beauties, even Liao Xian, who was wearing a suit, had already started to get started. Yi Ning was also a little speechless. It turned out to be a show-off. This beauty named Ying was good-looking, but she was still far inferior to Su Wire. Yi Ning had no interest in her. So, the two of them just drank one cup or another. There was no physical contact, just chatting. Ying also relaxed a little and often talked to Yi Ning about some interesting things in life. After 2 bottles of wine, Yi Ning said hello to Han Yu and others and went to the bathroom. While washing his hands, a familiar figure flashed in the mirror. Yi Ning turned around suddenly and saw a beautiful woman dressed as a student running through the corridor. She looked panicked and anxious. Behind her, a man with tattoos on his arms and a fierce look stretched out his big hand and tried to grab the woman's hair. Yi Ning's face changed, and he quickly raised his leg and kicked the tattooed man in the stomach. Bang! The tattooed man fell to the ground, and the huge impact made him feel a burning pain in his stomach. Yi Ning didn't care about the tattooed man, and directly grabbed the woman's wrist and half-hugged her body. He frowned and asked in a slightly cold tone, Xiao Xiao, what's going on? Why are you in such a place? The woman in his arms was Yi Ning's cousin, Yi Xiao Xiao. Yi Xiao Xiao studied at Jiangcheng Medical University. It was not as good as those double first-class universities, but it was also a good university. At least if she studied hard, she would have no problem entering an ordinary hospital after graduation. Yi Xiaoxiao was also a very well-behaved and sensible child since she was young. How could she appear in such a mixed place? Not to mention being chased by a gangster who obviously looked like a gangster from the society. If he hadn't happened to be in the Red Cherry Bar today, the consequences would have been disastrous. Thinking of this, Yi Ning's eyes became even colder. Chapter 50, Strong Yi Ning. Yi Xiaoxiao was suddenly pulled into the arms of a stranger. She was extremely scared and just wanted to scream when she heard Yi Ning's familiar voice. Suddenly, she was filled with great grievance. Her eyes were red and tears were running down her cheeks like beans. She hugged Yi Ning's tall body and shouted, "Brother!" Woo woo woo! Yi Xiaoxiao's voice did not cause any waves in the noisy bar. But to Yi Ning, it was deafening and hit the heart. He could clearly feel Yi Xiaoxiao's trembling body and deeply understand Yi Xiaoxiao's fear and grievance. He didn't want to think about it, and he didn't dare to think about it. If he hadn't come today, or if he hadn't met Yi Xiaoxiao, what would happen to her? Xiaoxiao, tell me, what happened? Yi Ning wiped her tears and said softly, tell me, I'll help you get justice. Yi Ning's words made Yi Xiaoxiao feel very relieved. But she seemed to remember something, her face turned pale, and she shook her head frantically, brother, let's go quickly, we can't afford to offend those people. They are all relatives, so Yi Xiaoxiao certainly knows Yi Ning's family background. Although the two have had less contact after Yi Ning started working. But Yi Xiaoxiao also knows that Yi Ning has only been in society for a few years, how can he compete with those people? Not to mention that just now, Yi Ning beat up the tattooed man to save her. Want to leave? If I let you go today, wouldn't my Tianwu's kick be in vain? The tattooed man covered his stomach, struggled to get up, and looked at Yi Ning with a fierce face. From the conversation between the two, he already knew that Yi Ning was Yi Xiaoxiao's brother. But so what, the woman that Qi Xiao wants, let alone just a brother, even if Yi Xiaoxiao's biological father comes, he has to serve him obediently. Yi Ning sneered twice, I really didn't think about leaving. I said that I would ask for an explanation for Xiaoxiao. Boy, do you know who is behind me? How dare you ask for an explanation from me? It can be seen that Tianwu was a thug, and there must be someone backing him up. But no matter who it is, Yi Ning is not afraid. He never thought of letting this matter go peacefully today. Yi Ning waved to a waiter and whispered a few words in his ear. Then he turned his gaze to Tianwu, lead the way, take me to see your eldest brother. Tianwu looked incredible, boy, what did you say? He never expected that Yi Ning would dare to ask him to lead the way to see Mr. Qi. Doesn't this man want to live? Pa! Yi Ning slapped Tianwu in the face and said coldly, are you deaf when I ask you to lead the way? Tianwu covered his face and looked at Yi Ning angrily, but in the depths of his eyes, he actually felt a little afraid of Yi Ning. He thought Yi Ning was just pretending, but now it seems that others are not afraid of Mr. Qi behind him, let alone him, Tianwu. Ha! Seeing that Tianwu dared to glare at him, Yi Ning raised his hand again. No, don't fight. Tianwu was like a deflated ball, completely losing his arrogance. I'll take you there. In his opinion, Yi Ning was completely a lunatic, unreasonable, and would fight if he didn't agree. Such a person, let alone Mr. Qi, at least Tianwu couldn't afford to offend him. When Yi Ning hugged Yi Xiaoxiao and followed Tianwu to the box, Wang Quan came to the number 1 booth with an anxious look on his face. He whispered something in the ears of Han Yu and others. What? Han Yu pushed the woman in his arms away and stood up instantly. Old Han, what happened? Zhou Chen asked when he saw that Han Yu's face was not right. Brother Yi had a conflict with Qi Yuan, and now he went to Qi Yuan's box. Han Yu explained. Qi Yuan is so powerful that he even dares to offend Brother Yi. Let's go and take a look. Liao Xian and Ai Yang also stood up. At this time, it is necessary to support the scene. Qi Yuan and the others all knew that his family had opened several large hot springs in Jiangcheng. With assets of more than 1 billion, they are considered a big second-generation family in Jiangcheng. But compared with their family conditions, the Qi family is obviously much worse, not to mention Yi Ning who owns Koenigsegg 11. When Yi Xiaoxiao arrived at the door of the private room, she was even more scared and held Yi Ning's arm tighter. Just now, she finally ran out of here. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Yi Ning comforted her. The gentle smile made Yi Xiaoxiao feel like spring breeze. It's good to have a brother. Yi Xiaoxiao didn't see that after Yi Ning turned his head, his face became ferocious, his eyes were like knives, and extremely sharp. Creak! The door opened, and the strong smell of smoke in the room made Yi Ning frown slightly. He didn't reject smoke, but such a smoky private room still made him feel a little uncomfortable. Tianwu, where is the girl? In the center of the sofa, a man in a white suit looked at Tianwu at the door. In his arms, he was hugging a woman in revealing clothes, and he kept rubbing her in his hands. Mr. Qi, I brought her back, but... Tianwu was sweating and hesitating. Qi Yuan licked his lips and smiled evilly, but what? Get lost. Without waiting for Tianwu to answer, Ning kicked him away and walked into the box. He came in front of Qi Yuan, looked down at Qi Yuan, and said, "You are the one who bullied my Xiao Xiao?" Chapter 51 How to Apologize. Who are you? Facing the condescending Ning, Qi Yuan was of course angry. But no matter how angry he was not that fool like Tianwu. How could he not see that Ning was wearing famous brands? This man was obviously a rich man, but it was unknown which family he was from. "My name is Ning." Ning said calmly. "Ning?" Qi Yuan frowned. He seemed to have heard this name somewhere, but he couldn't remember it for a while. It doesn't matter, as long as it's not one of those top young masters, there is room for maneuver. Young Master Yi, I, Qi Yuan, am not an unreasonable person. Qi Yuan pushed the woman in his arms away. I paid for that girl. Since you want her, just buy her for 50,000 yuan. People like Qi Yuan certainly don't lack women. Yi Xiaoxiao is beautiful, but it is obviously unwise to offend a young master of unknown origin for a woman. 50,000? Buy her? Ha 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 ha. Ning sneered. Qi Yuan's expression was sharp. Young Master Yi, what do you mean? In Qi Yuan's opinion, he had already given Ning a lot of face. But Ning didn't seem to buy his account. Even if Ning had some power, Qi Yuan was not necessarily afraid of him. Qi Yuan, young Master Qi, how about you bring your mother over here, and I'll give you 50,000 yuan, how about that? Ning said slowly. You're looking for death. Qi Yuan slammed the table and stood up. Facing such humiliation, how could he endure it? Several younger brothers in the private room also stood up with Qi Yuan, staring at Ning fiercely. One of the bald young men even shouted, "Boy, kneel down and apologize to young Master Qi now, and then give this woman to young Master Qi to have fun with, and I'll spare your life today." As soon as the bald young man finished speaking, Ning's fist had already reached his face. Bang! With just this one punch, the bald young man's nose collapsed, and blood spurted out of both nostrils. Damn it, beat me! Without Qi Yuan's call, the other brothers were ready to take action. Qi Yuan, if you dare to touch Brother Yi, I think you don't want to live. Outside the door, Han Yu and his men put their hands in their pockets and kicked the door open. Seeing Ning standing in the center intact, he breathed a sigh of relief. Who dares to stop me, believe it or not? Qi Yuan was also overwhelmed by anger, but when he saw Han Yu and others, his brain was instantly clear. Because whether it was Han Yu, Zhou Chen, or Liao Xin and Ai Yang, he couldn't afford to offend any of these young masters. Even his father had to curry favor with Han Yu's father. How could Qi Yuan dare to have any thoughts? Brother Yi, are you okay? Brother Yi. Brother Yi. Brother Yi. Han Yu and his men ignored Qi Yuan and came straight behind Ning. Well, fortunately you came in time. Ning nodded. Then he pointed at Qi Yuan and said, Do you know this guy? Liao Xian stepped forward and answered, Qi Yuan, his family runs a hot spring parlor, so he has some money. Yeah. Ning glanced at Qi Yuan and pulled Yi Xiaoxiao to his side. He introduced, This is my sister. If we hadn't met today, she would have been fucked by this guy. What? Han Yu stared at Qi Yuan, really? Young Master Qi. Qi Yuan was already scared when he saw Han Yu and the others. When he heard the young masters calling Ning brother, he was even more panicked. Qi Yuan, who was at a loss, now just hoped that Ning would let him go. Tianwu, Baldy, and several other brothers in the room were so scared that they dared not speak. Just kidding, any one of these young masters could kill them, not to mention the mysterious and terrifying Ning. Han, young Master Han, I was also implicated. I hope Brother Yi will forgive me. Qi Yuan explained tremblingly. Bang! Ning kicked Qi Yuan in the waist. Qi Yuan couldn't bear the force and fell sideways. Ning took a step forward and kicked Qi Yuan in the abdomen. If you want to beg for mercy, you have to act like you're begging for mercy. Can't you even kneel down? Even though Han Yu had seen Ning beat Lu Tianxiang, he was shocked by the violent Ning at this moment. Not to mention Zhou Chen and the others who just met Yi Ning today. It turned out that Yi Ning, who left them with an approachable impression at the door of the bar, was so violent when he was ruthless. As for the bald guys who were in the box at the beginning, they were already scared silly. Tian Wu saw that his eldest brother Qi Yuan was kicked to death, and suddenly felt that he was still good. Don't, Brother Yi, I was wrong. Brother Yi, I kneel down for you. Brother Yi, I'm sorry. Miss Yi, I'm sorry, hiss, ah. No one rushed forward to stop Yi Ning. The box was now extremely quiet, and only the sound of Yi Ning beating people and Qi Yuan begging for mercy could be heard. Brother, let's forget it. In the end, it was Yi Xiaoxiao who stepped forward and gently pulled the corner of Yi Ning's clothes. Seeing Qi Yuan with a bruised face and blood on his forehead, she was really afraid that this man would be beaten to death or crippled by his brother. Yi Ning stopped, but Qi Yuan still didn't dare to get up. He knelt on the spot and kowtowed frantically. At this time, Yi Ning asked coldly, "You said you were also implicated, what's going on?" Ahem, poof. Qi Yuan spat out a bloody tooth and hurriedly explained. Brother Yi, it's her. It's this woman who came with Miss Yi and took 10,000 yuan from me. Qi Yuan pointed to a woman with dyed blonde hair and dressed seductively in the corner, and his tone was sinister. Chapter 52 Reason. The blonde woman was frightened when she saw Yi Ning turn his gaze towards her. Especially when she met Yi Ning's eyes like the abyss, she felt a chill. Brother. This is my classmate Zhao Yuan. Yi Xiaoxiao came to Yi Ning and whispered. What happened exactly? Yi Ning asked. I wanted to find a part-time job, and she said she knew a job that could make money quickly. I never thought that she would bring me to the bar. I wanted to leave, but she dragged me and didn't want me to leave. Yi Xiaoxiao's words made Yi Ning furious. He felt that Yi Xiaoxiao should not appear in such a place. It turned out that she was deceived. Or was she deceived by her classmates? Is that so? Ha! Yi Ning narrowed his eyes slightly. Zhao Yuan, who was shrinking in the corner, was shocked and hurriedly argued, It's just that I just came here to accompany you to drink. I didn't ask for. Pa! Yi Ning was so angry that he slapped Zhao Yuan in the face with his backhand. Do you think I'm a fool? The powder on Zhao Yuan's face fell off and soon swelled up. Zhao Yuan burst into tears in an instant, but she still didn't dare to refute. She could only look at Yi Xiaoxiao, hoping that Yi Xiaoxiao would let her go for the sake of their friendship. But Yi Xiaoxiao not only ignored her, but even walked aside. She was not stupid at all, and knew that the current situation was actually caused by Zhao Yuan. She was very grateful that Zhao Yuan introduced her to a part-time job, but it was definitely not this. Not to mention that Qi Yuan also said that Zhao Yuan took 10,000 yuan from him. She sold her, Yi Xiaoxiao, for 10,000 yuan. This so-called friendship between classmates is worse than shit. Yi Ning didn't care about Zhao Yuan's emotions, and took out his mobile phone in front of everyone and called Wu Jishir. Mr. Yi, do you have anything to do with the old man? Wu Jishir asked on the other end of the phone. Yi Ning, Dean Wu, do you have any connections in Jiangcheng Medical University? Wu Jishir, yes, I am also the honorary vice president of Jiangcheng Medical University. That's good, there is a person named Zhao Yuan in your school, open it. Yi Ning said calmly. Okay, I'll go to the school in person tomorrow. Wu Jishir agreed without even asking the reason. No. Master Yi, I was wrong. Please hit me, don't expel me. I beg you not to expel me. Although she didn't know who was on the other end of Yi Ning's phone, Zhao Yuan was not a fool. She knew that since Yi Ning said he would expel her, he must have the ability to do so. If she was really expelled from Jiangcheng Medical University, all her efforts over the years would have gone to waste. She would rather Yi Ning teach her a lesson here than be expelled from the school. Xiaoxiao, we are friends, we are classmates, please help me, persuade your brother, I beg you. Zhao Yuan knelt, moved her knees to Yi Xiaoxiao's legs, hugged Yi Xiaoxiao's legs and cried for mercy. But Yi Ning grabbed Zhao Yuan's hair and pushed her away. Get out now, this matter ends here. If you dare to say another word, I will call the police now, believe it or not? Zhao Yuan shuddered all over and sobbed, not daring to speak. She knew that with Yi Ning's means, and she had already deceived Yi Xiaoxiao, it would be a disaster if she really called the police. Seeing Yi Xiaoxiao's face turned away, Zhao Yuan looked depressed. She could only take out 10,000 yuan in cash from her handbag and put it on the table, and left sadly. "Brother Yi, do you need me to ask someone to teach her a lesson?" Han Yu asked. Yi Ning shook his head. "Let's stop here." Then he looked at Qi Yuan again. "Mr. Qi, today is just a small lesson, next time it won't be so simple." Qi Yuan heard what Yi Ning said and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. At least Yi Ning was going to let him go. "Mr. Yi, don't worry, I promise there won't be a next time." "Okay." Yi Ning stretched out his hand, hugged Yi Xiaoxiao, and said to Han Yu and others, "Let's go." Yi Ning and others left the private room, and Qi Yuan slumped on the sofa, feeling scared. Arriving at the lobby, Yi Ning said to Han Yu, "I'll go back today, let's play together next time." Han Yu and others also expressed their understanding. "Brother, is this your car?" Taking Yi Xiaoxiao to the Koenigsegg 11, Yi Xiaoxiao was really shocked. She didn't know much about cars, but this car was not cheap at first glance, at least several million, right? "It's mine." Yi Ning nodded, without much explanation, and drove Yi Xiaoxiao away from the Hongying bar. "Stay at my place for one night today, and I'll take you to school tomorrow, how about it?" Thinking that the school would almost close at this time, Yi Xiaoxiao agreed to this proposal. Looking at Yi Ning, who was driving seriously quietly, Yi Xiaoxiao felt for the first time that her brother was so mysterious. Not only did he know the rich son of Jiangcheng, but he was also very rich. Even with a phone call, he could expel Zhao Yuan. This is too amazing. What's wrong? Seeing Yi Xiaoxiao staring at him intently, Yi Ning asked with a smile. "No, I just think you've changed a lot. By the way, brother, isn't your sister-in-law angry when you go to the bar?" Yi Xiaoxiao joked. "Which sister-in-law are you talking about?" Yi Ning pondered. "Of course it's He Man. Is there any other sister-in-law?" Yi Xiaoxiao had seen He Man before when she went to Yi Ning's rental house. Chapter 53: Yi Xiaoxiao and her roommate. "He Man and I broke up a long time ago." "Then you are single now? Do you want me to introduce you to a girlfriend?" "That's not the case. I have a new girlfriend." "Really? Do you have a photo? I want to see it." Yi Xiaoxiao's eyes lit up when she heard that Yi Ning had a girlfriend. "Yes, the password has not changed." Yi Ning handed the phone to Yi Xiaoxiao. When Yi Xiaoxiao saw Su Weier's photo, she was slightly stunned. "This girl is too beautiful." Yi Xiaoxiao is a beauty herself. If she is not stunningly beautiful, she is at least a natural beauty. But after seeing Su Weier's photo, she realized that there are people who can be so beautiful. But as more and more photos appeared, Yi Xiaoxiao's forehead also had black lines. "Brother, you are such a scumbag." Yi Xiaoxiao couldn't help but complain. She actually saw photos of 3 different women in Yi Ning's phone, and the key is that each of them is very beautiful. She even knows one of them. It's by Ilihua, the campus belle of Jiangcheng University. Any of these 3 women is first class. Not to mention men, even a girl like her likes them. But these 3 people are actually related to his brother. Although by Ilihua's photos are nothing special, just a few daily photos. But the photos of Su Weier, Mo Qingqing and Yi Ning are obviously photos taken by lovers. By Ilihua's photos are put together with these, is there any exception? Why do you say that? Yi Ning asked shamelessly. Don't say that the 3 beauties in your phone have nothing to do with you, you scumbag. You are wrong. Yi Ning shook his head. I will listen to your quibbling. Yi Ning said solemnly, it's not 3, it's 4. You still have a sister-in-law who doesn't have a photo. I believe there will be one in the future. Ah? Yi Xiaoxiao was speechless. She thought she really misunderstood, but it turned out to be like this. Forgive her for her lack of knowledge and shallow cognition. Following Yi Ning back to Yunshan Longjing, Yi Xiaoxiao saw that the villa in front of her was even more messy. Is this still the cousin she knew? Luxury cars and mansions, beautiful school beauties. Her cousin is really at the top. The next day, Because Yi Xiaoxiao had classes in the morning, Yi Ning sent her to school very early. Yi Xiaoxiao didn't recognize Yi Ning's Koenigsegg, but she recognized the Mercedes-Benz she was sitting in. The slightly wealthy kids in the school like to drive BBAs. Yi Ning's Mercedes-Benz is so grand, it should not be cheap. Zhangcheng Medical University is also in the university town, and Yi Ning is familiar with the road. After entering Zhangcheng Medical University, Yi Ning sent Yi Xiaoxiao to the dormitory building. Be careful when making friends in the future, okay? Don't be with those questionable people. Yi Ning warned seriously. Yi Xiaoxiao smiled and stuck out her tongue. I know, trying to get away with it. If you have anything, just call me directly. If you really need a part-time job, I can help you introduce it. Yi Xiaoxiao is a student of Zhangcheng Medical University. Although she has not graduated yet, she can be arranged to intern at Jiangcheng Kangda Hospital. This will definitely be good for Yi Xiaoxiao's future development. Thank you, brother. Yeah. Yi Ning touched her hair. Go quickly, don't delay your class. Are you going to pick up girls? Yi Xiaoxiao asked back. You've grown up, haven't you? You dare to tease your brother. Yi Xiaoxiao turned to avoid Yi Ning's right hand that wanted to pinch her cheek, and quickly opened the car door. Lulu, I'm leaving. Watching Yi Xiaoxiao jumping up the stairs, Yi Ning's eyes flashed with tenderness. He believed that after this incident, Yi Xiaoxiao's vigilance would definitely be much higher. At least if the same situation happens again, it will not be as passive as yesterday. Yi Xiaoxiao returned to the dormitory and saw that her 3 roommates had not gotten up yet. Is this the work and rest schedule of college students? No sleep at night, no sleep during the day. Get up! Yi Xiaoxiao slapped the roommates, bedding one by one. Class starts in half an hour, and you'll be late if you don't get up. Well. Xiaoxiao, are you back? A short-haired girl opened her sleepy eyes on the bed by the door. Yes. Yi Xiaoxiao nodded. Xiaozi, get up quickly. You are always the last one to get up. Xiaozi turned over and got up. When changing clothes, she asked, how is it? How much money did you make with Zhao Yuan yesterday? I'll tell you about this later. I can only say that Zhao Yuan has been fired. What? In the dormitory, the other 2 roommates also stood up in surprise. Going out for a part-time job, and then being fired? What about you? How are you? Xiaozi asked with a worried look on her face. Yi Xiaoxiao shook her head. Don't worry, I'm fine. After class, Yi Xiaoxiao told a few people what happened last night. In addition, Zhao Yuan was called to the dean's office by the school leaders before class this morning. Yi Xiaoxiao's roommate finally understood the whole story. This is too thrilling, Xiaoxiao. Xiaozi still had a worried look on her face. But Xiaoxiao, is the cousin you mentioned the handsome guy whose photo you showed us before? Yi Xiaoxiao's other roommate looked hopeful. They have all seen the photo of Yi Xiaoxiao and Yi Ning. Yi Ning's handsome face and tall figure are really handsome. He is even more handsome than the school idol in their school. It's him. Yi Xiaoxiao looked at the shining eyes of several people and stretched out her hand to stop them, saying, It's not that I don't want to introduce you, but there is no hope. Why is there no hope? Xiaozi pulled Yi Xiaoxiao's sleeve and shook it, saying coquettishly, Xiaoxiao, introduce him to us. What if it works out, right? Yi Ning is handsome and rich. Who wouldn't be tempted by such a man who was so strong in order to protect his sister? Alas! Yi Xiaoxiao sighed and said helplessly, My brother has someone he likes, and you all know him. Tell me who it is. As long as the hoe is used well, there is no corner that cannot be dug down. That's right, no matter which vixen it is, it can't take my brother Yi away. The fierce looks of the women made Yi Xiaoxiao laugh. It's the campus beauty of Jiangcheng University, by Ilua. Don't even think about it, you can't win. Yi Xiaoxiao spread her hands and shook her head. By Ilua. Xiaozi patted Yi Xiaoxiao's shoulder. The Mercedes your brother drives is not a Mercedes-Benz G-Class, right? Huh? How do you know? Did you see it? My brother said it was this model. Yi Xiaoxiao said in disbelief. Hiss. Yi Xiaoxiao's three roommates took a breath at the same time. Could it be that the mysterious boyfriend of Bai Yiluo that was circulated a few days ago is Yi Xiaoxiao's cousin Yi Ning? Chapter 54, Hypocritical Xin Xian. After leaving Jiangcheng Medical University, Yi Ning drove to the commercial street of the university town. Although it was not yet 8 o'clock, many businesses were already open for business. Thinking about the day before yesterday when Su Weier called to say that she had asked a moving company to move the house to Emerald City, Yi Ning bought a bunch of baby's breath and came to the breakfast shop to buy some food to find her. Ever since she met Bai Yiluo's boyfriend Yi Ning and a beautiful woman holding hands on a date in the commercial street, Xin Xian's mind has never stopped. She dresses up well every day just to meet Yi Ning one day. She even blocked all the contact information of her former male besties and Fei Yangyang. Bai Yiluo has never revealed his family background in school, but everyone in the class knows that Bai Yiluo is quite rich. Those Gucci bags and Cartier necklaces are Bai Yiluo's daily wear. These things must have been bought by Yi Ning, a rich second generation. Thinking of this, Xin Xian was jealous. As long as she could climb into Yi Ning's bed, even if she was a lover, she could get the life she wanted. However, recently her ex-boyfriend Zhou Juanhao has been looking for her like crazy, wanting to get back together with her. He even came to her class at one point. Xin Xian was not tired of it, and finally decided to talk to him face to face today. The two agreed to meet at the commercial street, and Xin Xian set off early in the morning. Xin Xian, who was originally irritable, saw a black Mercedes-Benz G parked on the side of the road, and her heart was suddenly overjoyed. Looking around, she finally saw the familiar back in front of the breakfast shop. Yes. That's right. That person is Yi Ning. Xin Xian was ecstatic and walked towards Yi Ning. Little brother, your flowers are so beautiful, where did you buy them? Yi Ning turned around and saw a woman dressed in a coquettish manner and with a strong perfume smell behind him. She stared at the baby's breath in his hand, looking very fond of it. It's the flower shop over there, you can see it when you turn the corner. Yi Ning pointed in the direction of the flower shop and said calmly. Seeing that she successfully talked to Yi Ning, Xin Xian couldn't help but feel happy. Pretending to beg, little brother, can you take me to have a look? I don't know the way. Sorry, I have something to do later, you can just walk along the street, the sign is very conspicuous. Yi Ning refused without hesitation. Seeing Yi Ning taking the buns and soy milk from the stall owner, paying and preparing to leave, Xin Xian felt a little anxious. Suddenly, a figure appeared in her sight. Xin Xian's eyes turned, and a plan emerged in her mind. Xian, you are finally here, look, this is the LV bag I bought for you, 18,000, do you like it? Zhou Juanhao came to Xin Xian and handed her a gift box. He knew that Xin Xian liked luxury goods, and in order to get back together with Xin Xian, he spent a lot of money this time. Zhou Juanhao was very confident that after giving this bag away, Xin Xian would definitely change her mind. Maybe it is very likely that you can eat meat tonight. However, what he got in return was not Xin Xian's reconciliation, but a disdainful laugh. Zhou Juanhao, don't do this. I said I don't like you, and I have a boyfriend. Who is it? Xian, tell me. Hearing that Xin Xian had a new boyfriend, Zhou Juanhao was like a lit barrel of explosives, with veins popping out of his forehead. This is my boyfriend, Yi Ning, who is richer and more handsome than you. Xin Xian pointed at Yi Ning next to the Mercedes-Benz with a proud look on her face. But she didn't notice that Yi Ning's brows were furrowed tightly. This woman actually knew her name, but just now she pretended not to know him. The key is that she used him as a shield, so hypocritical and mean that Yi Ning was a little unhappy. In this case, Yi Ning would naturally not really let Xin Xian get what she wanted. Seeing Zhou Juanhao walking up angrily, Yi Ning explained, I don't know her, and I'm not her boyfriend. As he said, he was about to open the car door. But a hand suddenly pulled the car door. Boy, you are so arrogant. You dare to steal my woman. Yi Ning's face was gloomy, and he said word by word, are you deaf? I said I don't know this woman. What happened between you has nothing to do with me. Yi Ning, you just said that this baby's breath was bought for me. How can it have nothing to do with me? Xian took advantage of Yi Ning's inattention and stretched out her hand to hold his arm. Seeing this, Zhou Juanhao's face was extremely ugly, and he threatened, "Boy, I advise you to stay away from Qian, otherwise believe it or not. Get lost." Yi Ning had been very restrained, but Zhou Juanhao was just a hot sheep. No matter how much he said, he had no intention, so he couldn't help but scold him. Yi Ning's sudden change of face scared Zhou Juanhao. If he fought, he would definitely not be able to beat the tall Yi Ning. He could only step back and point at Yi Ning and said, "Okay, boy, we'll wait and see." Maybe he was afraid that Yi Ning would fight, so he turned around and disappeared in the crowd. "Yi Ning, I'm sorry for causing a conflict between you and Zhou Juanhao." Xian pretended to be apologetic and put her hair behind her ear. "How about I treat you to lunch at noon as a thank you for helping me today?" Her tone was charming, just like those girls in nightclubs who were trying to pick up rich men. This woman was so hypocritical that Yi Ning felt nauseous. He resisted the nausea and shook her hand away. "Get out of here too." He looked at Xian with disgust and drove away in the Mercedes-Benz G-Class in front of her dull eyes. Chapter 55. He doesn't like you at all. Looking at the taillights gradually going away, Xian stamped her feet in anger. Then she thought of something, took out her phone, and started editing in the campus forum. "Family, who knows, I met a silly guy today." At the end, there was a photo of a Mercedes-Benz G. Of course, Yi Ning didn't know that after sending Bai Yiluo back to school last time, he became famous again today because of Xian's post. In Jiangcheng University, as long as the news is about Bai Yiluo, the attention has never been low. And this time, a rumor that Bai Yiluo's rich second-generation boyfriend is a scumbag has pushed Yi Ning to the forefront. "Yiluo, look! The school forum is talking about your boyfriend-to-be." During lunch, Ai Xian gave Bai Yiluo her phone. Bai Yiluo was surprised that the people around her looked strange when they saw her today. It was not until Ai Xian reminded her that she saw the post posted by Xian that she understood. But Bai Yiluo is very smart. Even if he recognized Yi Ning's car in the photo, he would not believe Xian's one-sided words. "Yiluo, what do you think?" Ai Xian looked at her bestie with a worried look. Although Bai Yiluo had been explaining to Ai Xian that Yi Ning and she were not in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. But with Ai Xian's understanding of Bai Yiluo, she could still see that this woman who was not worldly had a different attitude towards Yi Ning than others. At least, Bai Yiluo had feelings for Yi Ning. This was Bai Yiluo's first love, and Ai Xian naturally didn't want her to be frustrated. But at this moment, Bai Yiluo was not as depressed or angry as Ai Xian expected. His expression was normal, as calm as water. While flipping through what Xian wrote, he slowly ate the food on the plate. After reading it, Bai Yiluo returned the phone to Ai Xian and shook his head, "Fake." "Yiluo, you were not at the scene, how do you know it's fake?" Suddenly, Xian's voice came from behind Bai Yiluo. She was seen holding a plate and sitting directly next to Bai Yiluo. "Yiluo, I'm not kidding. Your boyfriend is really disgusting. He even tried to touch me this morning. If I hadn't dodged quickly, he would have succeeded." Xian patted her chest, pretending to be in shock. "I advise you to break up with him as soon as possible. He is a scumbag who wants to chat up a beautiful woman when he sees one. I really don't know what he is like in private." After a long talk, she belittled Yi Ning. Xian felt dry mouth after talking for so long. But Bai Yiluo had no expression on his face, and didn't even frown. Taking out a tissue to wipe his mouth, Bai Yiluo picked up the plate and stood up. "Xian, are you full? If you are full, let's go." It was as if he didn't see Xian, treating her as air, and her words were almost like farts. "Bai Yiluo, don't you believe what I say?" Seeing Bai Yiluo was about to leave, Xian panicked and stood up and shouted loudly. "I don't believe it, at least it's impossible for him to harass you, because he doesn't like you at all." With one sentence, Xian's mouth was blocked. Bai Yiluo carried the dinner tray and left calmly with Ai Xian, who was holding back her laughter. "He doesn't like you at all. He doesn't like you at all. He doesn't like you at all." In Xian's mind, Bai Yiluo's words repeated countless times. Thinking back to the disgust in Yi Ning's eyes when he told her to get out in the morning. Xin Xian's nose was sore and she lay on the table and cried loudly. Ilua, you are too awesome. Xin Xian must be mad at you. After leaving the cafeteria, Ai Xian laughed out loud. This is how her best friend is. When you don't provoke her, she is like a quiet fairy. If you make her angry, it's good that she doesn't make you cry. The key is that it is hard not to be convinced by her cautious and serious attitude when she speaks. When Ning came to the bottom of building number 6 in Emerald City, he happened to meet Liao Pang with two young women looking at a house. Seeing Ning, Liao Pang, who was in high spirits, was even more surprised. Ning, I was just about to call you today to transfer the money, and you came. Because Ning gave him the right to rent building number 6, Liao Pang's income at least doubled this month. Therefore, he was sincerely grateful to Ning. No, you can just transfer it directly to my card. Ning said with a smile. He believed that with such a big signboard as Emerald Bay, it would not be possible to do such a thing as deducting the landlord's rent to damage its own storefront. Okay. Ning's trust made Liao Pang very comfortable. Then I will take the two guests to the property first. Ning made an okay gesture and walked into the elevator. The reason why he wanted to leave quickly was not only because he wanted to see Su Weier quickly. In addition, he was afraid that if he talked to Liao Pang for a few more words, the two girls would almost eat him. After Ning went upstairs, the two beauties showed a look of disappointment. This little brother was too handsome. But the other person was holding a flower in his hand, which obviously meant that he had a girlfriend, otherwise he would have gone up to ask for contact information. Ladies, if you rent a house here, you should see Mr. Yi often. Seeing the expressions of the two customers, Liao Pang had an idea and said half-jokingly, "Oh? That handsome guy lives here too?" One of the beauties asked hurriedly. Another girl also cast her eyes on Liao Pang. Ahem. Liao Pang coughed twice. Mr. Yi doesn't live here, but this whole house belongs to Mr. Yi. So Mr. Yi is the landlord. Liao Pang had just finished speaking when the two beauties walked in front of him. Hey, hurry up, aren't you even enthusiastic about signing the contract? Liao Pang. The beauty trap is so simple? With good looks, you'll be popular everywhere. Chapter 56 Yu Qiu. Knock, knock, knock. Xiao Weier, are you there? Open the door. After a moment, the sound of slippers tapping could be heard faintly from inside the house. Ning was about to call Su Weier, but she unexpectedly got up so early. Creak, the door opened. Why did you get up so early today? Did you miss me? Ning smiled a little bit and handed over the flowers in his hand at the first opportunity. But the person in the house did not take the baby's breath, because it was not Su Weier who opened the door. It was a middle-aged woman in her 40s, dressed in ordinary clothes. Sorry, I went to the wrong place. Ning apologized. Just as he was about to turn around, the woman who opened the door asked, Are you looking for Su Weier? Yes, sister, who are you? Ning made a slight guess. Seeing Ning nod, the woman smiled, took out a pair of slippers from the shoe cabinet next to her shoes, and said softly, I am Su Weier's mother, come in. Ning understood, took a step back, and bowed slightly. Hello, auntie, my name is Ning, I am Su Weier's boyfriend, you can call me Xiao Yi or Xiao Ning. Yu Qiu, who was still guessing what the relationship between this young handsome man and her daughter was, couldn't help but feel happy when she heard Ning take the initiative to say it. During college, she asked her daughter to find a boyfriend, but with so many people chasing her, she didn't succeed in any of them. Including the boys introduced by her friends, Su Weier also rejected them one by one. This matter made Yu Qiu very helpless. She even thought that her daughter might have problems with her sexual orientation. Seeing Ning today, the thing she had been worried about for a long time finally got an answer. It's not that Su Weier doesn't want to fall in love, but that she hasn't met someone she likes. Sitting on the sofa, Ning saw Yu Qiu holding a teapot and got up quickly. Auntie, let me help you. Okay, help me get the tea leaves from the cabinet. Su Weier's mother is not very tall, but Su Weier is 1.7 meters tall. It seems that she inherited her father's genes. Yu Qiu put the brewed teapot on the table and just sat down when the door at the end of the corridor was pushed open. A girl wearing a thin nightgown, revealing her half-moon peak, with fluffy hair and sleepy eyes came out. "Mom, what are you doing so early in the morning? You make so many noises." Su Wei'er rubbed her eyes, pouted her lips, and spoke softly, like a spoiled child. From the first time he met Su Wei'er, Ning knew that this girl had a lot of capital. But when he really ran into her, he realized how magnificent it was. The Mariana Trench is too deep. And Su Wei'er has fair and delicate skin. Even without body lotion, she is still radiant. A little dazzled, a little dizzy. Cough, cough. Yu Qiu pretended to cough twice. "Mom, you have a cold." Before Su Wei'er finished speaking, she finally saw Ning sitting on the sofa. Instantly, a blush climbed up her cheeks from her collarbone. "Ah!" Su Wei'er hugged the bear with both hands and ran quickly to the bedroom. Bang! The door was closed, and only the brown bear doll attached to the door was swinging. "Ah, this girl." Yu Qiu closed his eyes and touched his forehead, shaking his head. Half an hour later, Su Wei'er was dressed neatly and walked to the living room in small steps. "Ning, why didn't you tell me you were coming?" Su Wei'er's tone was slightly blaming. Her nightgown was low on the top and high on the bottom, and it was also very thin. "I would not have worn it if I had known." If only Yu Qiu was there, Su Wei'er would of course not care. If it was just her and Ning, although it was very embarrassing, it was also within her acceptable range. But what a coincidence, she was wearing a nightgown just now, and was exposed to the sight of both her mother and Ning at the same time. This is really embarrassing. Now, Su Wei'er's face was still burning with shame. Especially when she inadvertently saw Ning's mouth corners that were raised from time to time, as if he had found money. Su Wei'er couldn't help rolling her eyes. "Daughter, why didn't you tell Mom that you had a boyfriend? If Ning hadn't come today, you were going to hide it from me for the rest of your life, right?" Yu Qiu said unhappily. Su Wei'er knew that she was most concerned about this issue, but she was still hiding her boyfriend. Isn't this nonsense? Besides, Ning is so handsome, and standing with her daughter is simply a perfect match. Are you afraid that she won't agree? Mom, we haven't reached that stage yet. Su Wei'er argued. It's true that Ning and Su Wei'er are not officially together. But the two have kissed and hugged each other. Even the house Su Wei'er lives in now belongs to Ning. Is there any room for error? Not at that stage. What stage did you say not at? Yu Qiu questioned. I can see from your face that you'll marry Ning. What else do you want? Yu Qiu's words made Su Wei'er even more embarrassed. Mom, what are you talking about? Then he turned his eyes to Ning and said, You don't know how to help me. Is it fun to see my mother scolding me all the time? Ning nodded solemnly. I think Auntie is right. I even want to pour Auntie a cup of cappuccino. Su Wei'er. Look, Ning knows that what I said is right, and she doesn't bother to pay attention to you. Yu Qiu stood up. Ning, you sit and chat with this girl. I'm going to buy vegetables, and we'll eat here at noon. Auntie, let's go out for lunch. I'll treat you today. Ning suggested. Those things outside are so expensive, and they're not hygienic. You guys chat first. After saying that, Yu Qiu picked up the small handbag on the sofa and went downstairs. Ning and Su Wei'er were the only ones left in the room. Seeing Su Wei'er, who was as delicate as a flower bud, Ning's heart was throbbing. You, what are you doing? Su Wei'er moved back slightly, lowered her head slightly, and pulled her black hair behind her ears. Her pretty face was flushed, like a ripe peach. How could Ning bear such a well-behaved and beautiful girl? With Su Wei'er's moan, he pulled her into his arms. Chapter 57 Mother-in-law meets son-in-law. Sniffing the faint fragrance emanating from Su Wei'er, Ning was extremely fascinated. Do you miss me? Ning gently rested his chin against Su Wei'er's hair. Yes, I do. Su Wei'er closed her eyes tightly and buried her head in Ning's arms. Only when she was with this man would she let down all her guard and would rather show him some of the beauty. Well. Although it was not the first time that he kissed Su Wei'er, her soft and warm red lips still made Ning reluctant to let go. It was not until Su Wei'er almost couldn't breathe that Ning let her go with a smile. I've made progress compared to last time, but I still have to practice. Ning said proudly. Ha! You only know how to bully me. Su Weier turned her face away and ignored him. But the little red earlobe was not convincing at all. Everyone knows that Ning is the kind of person who takes advantage of others and still acts cute. Now he must be very proud in his heart. The two of them were in love with each other, and they didn't restrain themselves until Yuqiu came back. Seeing Yuqiu's meaningful eyes, even the thick-skinned Ning felt a little embarrassed and couldn't help touching her nose. Not to mention Su Weier, she had already run into the room in shame and anger. After that, Ning also helped Yuqiu. Although with his master-level cooking skills, the food he made is definitely more delicious than Yuqiu. But Ning still gave the position of chef to Yuqiu, and he just played a supporting role. Even so, Yuqiu still kept praising Ning for his ability. Now she likes Ning more and more. Not only is he sensible, but he can also cook, which is very good. At the dinner table, Yuqiu kept picking up dishes for Ning. Seeing that Ning's bowl was piled up, Su Weier pouted. Is this still her biological mother? It was as if she was an outsider and Ning was her biological son. Xiao Ning, how did you and my daughter meet? In the commercial street, Xiao Weier was live streaming at the time. Ning responded with a smile. By the way, Auntie, how about we go to the commercial street together this afternoon? Okay, I've been here for several days, but I haven't gone out for a walk yet. In the afternoon, Ning drove the car and took the mother and daughter to Jiangnan Commercial Street. After getting in the car, Yuqiu realized that Ning was so rich. The car he drove was worth millions. And the daughter's beautiful two-seater car was actually bought by Ning. Is Xiao Ning's family rich? Yuqiu looked at her daughter with some worry and asked in a low voice. In her opinion, her daughter was far inferior to Ning in other aspects except for her beautiful face. And didn't I hear that those wealthy families have deep prejudices? If the daughter really married in the future, wouldn't she be looked down upon? Mom, it's okay, Ning's mother is very good, and all this money is earned by Ning herself. Su Weier comforted her. Ning talked to her about her original family situation, which was actually similar to Su Weier's family conditions. But Ning, who was born in such a family, has achieved such success in such a short time. It's incredible. Moreover, Su Weier's current status in the live broadcast industry is entirely due to Ning's support. Hearing his daughter's words, Yuqiu breathed a sigh of relief. Ning gave her a good feeling today, but she was still afraid that her daughter would be bullied due to such a big gap between the two sides. Now that she heard that Ning's worth was earned by him, she felt that this young man was capable. He is handsome, capable, and good to his daughter. Such a son-in-law is hard to find even with a lantern. Daughter, you have to grasp it well. You can't be willful on weekdays. Let him go, okay? Facing Yuqiu's exhortation, Su Weier could only nod and say yes. What can I do? Looking at her mother's appearance, she has already regarded Ning as a prospective son-in-law. It's just that her mother doesn't know that Ning has other girlfriends. But of course she won't tell anyone and keep silent. Arriving at Jiangnan Commercial Street, as soon as Ning walked to the entrance of the pedestrian street, the security guard recognized Ning's identity. He saluted respectfully and said, "Hello, Mr. Yi." Ning smiled and nodded, "Hello too, don't stay outside when it's so hot, go inside and enjoy the air conditioning." Ning greeted the security guard, and Yuqiu felt a little confused. Seeing her mother's expression, Su Weier smiled and explained, "Mom, this Jiangnan Commercial Street is actually Ning's industry." Ning's industry. If she saw Ning's luxury car worth millions, Yuqiu would still think Ning was capable. In this situation, it can't be done just by ability, right? This is an entire commercial street. Even if Yuqiu doesn't understand it, she knows that the value cannot be measured in hundreds of millions. At least hundreds of millions? Hundreds of millions, how much money is it when piled together? Thinking of this, Yuqiu glanced at Ning, then looked at her daughter, with an inexplicable look. Mom, what's that look in your eyes? Su Weier saw a complicated look in her mother's eyes, with a hint of disdain. Yes. It was actually disdain. She was disliked by her own mother, who could she go to for justice? I'm just curious, how could Ning, such a powerful boss, fall for you? Yu Cho held his chin and frowned in thought. Su Weier. Oh no, I'm a substitute, right? She's my own daughter after all, why do you say that? Is there still justice? Is there still law? The three of them chatted and laughed all the way, walking on the pedestrian street, drawing a beautiful landscape. Just as they walked into the Chanel store, Su Weier's face changed. Chapter 58, 66% of Shanghai Airlines share. What's wrong? Ning noticed Su Weier's expression at the first time. Su Weier shook her head, nothing, let's go to another store. Ning guessed that Su Weier might have met someone she didn't want to see. Since she didn't say it, Ning didn't ask. The three left the Chanel store and went to Gucci next door. Yu Cho had never visited these luxury stores. When she picked up a piece of clothing, she saw that the price on it was as high as 5 figures. Looking at the others, the cheapest one cost several thousand yuan. Daughter, the things in this store are so expensive. She didn't expect that a piece of clothing could be sold so expensively. Especially that little sling, all added up to not even a foot of cloth, but it cost 50,000. These people are so kind, they can obviously rob it directly, but they still give you a piece of clothing. Mom, these stores are all priced like this. Su Weier explained in a low voice. For example, the suit that Ning is wearing, at least more than 300,000. 300,000. Yu Cho finally understood why rich people are rich. For example, Ning looks like a handsome young man. But his random clothes are the total income of an ordinary family for several years or even 10 years. Mom, this dress is nice, try it on. Su Weier said, picking up a purple short-sleeved shirt. No, I don't want it. At my age, how can I dress like you young people? Yu Cho waved his hand quickly. Su Weier knew that it was not that her mother was unwilling to dress up, but that she thought the clothes were too expensive. Even though she had told her mother about her current income, these tens of thousands of things still made traditional women like Yu Cho stay away. This was money she couldn't earn in a year. As a result, she could only buy an ordinary piece of clothing here. Xiao Weier, why don't you take your aunt to try it on? At this time, Ning spoke up. Things worth tens of thousands of yuan were not even a drop in the bucket for him. Even Su Weier now could afford it. With the active persuasion of Ning, Su Weier, and the clerk, Yu Cho finally agreed. Then, Ning picked out a few styles that looked good and asked Yu Cho and Su Weier to try them on. Sure enough, clothes make the man. The mother and daughter in new clothes are even more radiant. Mom, you look so good. Su Weier praised sincerely. Yu Cho looked at himself in the mirror and couldn't believe it. Is this still her? It feels like a completely different person. Ning came to Su Weier and whispered in her ear, Wife, you look good too. The fresh and sunny breath of Ning, coupled with the itchy breath beside her ear, made Su Weier numb all over. Her face turned red all of a sudden. Although shy, Ning's praise made her very happy. Her little heart was pounding, and it was almost in her throat. This big bad guy was teasing her anytime and anywhere. Ning's little interaction with Su Weier naturally attracted the attention of the clerk. She looked at Su Weier with envy. It was so happy to have such a rich and beautiful man who also spoiled his girlfriend. Pack it all up and help us calculate the price. Ning's words startled the saleslady. She had been working at Gucci for a few months, and she had never seen such a rich person. These clothes would cost at least tens of millions. Sir, do you mean pack it all up? She couldn't believe her ears and stepped forward to confirm again. Even the saleslady who was used to seeing rich people was shocked, not to mention Yu Cho, who was visiting a luxury store for the first time. Ning's words made Yu Cho's body stiff and his fingers clenched tightly. Even Su Weier, who was used to seeing Ning's spending, couldn't help shaking her body. Sure enough, Ning was still the same Ning. You thought he was the most handsome in his appearance, but in fact it was the momentum when he spent money. Ning nodded, all of it, it won't cost much. It won't cost much? Tens of millions is also called it a small amount of money? Only a rich man like Ning is qualified to say such a thing, right? Even Sue Wire, a big anchor who earns tens of millions a month, doesn't have the ability to be so arrogant. Okay, sir, please wait a moment. The clerk was overwhelmed with a huge surprise. She knew without thinking that the commission this month was at least twice as much as before. A few minutes later, the clerk handed a bill to Ning. Sir, the total is 1.18 million. How do you think you should pay? Ning, how about I do it? Sue Wire stepped forward and said. These clothes are almost all hers and her mother's. Ning only bought a belt. It's okay, just treat it as a gift for Auntie. Ning naturally had to pay the money himself. Just kidding, he can get cash back when he spends money. Besides, with Sue Wire as a lucky star, there is a high probability of a critical hit. Ding! The host spent 80,000 and got a 5-fold cashback, a cashback of 400,000. Ding! The host spent 650,000 for Yuchio, got a 20-fold critical hit, and a cashback of 13 million. Not bad, going out to buy things directly made more than 10 million. Isn't this faster than developing a company? Of course, the big head hasn't come yet. Ning looked at Sue Wire with burning eyes. This girl is the real wealth. As expected. Ding! The host spent 450,000 yuan on Sue Wire and got a critical hit. He was rewarded with 66% of Shanghai Airlines shares, worth 12 billion yuan. Chapter 59 Father and Daughter. 66% of Shanghai Airlines shares. Even though Ning now has tens of billions, and even has 1.5 billion in cash. He was still very excited to suddenly get the absolute controlling rights of an airline. Ning tilted his head and looked Sue Wire up and down, which made Sue Wire feel creepy. Basically, every time Ning bought something for her, he would have such an eager look. Sue Wire had no idea what Ning was thinking at the moment. Ning, could this little beauty be the daughter of luck? Just when Ning was proud of himself for picking up the daughter of luck, a woman's voice interrupted his thoughts. Sue Wire. It's you, it's been a long time. Husband, come and see who I met. Next to Sue Wire stood a young woman with heavy makeup. The woman looked about the same age as Sue Wire, and her appearance was also quite good. Although she was not as good as Sue Wire, she could be considered a beauty. Like Sue Wire, this woman was also very tall, even a little taller than Sue Wire. At this moment, she looked at the store entrance and greeted the bald middle-aged man. The middle-aged man looked to be in his 40s. Although he was not short, his huge belly and baldness made him look far from handsome. If Ning had not heard the woman call him husband, he would have thought they were a father and daughter. Facing the woman's enthusiasm, Sue Wire's expression was not very good. Because she not only knew these two people, but also knew them very well. The reason why she pulled Ning away from the Chanel store just now was because she saw these two people inside. Unexpectedly, they still ran into each other. The young woman's name was Lu Sun, Sue Wire's college classmate, both of whom were studying flight attendants. The husband she mentioned was Zhang Wanyan, the Minister of Commerce of Shanghai Airlines, who had great power. A few months ago, it was this man who came to Sue Wire's school to recruit flight attendants. Zhang Wanyan was originally an old and naive man, and he had seduced many flight attendants. Especially those young girls who had just entered society and were ignorant. In order not to be expelled by Zhang Wanyan, they could only climb into his bed obediently. From the moment Zhang Wanyan saw Sue Wire for the first time, he began to pursue Sue Wire crazily. After living for decades, he has never seen a woman as beautiful as Sue Wire. Sue Wire has a pure appearance, tall figure, and enchanting figure. Every point attracts Zhang Wanyan. He swears that he must get this woman. But what he didn't expect was that in the face of his threat, Sue Wire didn't even consider it and directly refused. In the end, she even left the aviation industry and stopped being a flight attendant. This incident once became a regret for Zhang Wanyan. Unexpectedly, today, I met Sue Wire again in this commercial street. It was a pleasant surprise. Zhang Wanyan's long silent mind became active again. Student Sue, oh no, I should call you Miss Sue now. It's great to meet you. Zhang Wanyan came to Lu Sun with a look of surprise and stretched out his right hand to Sue Wire in a gentlemanly manner. Seeing Su Wei's white and tender hands, Zheng Wanyan couldn't help swallowing his saliva. But Su Wei ignored him at all and took the packaging bag from the clerk's hand. He said coldly, "I'm sorry, I don't know you, and I don't have time to get to know you." After that, he turned his eyes to Ning and Yuqiu. "Mom, husband, let's go." "Husband? Is Su Wei married?" Zhang Wanyan only then noticed Ning in casual clothes. Ning is so handsome, standing here without saying anything, he thought he was a male model in the Gucci store. Unexpectedly, he turned out to be Su Wei's husband. As for Lu Sun, when she knew that Su Wei had such a handsome husband, she was very jealous. Why is her man a fat, big-eared, greasy bald man with a big belly? But Su Wei has a young, handsome and elegant husband. Why? In addition, Su Wei bought so many things, obviously very rich. Most of this money was given by this young handsome guy. For Zhang Wanyan and Lu Sun, Su Wei's husband is like a steel knife. But for Ning, Su Wei's address is like the gentle breeze and drizzle in spring. Soft, gentle, and so sweet. It would be even better if she called a few more times. Ning put on a gentle face and gently took the things from Su Wei's hand. He held her hand tightly and said, "Okay, my wife." As Su Wei's mother, Yuqiu watched the couple's performance silently. Wait. Seeing that Ning and the other two were about to leave, Zheng Wanyan stood up. The young man is very lucky. He can marry a fairy like Miss Su. He is very lucky. Ning smiled calmly and replied, "You are also lucky. It is a miracle for you to give birth to such a daughter." How could Ning not hear that Zhang Wanyan was mocking him, and he should just fight back directly? "You." Zhang Wanyan pointed at Ning and said disdainfully, "You are sharp-tongued, Miss Su, you have poor vision, and your husband is too frivolous. You are indeed a stable family, but I don't know if your daughter can bear it." Ning sneered. "Ah, very good. I, Zhang Wanyan, have been the Minister of Commerce of Shanghai Airlines for so long, and I have never seen a junior as arrogant as you. I have never seen anyone like you." Ning said halfway, looking surprised, "Wait, where did you say you were the Minister of Commerce?" Chapter 60. I am the chairman. Shanghai Airlines. Zhang Wanyan raised his head and said proudly, "I am the Minister of Commerce of Shanghai Airlines." "What, are you scared?" Seeing Ning's surprised eyes, Zhang Wanyan thought that Ning was frightened by his identity. It's normal, although Ning looks rich. But so young, at most a small rich second generation in Jiangcheng. And Shanghai Airlines, where he works, is one of the top 10 airlines in the country. How impressive is it to be the Minister of Commerce in such a place? How can a small Jiangcheng rich second generation like Ning touch porcelain? Isn't this too coincidental? Just got 66% of the shares of Shanghai Airlines, and now I meet Zhang Wanyan from Shanghai Airlines? Su Wei talked to him before. Why did he switch from the flight attendant industry to become an anchor? It seems that this person is the man who wants to rule Su Wei. If this person just likes Su Wei, Ning might not say anything. But Zhang Wanyan still has thoughts about Su Wei when he knows that Su Wei has a husband. Ning will not indulge him on this point. "Mr. Yi, I'm Pang Yuran, the manager of the Gucci store in Jiangcheng. Nice to meet you." Just then, a woman in a small suit and glasses came to Ning and shook hands with him excitedly. "Mr. Yi, I'm the manager of Chanel. Welcome to inspect." "Mr. Yi, I'm the boss of Van Cleef and Arpels. Welcome." In an instant, almost all the store managers on the first floor of the Gucci store arrived at the door of the store and greeted Ning. As the only boss of Jiangnan Commercial Street, in the eyes of these business owners, Ning is the real breadwinner. Only by currying favor with Ning can they survive. In Jiangcheng, which commercial street is as prosperous as Jiangnan Commercial Street? Opening a store here is not only about the large flow of people, but also about the face of luxury brands. Su Wei and Yuqiu knew that Ning was the boss here, so they looked normal. But Zhang Wanyan and Lu Sun didn't know. Seeing Ning being currying favor with so many bosses, they were shocked. Especially Zhang Wanyan, he suddenly felt that Ning was not as simple as the little rich second generation he imagined. Perhaps stopping Yi Ning and the other two just now was the stupidest decision Zhang Wanyan had made in his life. Go! Zhang Wanyan saw that the situation was not good and tried to leave quietly. Zhang Wanyan was afraid that Yi Ning would make trouble for him. This was obviously someone else's territory. But Yi Ning would naturally not give him this opportunity. He said loudly to several patrolling security personnel, "Help me control those two people, don't let them run away." "Yes, boss." Several big men came together and directly surrounded Zhang Wanyan and the other two. Yi Ning put his hands in his pockets and walked to Zhang Wanyan step by step. He joked, "Run, why don't you run? Boy, I am the Minister of Commerce of Shanghai Airlines, you have to think clearly." Even if he was surrounded by a group of people, Zhang Wanyan really didn't believe that Yi Ning dared to do anything to him. Even if Yi Ning was powerful, could he still compare to those top bosses in Zhongcheng? At least his identity as the Minister of Commerce of this airline company was not covered. "Well, I've thought it through." Yi Ning pondered for a moment and nodded. Seeing Yi Ning give in, Zhang Wanyan breathed a sigh of relief. He even despised Yi Ning in his heart, thinking that he looked so great, but turned out to be a soft egg. At most, he had some money, which was no big deal. Take Minister Zhang to the security room to relax his muscles. If he does well, his bonus will be doubled this month. Hearing that the bonus would be doubled, the eyes of several security guards lit up. They all grinned and stared at Zhang Wanyan with a smile. "Boy! Do you believe it or not? If you dare to touch half a hair of mine, I, Zhang Wanyan, will ask the company's legal department to sue you." But Yi Ning was not bluffed as Zhang Wanyan imagined, but smiled and said, "I don't believe it, because you have been fired by Shanghai Airlines." As he said that, Yi Ning took the screen of his mobile phone and shook it in front of Zhang Wanyan. The number displayed on it was the phone number of Mo, the general manager of Shanghai Airlines and the second largest shareholder. Mo's furious voice came from the other end of the phone. "Zhang Wanyan! You are so arrogant that you even dare to threaten the chairman. You are fired. Our Shanghai temple is small and can't accommodate a big Buddha like you." Zhang Wanyan was horrified. What did he hear? Chairman? Mo actually called Yi Ning the chairman? Is there anything more terrifying than this? There has always been a rumor in their Shanghai Airlines that there is a mysterious boss above Mo. Many people believe it, but more people sneer at this rumor. Zhang Wanyan is like this. He doesn't believe in any mysterious boss. Is there really a mysterious boss who will ignore his own industry? Or an airline company with nearly 20 billion? What a joke! But now he knows that he is wrong. And he is very wrong. Because this young and unbelievable man in front of him is actually the only boss of their Shanghai Airlines. The super rich man who controls the absolute equity of Shanghai Airlines. Dong, chairman, forgive me. Zhang Wanyan didn't finish his words. Seeing Yi Ning's playful eyes, his expression was dim. He knew that no matter how he begged for mercy, it would be useless. He is just a small commerce minister, but he dared to covet the chairman's woman. Is there any way out for him? Yi Ning didn't even look at him and put the phone next to his ear and said, "Let the Human Resources Department check it out, and fire all those who were arranged by Zhang Wanyan. Also, collect the witnesses and evidence about Zhang Wanyan's work style, and then the Ministry of Justice will sue him." Mo's heart sank slightly. Is this the big boss who has never met but controls most of the company's shares? The first order was so decisive, it was really unusual. Yes, I'll do it right away. Mo said seriously. Zhang Wanyan's eyes were desperate, he knew he was finished. But Lu Xin beside him looked unusual, this was the man she wanted, such a man could give her the life she wanted. So she mustered up the courage, "Handsome, do you think I'm beautiful?" Yi Ning glanced at her lightly, and said in a calm tone, "Even if you don't have a mother, it's not a reason for you to humiliate yourself. The industry of flight attendant is not suitable for you. Write your resignation letter yourself." Puff. Su Wire on the side almost laughed out loud, her little face flushed, and she looked very uncomfortable. "You are so bad." After the three left, Su Wire whispered in Yi Ning's ear. I have something worse, wife, do you want to try it? Ning said with a grin. Su Wire didn't expect him to be so bold, and carefully glanced at Chucho who was walking in front. Seeing that she didn't react, he was slightly relieved.